If I wanted to stay healthy, I couldn't skip the Sanshin creation pill. That was the slogan blasting from the loudspeakers as I walked down the street. The ads boasted about high-end craftsmanship, constant temperature control, and being the certified brand for international martial arts competitions. Nearby, people were shouting for the Bayun Martial Arts Hall, promising one-on-one coaching for everyone, whether you were a genius or just an average person. Even the milk powder was special here, 7-colored divine cow formula, made from third-order exotic beasts. I looked at the billboards surrounding me and finally accepted the truth. I had traveled to another world. It looked like my old world, with the same level of technology, but it was a parallel reality where martial arts and exotic beasts were real. The thought of it made my heart race. In novels, this kind of world was exciting, but standing here in the flesh, I felt a chill of fear. One wrong turn, and a monster could pop out and eat me. According to the memories of the guy whose body I now occupied, exotic beasts ran rampant. Even cities weren't completely safe. History books were filled with records of powerful beasts wiping entire civilizations off the map. I clenched my fists. I needed power. Martial arts was the only way to fight back against those monsters. It was the only way to survive. From what I remembered, I was actually a top student. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony, and I had high hopes. In this world, a martial soul was the foundation of everything. A warrior with a soul could achieve things an ordinary person never could. Most people awakened around 16, so high schools held these ceremonies for juniors to determine their potential. I was a student at Chinyan Third High School. I was actually pretty famous there. Whether it was academics or physical training, I was at the top of the class. Everyone expected me to awaken a high-level soul. When I arrived at the school, the ceremony was already starting. "Ichio, over here." A sweet voice called out to me. I looked over and saw a girl in a school uniform waving her hand. She was stunning. This was Xiao Mei, one of the 2 most beautiful girls in school, and, apparently, my girlfriend. I could feel the jealous stares of the guys around us. "Look, Suchio is here," someone whispered. "I bet he awakened something crazy. At least B rank, right?" "B rank? You're insulting him. It's got to be A rank at least. Do you think maybe S rank?" "No way. Only a few S ranks appear in the whole city every few decades. Their names are literally on the Hall of Fame." As I walked toward Xiao Mei, she grabbed my arm and leaned in. She seemed to enjoy the envious looks from the other girls, tilting her chin up proudly. "Ichio," she whispered, "what kind of soul do you think you'll get?" "I'll just be happy if I awaken one," I said with a small smile. "The rest is up to fate." I gently pulled my arm back. She was a bit too affectionate, and it made me uncomfortable. I didn't really know her. She was the original guy's girlfriend, not mine. "You'll definitely get a high-level one," she insisted. Then she looked at me with puppy dog eyes. "But what if I don't? Or what if mine is really weak? Would you leave me?" "Of course not," I replied. "We've been together a long time. It doesn't matter if you have a soul or not." I decided to test her. What if it's the other way around? What if I'm the one who doesn't awaken anything? She laughed. "That's impossible. You're going to be powerful, Ichio. You have to protect me, remember?" I just smiled and didn't push it. Up on the stage, the principal brought out a crystal ball. "The ceremony begins now," he shouted. "Step forward when your name is called." The first was Li Xiang, a sharp-looking guy in a blue and white uniform. He stepped up and placed his hand on the crystal. A second later, a brilliant white light erupted. Inside the light, the silhouette of a massive, snow-white wolf appeared. The temperature in the room actually dropped. The principal's eyes widened. "A rank, beast soul. The Blood Wolf King." The crowd gasped. "An A rank right out of the gate?" Li Xiang looked thrilled. He turned toward me, lifting his chin in a blatant challenge. We clearly had a history of rivalry. Word was he had tried to date Xiao Mei, but she chose me instead. Now that he had an A-rank soul, he was dying to rub it in my face. "Li Xiang is such a jerk," Xiao Mei muttered beside me. "He just got lucky. You'll be way better than him, Ichio." As Li Xiang walked back, a crowd of sycophants swarmed him. The ceremony continued, but the mood had shifted. Martial souls were ranked from F all the way up to SSS. A rank was 1 in 1,000. S rank was 1 in 10,000. SS rank was legendary, and SSS rank was basically a myth. For most of us, A rank was the peak of a successful life. After Li Ziang, the results were disappointing. Most people got low ranks, and some didn't awaken anything at all, leaving the stage in tears. Next, Xiaomei. She looked nervous as she stepped up. She placed her hand on the crystal, and suddenly, the device began to hum. A blinding blue light filled the stage. Inside the glow, a deep blue trident shimmered with power. The principal actually screamed. S-rank weapon soul. The sea god's trident. The room went silent. Xiaomei had actually done it. She had awakened an S-rank soul. The crowd erupted in gasps. Everyone was stunned. An S-rank soul had actually appeared. Xiaomei was the goddess of our school, and now she was practically guaranteed a spot among the elite of the Great Xia Empire. Becoming a powerful martial artist was a done deal for her. The principal was beaming, his face flushed with excitement. He told her to work hard and aim for the glory rankings. Getting on that list wasn't easy. You had to be a powerhouse and make massive contributions to humanity. But with an S-rank soul, she had a real shot. Plus, the principal was already dreaming about the extra funding he could squeeze out of the Education Bureau because of her. Xiaomei walked off the stage, her eyes bright with excitement. She looked at me and said, "Hyo, I did it. It's your turn now. I know you can do it too." I gave her a small smile. "Congratulations." Then I stepped up. Every eye in the hall was on me. I was the top student in school, the academic god. People expected big things. Some whispered that I'd get an A rank at the very least, while others wondered if we were about to see a second S rank in one day. Even the principal looked at me with high expectations. I took a deep breath and placed my hand on the crystal. 1 second passed. 2, 3. 10 seconds went by, and the crystal stayed dark. Not a single spark. Not a flicker of light. The atmosphere turned awkward. People started whispering. If the crystal didn't react, it meant I had no martial soul at all. "No way," someone muttered. "The academic god is a dud." Li Ziang started laughing loudly. "So the great Su Qiu is just a talentless loser who can't even awaken a soul." My lip twitched. Great. I had started my new life as a complete failure. Just as I was processing the irony, a mechanical voice rang out in my head. Asterisk ding. Perfect life choice system activated. Asterisk. A system? My luck was finally turning around. I couldn't help but let a small smile tug at the corners of my mouth. No soul. Fine. With a system, I wasn't worried at all. But to the people watching, my smile looked like I had lost my mind. They exchanged glances, wondering if the shock had broken me. Li Ziang's group kept jeering, calling me a waste. Up on the stage, the principal looked at me with pity and disappointment. He sighed. "Su Qiu, you have no soul. You can go back down." I nodded calmly and walked off. The principal watched me, impressed by my composure. He muttered to himself about what a waste it was. With my mindset, even a low-rank soul would have been enough to make me a master. But without one, I was stuck as a commoner forever. I walked back into the crowd toward Xiaomei. But as I got closer, I noticed something. The warm, supportive look she usually gave me was gone. Her eyes were cold. My heart sank. "May are you?" "Su Qiu, just call me Xiaomei," she interrupted, her voice flat. The crowd leaned in, sensing drama. I looked at her like she was a stranger. I realized then that my predecessor had been blind to her true nature. I wasn't even that sad. I hadn't fully accepted her as my girlfriend anyway, but the betrayal still stung. Suddenly, a blast of freezing air erupted from the stage. A sharp, piercing cry filled the room. A phantom image of an ice phoenix, covered in glittering crystals, soared into the air. It circled the hall, its grace leaving everyone breathless, before diving into a girl in a blue dress. "SSS rank soul. The Frost Empress," the principal screamed. It was Luo Qingxue. She was the other school beauty, my longtime academic rival who always trailed just behind me in grades. She was rich, beautiful, and now, she possessed a mythic-level soul. Luo Qingxue walked down from the stage, ignoring the envious stares, and stopped right in front of me. "Even without a soul, you can still walk the path of a martial artist," she said coolly. "You won't give up, will you?" I smiled. "Of course not." "Good," she nodded. "I'll be waiting for you on the path of martial arts." Li Ziang stepped up, sneering. "Luo Qingxue, what's the point? Without a soul, He's a mediocre loser. He can't even keep his own girlfriend. Luo Qingxue didn't look at him. She looked straight at Xiao Mei and said, "You don't deserve him." Xiao Mei's eyebrows shot up. "I don't deserve him? I have an S-rank soul. He's a talentless waste who couldn't even awaken. He's the one who doesn't deserve me." She turned back to me. "Su Qiu, we're from two different worlds now. Let's break up. It's better for both of us." The crowd stared, enjoying the fall of a god. But then, a translucent panel appeared in my vision with 3 choices. Asterisk choice 1, kneel and beg her not to leave. Reward, 10 slaps to your own face. Choice 2, accept the breakup quietly and vow to work hard. Reward, S-rank Stormhammer Soul. Choice 3, slap her, announce that you are dumping her, and defend your dignity. Reward, the 10 great Calamity Beast Souls. I didn't hesitate for a single second. Hesitating would be an insult to those beasts. I stepped forward, right into Xiao Mei's personal space. Before she could react, I swung my hand. Slap. The sound echoed through the silent hall. Xiao Mei stumbled back, clutching her red cheek, eyes wide with shock. You dare to hit me? A year ago, you said your father was dying and needed money. I said, my voice cold and steady. I sold the expensive gene serums I won for being top of the class to pay for his treatment. 9 months ago, you failed your tempering and damaged your meridians. I worked 3 jobs for months to buy your recovery medicine. I bought those meridian recovery medicines for you. I continued, my eyes tracking the panic in her expression. 6 months ago, when your brother got himself kidnapped by a dozen thugs at a factory, I went in alone to bring him back. I spent over 2 weeks in a hospital bed because of that. And you? You didn't visit me once. I looked at her expensive outfit. Even the clothes you're wearing were bought with my hard-earned money. I spent a year tutoring you and solving your problems, or your grades wouldn't have improved so fast. I'm not asking for any of it back. 1 slap is me being generous. As I spoke, I felt a wave of disgust for my predecessor. The original owner of this body was a complete fool. Xiao Mei didn't love him. She just used him for his brains and the status of being with a top-tier student. She enjoyed his sacrifices without giving a single thing back. I wasn't that guy. I wasn't going to tolerate her nonsense for another second. The silence in the hall turned heavy. The students who were laughing moments ago were now looking at Xiao Mei with pure contempt. The girls were whispering, calling her trash. They realized that even if I hadn't awakened a soul, dumping someone in public after they'd sacrificed everything for you was a low move. Xiao Mei's face turned a sickly shade of green. She let out a high-pitched scream. Su Qiu, I'll kill you. A brilliant blue light erupted from her body. She summoned her newly awakened soul, the Sea King's trident, and lunged at me. She was fast, fueled by rage, and caught everyone off guard. But before she could reach me, a terrifying pressure exploded from my chest. A pillar of divine light shot toward the ceiling, the force of it slamming into Xiao Mei and sending her flying backward. Above my head, the air began to warp. 10 monstrous shadows flickered into existence. I saw the Tao Tai, a beast that could swallow the world. I saw the Kuanping, moving faster than light through black holes. A thunder dragon roared, draped in crackling lightning, and a nether phoenix burned with immortal purple flames. These 10 calamitous phantoms swirled around me, releasing a bloodlust so thick it felt like the room was drowning. Across the planet, every high-level beast suddenly froze and knelt toward the direction of Qingyun High School. In the hall, the students felt their own souls trembling. They weren't just impressed, they were terrified. A system notification rang in my mind. Asterisk ding. Congratulations. You have awakened the 10 great Calamity Beast souls. Due to their overwhelming power, they will unlock as you advance. Current soul available, Tao Tai. Ability, Devour. You can consume spiritual treasures to rapidly increase your cultivation. Asterisk. The shadows vanished into my body as quickly as they had appeared. The hall returned to normal, but the air remained freezing. People were shaking, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. What just happened? Someone stammered. I thought he was talentless. Did you see those visions? The machine must have made a mistake. Xiao Mei stared at me from the floor, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had dumped me because I was a waste. If I actually had a soul, she was about to become the biggest laughingstock in the city. The principal scrambled down from the stage, his face pale. Student Suchio, please, test one more time. Fine, I said. I wanted to see the rank for myself. I walked back to the crystal orb and placed my hand on it. Li Xiang and Xiao Mei were both staring, probably praying for it to be a fluke. They wanted me to be weak. Their prayers didn't help. The moment my palm touched the glass, the orb vibrated violently. A beam of light pierced the sky, forming the hideous, gaping maw of the Taotai. Its eyes were filled with a bottomless greed that made everyone's skin crawl. Then, with a deafening crack, the testing crystal exploded into 1,000 shards. The crowd gasped. Even when Luo Qingxue tested her SSS rank soul, the crystal stayed intact. Was mine even higher? The principal took a deep breath, his voice trembling with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary SSS rank beast soul, the Taotai. In all of history, only a handful of people have ever held it. It sits at the very peak of the SSS rank. Heaven has blessed our school. 2 SSS rank souls in one day. He was practically dancing. This meant massive funding for the school. Xiaomei looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole and die. There is nothing worse than dumping a loser, only for him to become a god seconds later. The irony was suffocating. How, she whispered. He had nothing. How is this possible? The principal looked at her with a strange expression. It happens sometimes. A soul can be buried deep. Sometimes it takes a massive emotional shock to trigger the awakening. The crowd turned to look at Xiaomei. The shock was her dumping me. She had literally triggered my rise to power by trying to ruin me. Luo Qingxue walked up to me, her eyes burning with a new intensity. I knew you wouldn't just fall. Past or present, you really are my only true rival. I caught her gaze and smiled. Maybe the future will be the same. The two of us stood there, the only 2 SSS rank awakeners in the school, while the rest of the world watched in awe. The era of the talentless waste was over. My time had started. The students started whispering, their eyes darting between Luo Qingxue and me. I could hear them pairing us up already. They called us the power couple, saying we looked like we belonged together. Compared to Luo Qingxue, Xiaomei didn't even exist anymore. I was the god, and Luo Qingxue was the goddess. Xiaomei stood off to the side, her face twisting with a regret so deep it looked painful. I knew what she was thinking. If she hadn't been so cruel, if she had just waited 5 more minutes, she would be the one standing next to me. She would have been the girl sharing in my glory. After the ceremony, it was time for class assignments. In our school, students were divided into 7 classes based on their soul rank, from F rank all the way to S rank. Those with no talent went to class F, and it went up from there. But Luo Qingxue and I were different. We were off the charts. The school created a special class just for the 2 of us. We were going to get 1-on-2 private tutoring from the best teachers. It was a privilege this school had never seen before. When school let out, I slung my bag over my shoulder and headed for the gates. I just wanted to go home. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my arm. It was Xiaomei. Her eyes were red and watery, looking like a kicked puppy. "Achio," she sobbed, using my nickname. "Please, forgive me." She immediately figured that if she dumped me today, it was because she thought I was a failure. She went quiet for a second, clearly trying to find the right words to comfort me. "Brother, do you know who I admire most?" she asked softly. "The Ghost King. He's one of the 10 strongest people in the country, and he started with a rank, 1 soul. So, even if you awaken something weak, or nothing at all, it's not the end. As long as you have a strong heart, we'll be okay." I felt a lump in my throat. "Thanks, Xiaoshuang. But actually, I did awaken a soul. It's the SSS rank Taotai. Brother, don't be discouraged, even if— Wait, what?" She screamed so loud I thought the neighbors would call the police. "SSS rank? Are you lying to me? Why would I lie about that?" She looked at me, her eyes wide. Then she huffed and crossed her arms. "Give me back all that nice stuff I just said. I thought you were depressed. If you have an SSS rank soul, why on earth did she dump you? Did you dump her?" I spent the next 10 minutes explaining the whole mess. The fake failure, the public breakup, and the soul crystal exploding. Xiaoshuang's jaw was practically on the floor. I thought stuff like that only happened in web novels. I can't believe I missed it. I would have paid anything to see the look on her face. Su Xiaoshuang giggled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I reached out and gave her forehead a playful flick before heading to the kitchen. I finished cooking and brought the dishes out. It wasn't a feast, just a simple meal of green vegetables, shredded pork with green peppers, and a bowl of egg drop soup. It was humble, but enough for the two of us. Xiaoshuang pouted as she looked at the table. Brother, you just awakened an SSS rank soul. Shouldn't we be celebrating with something better than this? I sighed, setting the chopsticks down. What's there to celebrate? Our bank balance is running low. We need to be careful with every cent. Ever since our parents passed away, I had been the one carrying the weight of this small family. Food, clothes, utility bills, and tuition, it all fell on me. We were lucky our parents had paid off the house before they died, so we at least had a roof over our heads. Between my scholarships and the part-time jobs I took whenever I had a spare second, I managed to keep us afloat. It's different now, Xiaoshuang said, her eyes bright. You have an SSS rank soul. The Education Bureau won't let a talent like you slip away. Subsidies and scholarships will be rolling in soon. Our lives are going to get so much better. She started gesturing wildly, lost in her own world. And just wait until next year when I have my ceremony. I'll awaken an SSS rank soul too, and then the two of us will climb the glory rankings together. We'll have power, status, and all the good food we can eat. I rolled my eyes at her. You think SSS rank souls grow on trees? You think you can just have one because you want it? Hey, if you can do it, why can't I? She shot back. Besides, I've been having these recurring dreams lately. In them, I'm a peerless empress whose name shakes the entire universe. Maybe I'm a reincarnation or something. My lip twitched. A peerless empress? I think you've been reading too many web novels. Wake up to reality, kid. Oh, please. You used to hide under your covers reading novels until mom and dad caught you and confiscated your phone. You're one to talk. We bickered back and forth until the plates were clean. After finishing the dishes, I retreated to my room. I sat cross-legged on my bed and closed my eyes, trying to sense the soul residing within me. Asterisk woof. 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 Asterisk. A dog started barking incessantly in the apartment above mine. I frowned. The neighbors up there had a dog that barked at the slightest breeze. It was incredibly annoying. I took a deep breath, tuned out the noise, and focused inward. With a single thought, I summoned it. Roar. A low, guttural growl echoed through the room. The Taotai soul flew out of my body, circling above my head. A terrifying pressure instantly flooded the room and radiated outward. Suddenly, the entire neighborhood went silent. Every stray cat and pet nearby began to tremble. Even the dog upstairs stopped mid-bark, silenced by pure primal fear. I looked at the Taotai. It was massive, nearly filling my entire bedroom. I swallowed hard. Can you get a little smaller? I wondered. As if sensing my thought, the beast began to shrink. My eyes lit up. Within seconds, the room-filling monster had compressed into a palm-sized creature. It hovered near my face, its greedy eyes fixed on me as if it were starving. I remembered the description of the Taotai. It could devour anything and absorb spiritual energy from all things. But looking around my empty, poor room, I realized I had nothing for it to eat. Sorry, buddy, I whispered. You'll have to wait. I pulled the soul back into my body. My heart raced with anticipation. The Taotai was just one of the 10 great calamity beasts. As my cultivation grew, I would unlock the others. If the first was SSS rank, the others had to be just as powerful. 10 SSS rank souls. I had never heard of anyone having more than one, let alone 10 of the highest grade. With those golden dreams of the future, I drifted off to sleep. In the next room, Xiaoshuang was sprawled out across her bed. Suddenly, she bolted upright, her eyes snapping open. The Empress is here. Who dares defy me? She shouted. For a split second, an intense, regal majesty flickered in her eyes. But then she blinked, looked at her plain bedroom walls, and yawned. She slumped back onto her pillow, staring at the ceiling. The dream was always the same. She was an empress ruling over countless life-bearing planets like Earth. With a single thought, she could decide the fate of billions. With a wave of her hand, she could shatter stars and dim the sun. It was a level of power that even the 10th-ranked sovereigns of this world couldn't imagine. It felt so intoxicating. But when she woke up, she was just Xiaoshuang, ordinary, broke, and with nothing to her name but her looks. Was it really just a dream? She muttered. It felt so real. She let out another long yawn, her eyes tearing up from exhaustion, and fell back into a deep, snoring sleep. The next morning, my alarm pulled me out of bed. I got up, made breakfast, ate my portion, and left some for Xiaoshuang. I'm heading to school, I yelled toward her room. Breakfast is on the table. Don't forget to eat. She didn't even open her eyes, just gave a weak wave of her hand from under the covers. I smiled, shook my head, and headed out. I was actually excited for school today. After the awakening ceremony, the teachers would finally start teaching us the official cultivation techniques. This was the moment we truly became warriors. I hopped on the bus, which grew more crowded with every stop. I ended up squeezed into a corner. That's when I noticed a girl standing nearby. Her face was flushed bright red, and she looked incredibly uncomfortable. Standing right behind her was a sleazy-looking guy. He was using the crowded space as an excuse to press his leg against her. A groper, I thought, my blood boiling. Suddenly, a chime rang in my head. Faced with a pervert on the bus, you have the following choices. 1. Ignore it. Reward, $100. 2. Take the girl's place. Reward, $1,000. 3. Act heroically. Reward, $10,000 and 1 healing potion. My eyes widened. Choice 1 was a joke. $100 was okay for a student, but it was nothing compared to the others. $1,000 could feed us for half a month. But $10,000? That would solve our problems for months. And a healing potion was priceless. I didn't hesitate. I pulled out my phone and quietly recorded the guy's actions. Just then, the bus slammed on its brakes. Everyone lurched forward. Using the momentum, I accidentally slammed my shoulder into the sleazy guy, sending him flying across the aisle. He crashed to the floor, then scrambled up, glaring at me. Damn it. You did that on purpose, kid. You looking for a fight? Hitting a creep like you is the least I could do, I said coldly. Who are you calling a creep? His face turned a guilty shade of purple. You're a pervert. To my surprise, the girl found her courage. She pointed a shaking finger at him. You were touching me. The other passengers immediately began to whisper, throwing looks of pure disgust at the man. He turned beet red. You don't have proof. It's crowded. How can you say it was me? I held up my phone. I recorded the whole thing. I can call the police right now and hand this over. Give me that phone, the guy roared, lunging at me. I didn't flinch. Before he could even reach for the device, I reached out and caught his wrist in a grip of iron. I twisted his arm behind his back and slammed him face first against the bus window. He couldn't move an inch. The passengers gasped in surprise. Whispers rippled through the crowd as everyone marveled at my raw strength. Some even wondered out loud if I was a professional martial artist. Hearing those words, the guy completely lost his nerve. He began to beg for mercy. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I released my grip. She nodded eagerly, her eyes shining as if she were staring at a literal superstar. Honestly, she looked even more excited than that. Pop stars were nothing compared to an SSS-rank soul awakener. In time, I would become a pillar of the great Siam martial arts world. God Sue, can I take a picture with you? She asked with a trembling voice. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, then gave her a nod. We snapped a quick photo, chatted casually for a bit, and before long, the bus arrived at Third High. We parted ways as soon as we stepped off. She immediately pulled out her phone and posted the picture to her social media feed. Her caption read that a perfect day starts with a surprise encounter with God Sue. A flood of likes and comments poured in within seconds. People were jealous, demanding to know which bus route it was, and some even claimed they were never driving their Porsche to school again just to ride the bus. I walked into the special class. This elite group consisted of only 2 people, me and Luo Qingxue. As I stepped through the door, I saw her sitting by the window, quietly engrossed in a book. The morning sunlight cascaded over her, wrapping her figure in a soft, ethereal glow. Even the simple motion of her turning a page looked like a work of art. I couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. She was a renowned school beauty, but her elegant aura left my little sister miles behind in the dust. Sensing my gaze, Luo Qingxue looked up. She walked over, sat directly across from me, and slowly extended her hand. Suqiu, let's arm wrestle. I froze. What kind of bizarre development was this? Another system prompt flashed before my eyes. Luo Qingxue had challenged me to an arm wrestle, and I had two choices. Option 1 was to refuse and ask if she was running a fever, which rewarded $1,000. Option 2 was to accept and tell her she was overestimating her tiny arms and legs, which rewarded $10,000. There wasn't even a choice to make. I looked at Luo Qingxue and reached out my hand. You're overestimating yourself. With those tiny arms and legs, you think you can match my strength? The moment the words left my lips, another $10,000 landed safely in my inventory. My heart hammered with excitement. I had made $20,000 in a single morning. Why would I ever work a normal job again when I could just answer multiple choice questions? Luo Qingxue offered a faint smile at my arrogant remark. She gripped my hand, locking her fingers firmly with mine. Her hand felt incredibly soft. It was delicate and fragile, as if a single squeeze from me would break it into pieces. I honestly thought she was just looking for a beating. Start. My hand was slammed flat against the desk. The entire process didn't even take a full second. I stared at my palm in absolute shock. What just happened? Luo Qingxue looked at me with a completely calm expression. You're so weak. I wasn't ready. Let's go again. I muttered the words while rolling up my sleeves and planting my feet firmly. This time, I braced myself with everything I had. I didn't go down instantly, but I only managed to hold out for about 3 seconds before my hand crashed down again. I was utterly bewildered. She looked so fragile, so where was this insane strength coming from? You should have felt it after awakening your soul. Your physical strength should have increased by a wide margin. Luo Qingxue spoke smoothly. I looked at her. Yours did too? Yes. After my soul awakened, I realized my strength had multiplied significantly this morning. It seems my boost was much larger than yours. Do you know why? As the top academic student of Third High, the logic clicked in my brain immediately. Martial souls were divided into different categories like combat, defense, and support. Generally speaking, combat-type souls provided a massive surge to physical attributes upon awakening. My soul leaned more toward a support and utility type. While it enhanced my body, the physical change wasn't as explosive as hers. My Taotai soul could devour all things, but that devouring trait was primarily designed to maximize cultivation efficiency. Exactly what I thought. She replied with a nod. I rolled my eyes at her. If you already knew the answer, why did you bother asking me? Just testing you. I smirked. I should be the one testing you, student Luo. Mu Qingkong didn't waste any time. She produced a scroll and unfurled it before us. It was a martial Dao meditation map. I stared at the image. It depicted a swordsman standing under a cold, bright moon. The figure looked ethereal, detached from the world, holding a long sword with an air of absolute calm. I knew what this was. Meditation maps were treasures used to help martial artists sense the spiritual energy of the world. The higher the quality of the map, the easier it was to enter a meditative state. This is the Moonlit Sword Immortal map, Mu Qingkong explained. It's one of the most precious items in the Qingyun City Education Bureau. I'll give you half an hour. Memorize every detail, then begin your meditation. Luo Qingxue and I didn't say a word. We focused entirely on the scroll, burning the lines and the atmosphere of the painting into our minds. After 30 minutes, we both sat cross-legged and closed our eyes. The principal of Third High walked over quietly, leaning toward Mu Qingkong. How is it going? He whispered. Mu Qingkong smiled faintly. As expected of SSS rank soul awakeners. They've entered the state already. Most people take much longer just to memorize the map, let alone successfully visualize it. The principal nodded, looking pleased. The monthly exams are in 4 weeks. I'm looking forward to seeing what these two can do. In a month, they should be solid Tier 1, middle-grade martial artists, Mu Qingkong predicted. That was a bold statement. Usually, reaching Tier 1 within 3 months was considered the mark of a genius. Reaching middle grade in just 1 month? That was unheard of. But with SSS rank souls, the normal rules didn't apply. Suddenly, Mu Qingkong's expression shifted. He turned his head sharply toward me. Wait, what's happening? Inside my mind, I had already constructed the image of the moonlit sword immortal. I was deep in a trance, sensing the spiritual energy of the world for the first time. It felt like tiny specks of dust, invisible but everywhere. Some areas were dense with it, others were thin. The next step was to pull that energy into my body and convert it into spiritual power. The moment that thought crossed my mind, something stirred deep within me. A pair of crimson eyes snapped open. It was the Taotai. Its gaze was filled with an endless, bottomless greed. It opened its massive maw, and suddenly, the spiritual energy in the room wasn't just flowing, it was being dragged. A massive suction force erupted from my body. Outside, Mu Qingkong and the principal gasped. The energy around me swirled into a literal vortex, rushing into my pores with violent efficiency. It didn't stop there. The suction was so dominant that it began pulling energy away from Luo Qingxue. Then it spread. Throughout the entire Qingyun Third High, students who were busy meditating suddenly felt the air go cold. Wait, where did the energy go? Someone shouted in a nearby classroom. My spiritual energy is gone. What's happening? The teachers abandoned their lessons, following the flow of energy like a river. They ended up right outside the door of our special class. A crowd of students gathered behind them, whispering in shock. It's the special class. Is it Luo Qingxue? No, look at her. She's not the one doing it. It's Lin Yuan. Good heavens, he's vacuuming up the energy of the entire school. How are we supposed to practice? Leave some for us, man. Inside my head, I had no idea I was causing a riot. The moonlit sword immortal I had visualized was working overtime. He was swinging his sword so fast to process the incoming energy that his arms were becoming a blur of afterimages. He didn't look calm or ethereal anymore. He looked like he was fighting for his life. Eventually, my body started to feel tight, like a balloon pushed to its limit. I slowly opened my eyes. I blinked. The room was packed. Dozens of people were staring at me with expressions ranging from worship to pure resentment. Even Luo Qingxue was looking at me with a complicated, slightly annoyed pout. What's going on? I asked, rubbing the back of my neck. Lin Yuan, the principal said, his voice grave but excited. You can't stay at school anymore. I froze. Wait, what? Principal, are you expelling me? No. He waved his hands frantically. I'd never expel a talent like you. I'm going to treasure you like a masterpiece. It's just that your absorption rate is too terrifying. You're literally stealing the cultivation from every other student in the building. He explained what had happened while I was under. I realized then that my Taotai soul was even more broken than I thought. But if I couldn't stay at school, what would I train? I needed guidance. Don't worry, Mu Qingkong said. I'll report this to the Education Bureau and let the director decide. But first, tell me, how do you feel after absorbing all that? I stood up and stretched. My muscles felt dense, buzzing with a new kind of power. I feel great. I feel like I could punch through a wall. The principal called for a combat testing machine. It looked like a high-tech scale. I stepped onto the platform, and a beam of light swept over me. Data flashed across the screen: strength, bone density, muscle mass, and finally, spiritual rank. The machine let out a sharp beep. The result popped up in bold letters: Tier 1 Martial Artist. The crowd erupted. Are you kidding me? He's already a Tier 1? It's the first day? We're still trying to feel the air, and he's already finished the first stage? This is too much. He's a monster. Luo Qingxue stood there, stunned. We both have SSS souls, she muttered, her voice trailing off. Why do you feel so much more ridiculous than me? Mu Qingkong's eyes shone with a manic light. The Taotai soul, it really is something else. Its cultivation speed is unparalleled. Is this even normal? The principal asked, still staring at the screen. People spend months reaching Tier 1. He did it in an hour. I've read records about the Taotai, Mu Qingkong replied. Its greatest strength is its speed, especially in the early stages. It outclasses every other soul in existence when it comes to raw growth. Does that make it the strongest SSS rank soul? The principal whispered. Mu Qingkong shook her head slightly. Not necessarily. Being a martial artist is about more than just speed. There are combat techniques, reflexes, and soul abilities to consider. The Taotai is a beast at absorbing energy, but it doesn't provide any special bonuses for learning martial arts techniques. I listened to them talk, feeling the weight of the power inside me. I was ahead of the curve, but the real challenge was just beginning. Mu Qingkong explained that later on, there wouldn't be much difference between a Taotai soul user and an ordinary martial artist. Cultivation became harder the further you went. It wasn't just about how fast you absorbed spiritual energy. Luck, comprehension, and destiny mattered far more. Historically, plenty of people with the Taotai soul were overtaken by late bloomers. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It sounded like the Taotai soul was a freak of nature, but not so monstrous that it drove everyone to despair. Beside me, Luo Qingxue let out a quiet breath. As a fellow SSS rank soul user, her confidence had taken a serious hit earlier. Mu Qingkong's words made her feel a bit better. I secretly smirked. Only I knew the truth. They thought the Taotai soul was only overpowered in the early stages. I didn't just have this one soul. I had 9 more of this exact same tier waiting to awaken. When those unlocked one by one, that would be true despair for my rivals. My very first cultivation session had already pushed me to tier 1. After that, Mu Qingkong didn't dare let me continue. If I kept going, nobody else in the school would get a single drop of energy. I didn't want to continue anyway. A human body can only hold so much spiritual energy at once. If I absorbed any more, my body wouldn't be able to handle it, and the energy would just dissipate. I had already reached my physical limit. I walked out of the school gates, and my pace slowed. A luxury sedan was parked right in front of me, gleaming under the sun. A man in a crisp suit stepped out, wearing a professional, practiced smile. He walked straight toward me and handed me a business card. "Hello, student Suchio," he said warmly. "I'm the chairman of the Sanshin group. We'd like to discuss your future studies. If you're willing, our group will sponsor your entire education. Every expense, every resource, we'll cover it all. In exchange, you just need to join us for 3 years after you graduate." I looked at the card, and it clicked. My SSS rank soul wasn't a secret anymore. It was only natural that these big corporations would come knocking. But I knew the game. Accepting a sponsorship meant signing my life away. Once you're bound to a faction like that, leaving isn't an option. Without a second thought, I turned him down. But before I could even take a step, several more cars swerved in, blocking my path. Men and women in expensive suits, stern elders, and wealthy CEOs piled out. They swarmed me, thrusting business cards into my hands. "Student Su, we're from Zhaoyuan Enterprises. Student Su, Tianshan Genetic Engineering wants you. We'll provide all the gene serums you'll ever need." Gene serums? Don't listen to them. Our Laojun pharmacy has the best spiritual pills. Tianlei Dojo can offer you high-level martial arts manuals. The names being thrown around were famous. The other students watching from the sidelines were green with envy. I could hear them whispering about how every company here was a titan in Qingyan City. They were all begging for a piece of the god Su pie. Suddenly, a thunderous roar drowned out the shouting. A helicopter hovered directly above us, the wind from its blades whipping our hair. Then, a figure stepped out of the open door and plummeted. People screamed. The drop was over 100 meters. Boom. The figure slammed into the pavement, cracking the concrete and sending up a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, a man with a buzz cut and a white shirt stood there, completely unfazed. He walked toward me with a confident grin. "Suchio," he said, "I'm from the Zhixiao Dojo. We'd like to invite you to join us." The crowd went dead silent. In this world, dojos are everywhere, but the top-tier ones can control entire cities. Zhixiao Dojo was the #1 power in Qingyan City. Their leader was one of the few rank 7 marquises in the entire country, known as the Zhixiao Marquis. He was the kind of man who could make the city tremble just by stepping on the ground. Joining them meant your future was set in stone. "Even the Zhixiao Marquis wants him," someone whispered. "It's over for the other companies. Who would dare compete with a Marquis?" The buzzcut man leaned in closer. "Our dojo master said that if you join, he will personally take you as his direct disciple." I felt a slight tug in my chest. A direct disciple of a rank 7 powerhouse? In Qingyan City, I'd be untouchable. I'd be able to walk down the street like I owned the place. Just then, a glowing screen flickered in my vision. Choice 1. Accept the Zhixiao Dojo's invitation. Reward: 1 million yuan and a deep bond with the Zhixiao Dojo. Choice 2. Reject the Zhixiao Dojo. Forge your own path. Reward: early awakening of the second of the 10 great calamity souls. My heart skipped a beat. 1,000,000 yuan was tempting. The protection of a marquee was even more tempting. But the reward for choice 2? That was game-changing. Everything I had right now came from the Taotai soul. If I could awaken another soul of the same tier this early, I couldn't even imagine how powerful I'd become. I didn't hesitate. I looked at the man and gave him a small, apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I said. I don't have any plans to join a faction right now. I just want to focus on my studies. You've wasted a trip. The man froze. He looked at me like I had grown a second head. He represented the Zhixiao Marquis, a peak powerhouse of Great Xia, and he had just been rejected by a teenager. He probably thought I was insane. Did I really think an SSS rank soul was enough to ignore resources and masters? Student Su, you should reconsider, he urged. Without a teacher, even the best soul can't reach its potential. Sorry, I said, stepping past him. I'm in a hurry to get home. I pushed through the crowd and hopped onto the public bus waiting nearby. To everyone else, I was leaving behind a fleet of luxury cars and a helicopter. To me, that bus was the only ride I needed. Behind me, the recruiters stood in stunned silence. Not far away, Mu Qingkong was watching the whole scene, clutching her stomach as she burst out laughing. She couldn't wait to see the look on the Zhixiao Marquis' face when he heard the news. As the bus rattled down the road, I closed my eyes. I could feel a new, raw power surging within me. It was fierce, sharp, and every bit as heavy as the Tao Dai. I didn't know which beast it was yet, but I couldn't wait to find out. I reached my apartment complex and was immediately greeted by that familiar, annoying barking from the floor above. That dog never stopped. I tried to talk to the neighbors before, but they just told me the property management didn't care, so neither should I. It drove me crazy. I walked inside, and my sister, Xiaoshuang, was lying on the bed playing games. She had already started the rice, waiting for me to cook the rest. Xiaoshuang, I said, knocking on her door. Have you been playing games all day? No way, she chirped, grabbing her crutches and pulling a notebook from her drawer. I finished all my homework. Check it. I scanned the pages. She wasn't lying. Of course I did it, she grinned. My brother has an SSS rank soul now. I can't fall behind, can I? I reached out and rubbed Xiaoshuang's head. She was working hard to keep up with me, and I liked that initiative. I headed into the kitchen to whip up some dinner, and soon we were sitting across from each other, bowls in hand, chatting away. I told her about refusing the Zhixiao martial arts hall. I expected her to be shocked, but she just looked at me with a calm, indifferent expression. Xiaoshuang, I asked, genuinely curious. If I had joined them, our lives would be much better than they are now. You don't blame me for turning them down. Brother, what are you talking about? She said, looking up from her rice. That was your decision. Why would I blame you? No matter what you choose, I'll always support you. She paused, then gave a playful snort. Besides, it's just a tiny little martial arts hall. Once I awaken my soul and train for a few years, I'll be an empress. I'll crush them with one hand. They aren't good enough for my brother anyway. I reached over and gave her head a sharp flick. Ow, what was that for? She yelped. Stop talking nonsense, I scolded. Empress this, empress that. You need to stop reading those power fantasy novels. No way. I read them, and I'm proud. I sighed. Honestly, I secretly read the same kind of stories, so I didn't really have a leg to stand on. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small bottle. This is for you, I said, sliding it across the table. Drink it after dinner. What is it? She asked, picking it up. A healing potion. Her eyes went wide. Brother, when did you get the money for something like this? Don't worry about that, I said with a small smile. I couldn't exactly tell her it was a reward for my system choices. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who's that? She asked. Delivery, I said. I went to the door and brought back a whole roasted chicken. I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat, so I ordered this too. Xiaoshuang gasped. Her jaw literally dropped. A whole chicken? Brother, did you rob a bank? We should go turn ourselves in. You have an SSS rank soul. Maybe they'll be easy on you. I flicked her head again. Brother, stop it. You're going to make me stupid, she whined, clutching her forehead. Are you going to eat the chicken or not? I asked. I'm eating, she shouted. Since she couldn't beat me in a fight, she turned her frustration into an appetite. She demolished more than half the chicken by herself. I ate a little bit and then headed to my room, reminding her one last time to drink the potion. Back in my room, I sat cross-legged on the bed. They were the perfect pair. I smiled, looking at the tiger. Then, I noticed something. The dog upstairs had gone completely silent. The mutt must have felt the white tiger's pressure. I grinned and let the tiger release just a little more of its aura. To a human, it was barely noticeable, but to an animal, it was the scent of a supreme predator. That night, the entire neighborhood was eerily quiet. No dogs barked. No cats fought. Even the mosquitoes seemed to vanish. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the living room. It was Xiaoshuang. I bolted out of my room to check on her. I found her standing up, completely unassisted. She had thrown her crutches to the floor and was jumping up and down with pure joy. I looked at the empty potion bottle on the table. I knew the medicine was good, but I didn't expect it to work this fast. My little ancestor, take it easy. I yelled, rushing over to catch her. You just recovered. Don't go breaking yourself again. Brother, I'm healed. I'm really healed. She ripped the bandages off her leg, revealing skin that was smooth and flawless. She even stuck her foot out in front of my face to prove it. Stop playing around, I said, swatting her foot away. Since you're fine, you're going back to school tomorrow. You've missed way too much. Her face fell instantly. Actually, I think my leg feels a bit numb. I might need 2 more days of rest. Nice try, I snorted. You're going. The next morning, I made breakfast and walked Xiaoshuang out. In the hallway, we saw our neighbor carrying a dog downstairs. The woman was sobbing hysterically. My poor Dabai, why did you leave me? How am I supposed to live without you? I glanced at the dog. It was the one that always barked upstairs. It was dead. My heart skipped a beat. Had the white tiger's aura literally scared it to death last night? It seemed very likely. I felt a pang of guilt and hurried Xiaoshuang past them. Xiaoshuang, on the other hand, looked thrilled. That loud mutt finally shut up. Serves them right for letting it bark all day. Finally, some peace and quiet. Even though she complained about school, Xiaoshuang was practically skipping as we walked. She had been stuck inside for so long that even the smoggy city air tasted like freedom to her. I walked her all the way to her classroom. As we neared the door, I saw 2 tall students cornering a girl with glasses in the hallway. The girl was trembling, looking terrified. Xiaoshuang didn't hesitate. She charged right in. You 2 are bullying Xiaoyu again, aren't you? Don't you know she's under my protection? The 2 boys froze, but one of them quickly sneered. Xiaoshuang, stay out of this. We're just borrowing her homework to copy. Get lost. Can't you see she doesn't want to give it to you? Xiaoshuang snapped, shielding the girl. Suddenly, a system prompt flickered in my vision. Option 1. Ignore the situation. Reward, none. Option 2. Back up your sister. Reward, 1 5G enlightenment card. There wasn't even a choice to make. I stepped up beside Xiaoshuang and looked the 2 boys in the eye. Stop thinking about useless things. I reached the special class and found Luo Qingxue already there. She was sitting cross-legged, lost in meditation. When she felt my presence, she opened her eyes. There was a flicker of something complicated in her gaze. Lin Yuan, why did you reject the Zhixiao Martial Arts Hall yesterday? I shrugged. I felt like it. Do I need a better reason than that? She sighed. You should know that after you left, they didn't go away empty-handed. They recruited a few other students from the mountain. Oh, like who? Xiao Mei and Li Ziang, she replied. Xiao Mei has an S-rank soul, so that makes sense. But Li Ziang only has an A rank. The Zhixiao Hall only took him as a favor to the Li family's business connections. I nodded. To most people, an A-rank soul was a dream come true. But for people like me and Luo Qingxue, who held SSS rank souls, anything less felt like a different world entirely. I didn't care about Xiao Mei or Li Ziang, though. I sat down, closed my eyes, and began my own meditation. The moment I started, the spiritual energy in the air didn't just flow, it roared. It felt like a tidal wave rushing toward me, getting sucked into my Taotai soul. Beside me, I heard Luo Qingxue's breath hitch. Again, she muttered, her voice tinged with frustration. It wasn't just her. Every student in the nearby classrooms felt the sudden drain. The spiritual energy they were trying to cultivate was being snatched away by an invisible vacuum. They couldn't compete with my SSS rank absorption speed. One by one, they gave up in annoyance. The school principal looked toward our classroom and sighed. A moment later, his voice boomed over the school's PA system. Attention students. Lin Yuan is currently cultivating. Please stop your meditation temporarily. You may resume once he is finished. I repeat. The entire school went silent. It was unheard of, the principal literally telling the whole student body to pause their progress, just so one guy could eat his fill. In her own classroom, Xiaoshuang heard the announcement and beamed with pride. She looked at her classmates, her chest puffed out. Hear that? That's my brother. The other students looked at her with pure envy. Your brother is amazing, Xiaoshuang. An SSS rank soul. That's incredible. Even the teacher's gaze softened when looking at her. Being the sister of a legend had its perks. I cultivated for over an hour until I felt completely saturated. The air in the school felt thin, the energy depleted. I opened my eyes to find Luo Qingxue staring at me. Finished? She asked dryly. I rubbed my nose, feeling a bit sheepish. Yeah, your turn. By the way, where's Teacher Mu? No idea, she said, shaking her head. But yesterday he mentioned he wanted to go to the Zhixiao Hall to see the look on the Marquis's face after you rejected him. I blinked. Mu Qingkong had some guts to go mock a titled powerhouse like that. Since he wasn't here, I decided to practice my combat techniques. I checked my internal energy. I was still at the lower tier of rank 1. Not surprising, I'd only been at this for 2 days. Growth took time. I headed to the field to practice the blazing blast punch. After 30 minutes of repetitive swinging, I felt stuck. My natural talent for martial techniques seemed average at best. Then, I remembered the card. I pulled out the silver, translucent 5G Enlightenment card. System, how do I use this? Just crush it, the voice echoed. I snapped the card in my grip. It dissolved into shimmering starlight that sank into my skin. At first, I felt nothing. But when I threw my next punch, the world shifted. The complexities of the blazing blast punch suddenly felt simple. Entry level, minor mastery, major mastery, peak. In a matter of minutes, I reached the level of perfection. I threw a punch, and flames erupted from my fist, slamming into the ground with a deafening boom. The dirt exploded, leaving a charred crater. The principal, who happened to be walking nearby, gasped. The power of that strike was nearing the upper tier of rank 1. How? How does he have a perfected technique already? He stammered. Most students hadn't even started learning techniques yet. I taught him that, a voice said. Mu Qingkong walked up, his eyes fixed on me with a mix of shock and curiosity. I taught it to him yesterday. The principal turned pale. Yesterday? And he's already reached perfection? That's impossible. Mu Qingkong stepped toward me. Lin Yuan, hit me. Use everything you've got. Are you sure, teacher? I don't want to hurt you. Don't worry, he laughed. Your current cultivation isn't enough to scratch me. Come on, give me your best shot. All right then. I didn't hold back. I lunged forward, my fist wrapped in swirling flames, and buried it right into his chest. The fire roared, but Mu Qingkong didn't budge. He stood like a mountain. The power is definitely at the perfection level, he noted. Then he frowned slightly. But kid, where exactly are you aiming? He gave his body a slight shake, and the force sent me stumbling back 2 steps. For a split second, I saw his chest ripple in a weirdly elastic way. It was surprisingly soft. My mind went to a strange place for a moment before I violently shook the thought away. The blazing blast punch is a high-level technique, Mu Qingkong said, snapping me back to reality. Practicing it to perfection in 1 day is unheard of. The best part is that it recharges itself over time. It should be enough to sustain you until you reach the 3rd rank. He handed it to me, and I noticed the principal of number 3 high school standing nearby, his eyes filled with envy. Even a man of his status didn't have a support tool like this. It was the first time the Bureau had ever given such high-level equipment to a student. They were clearly betting everything on my SSS rank soul. I won't let the Education Bureau down, I said, taking a deep breath and fastening the necklace around my neck. Good, Mu Qingkong said, his voice turning flat. Then let's start today's lesson. What are we learning? I asked. Combat. Before the word even left his mouth, his fist was flying toward my head. I didn't have time to react. The blow connected, and I let out a sharp cry as a massive knot began to swell on my forehead. Combat is a warrior's most important lesson, Mu Qingkong said, stepping forward again. It's the only way to truly master what you've learned. Without it, no matter how high your cultivation is, you're just a useless waste. He kept coming. I spent the next several minutes frantically dodging and weaving, barely staying on my feet. Are you just going to run? He taunted. Teacher, you're bullying a student. I yelled, ducking under a hook. Nonsense. I've suppressed my cultivation to the first rank. We're in the same realm right now. Fine then. Watch this. I lunged forward, unleashing the blazing blast punch I had just mastered. But it didn't matter. Even though my technique was at the perfection level, my actual combat experience was zero. I was predictable. Within 2 moves, he had me pinned and suppressed again. Your punches are too slow, he barked. Who told you to strike like that? You're leaving your chest wide open. Raise your leg higher. Did you skip breakfast? Your fists feel like wet noodles. Out on the school field, Mu Qingkong proceeded to dismantle me. It was my first real fight, and I was getting destroyed. Other students passing by stopped to watch, shivering at the sight. If Godsu was getting beaten this badly, they knew they wouldn't stand a chance. By the time the morning ended, I was a walking bruise. I later found out that the other students' combat classes weren't nearly this brutal. Mu Qingkong was holding me to a higher standard because of my talent. He didn't want to see it wasted. When school let out, I could barely walk. My sister, Su Xiaoshuang, found me on the field and her face turned pale with worry. She marched right up to Mu Qingkong and glared at him. Teacher, you went too far, she snapped. If anything happens to my brother, I'm coming for you. Mu Qingkong raised an eyebrow, looking amused. A little girl with some fire. Interesting. He turned back to me and handed me a small vial. This is a healing potion. It'll help you recover quickly. See you tomorrow for more. He flashed a beautiful, charming smile, but it sent a shiver down my spine. The classic carrot and stick routine. Suddenly, a system prompt chimed in my head. Facing a rigorous combat class, you have the following choices. 1. Refuse. I'm not doing this torturous class anymore. Reward, 100,000 yuan and a case of cola. 2. Face it head-on. A sword is sharpened through grinding. A hero is forged through struggle. Reward, combat experience card. I didn't hesitate. I needed strength, not soda. I picked the second option. See you tomorrow, I told Mu Qingkong, gritting my teeth. Back at home, I drank the potion. The effect was instant. I could literally see the bruises fading and the soreness melting away. The Bureau really was investing a fortune in me. It made sense. There were only a handful of SSS rank souls on the entire planet. If I grew up, I'd be a pillar of the nation. I pulled out the combat experience card and crushed it. Suddenly, every moment of today's beating began to replay in my mind in slow motion. My understanding of movement and timing began to grow at an exponential rate. In just a few minutes, I felt like a veteran of 100 battles. I see, I whispered, my eyes snapping open. If I strike from this angle, he can't counter. He can only block. And my footwork here was all wrong. The next day, I arrived at school feeling like a new man. Mu Qingkong was already there, cracking his knuckles. Ready for another beating? I smiled. Teacher, you should be careful today. I'm not the same person I was yesterday. Oh, how much can a person grow in one day? He asked, unimpressed. He clearly thought I needed another reality check. He lunged. If I just keep practicing the normal way, I'll never catch him, she whispered. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Miss, what are your orders? A respectful voice answered. I heard Laojun Pharmaceuticals is about to release their new origin-creating pill, she said coldly. Go buy them. All of them. As many as you can get. But miss, those cost 1,000,000 yuan per pill. Money isn't the issue. The Luo family has plenty. Just do it. She hung up and stared at me on the field, her eyes burning with a new competitive fire. Suchio, I won't stay in second place forever. It's time you saw the power of money. I fought with Mu Qingkong for the rest of the day. For the next 2 weeks, my life followed a strict, grueling rhythm. During the day, I went to school to spar with him, soaking up every bit of combat experience he could throw at me. At night, I returned home and used the Blue Spirit necklace to meditate. My progress was explosive. In just half a month, I broke through to the mid-grade first-rank warrior realm. One evening, I was taking the bus home like any other day. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. The screech of tires filled the air. Everyone on board was thrown forward by the momentum. My instincts kicked in instantly. I reached out and pulled Xiaoshuang into my arms, shielding her body with mine. Crap! Driver, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? Passengers were shouting, rubbing their bruised limbs. But their anger turned to pure terror in a heartbeat. Outside, the ground cracked open. A massive, pitch-black rat crawled out of the earth. It was several meters high with blood-red eyes and a thick, suffocating aura of malice. With a violent thud, the beast rammed into the bus, flipping it onto its side. It's a blood demon rat. A first-rank beast. Run! Everyone get out. Panic erupted. The bus was a cage. The main doors were pinned against the asphalt, leaving only the windows on the upper side as an escape route. Everyone scrambled, shoving and screaming, which only slowed them down. I didn't waste time. I smashed a window with a single punch and hoisted Xiaoshuang up. Go, get out first. I climbed out right behind her. We hit the pavement and started to run, but a woman's scream from inside the wreckage stopped me cold. Help! Someone help my child. A young boy was pinned under a seat, unable to move. There were others too, elderly people and children trapped in the twisted metal. The blood demon rat was closing in, its red eyes locked on the bus. I hesitated. My heart hammered against my ribs. Brother, what are you doing? Xiaoshuang grabbed my arm, her voice trembling. Run? You just became a warrior. You can't fight that thing. Don't be a hero. She wasn't cold-hearted, but I was her only family. To her, my life was worth more than everyone else on that bus combined. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed in my mind. Option 1. Ignore it and run. Reward: 1 healing potion. Option 2. Lead the beast away. Reward: 10 healing potions. Option 3. Kill the blood demon rat. Reward: 1 high-grade genetic medicine. I stared at the third option. High-grade genetic medicine was worth at least 10 million yuan. It could rewrite a person's DNA, boost cultivation, and extend life. My mouth went dry. But it wasn't just about the reward. A warrior is here to save us. Hope flared in their eyes, but it was short-lived. The blood demon rat scrambled back to its feet. It shook its head and let out a low, guttural growl, staring at me with renewed fury. I frowned. Even a common first-rank beast was incredibly durable. In this world, beasts usually had the upper hand against warriors of the same rank due to their sheer physical power. Usually, you needed a second-rank warrior to guarantee a kill on a first-rank beast. This rat was a mid-grade first-rank, just like me. My Taotai soul was amazing for cultivation, but it didn't give me a raw, offensive edge in a fight. Good thing I'm not just a one-trick pony, I whispered. I wasn't being reckless. I had a trump card. I closed my eyes for a split second and tapped into the power of the white tiger, soul hidden deep within me. Immediately, a terrifying, murderous aura exploded from my body. It felt cold and sharp, like 1,000 blades. To anyone watching, I probably looked like a human-shaped monster. The rat sensed the shift. It froze, hesitant to approach. I didn't give it the chance. Die? I lunged. My fists were wreathed in flames again, but this time, the white tiger's killing intent infused the strike. The power felt doubled. No, tripled. The rat tried to block with its claws. I smashed right through them. My fist slammed into its chest with the force of a falling star. Boom. A massive hole opened up in the beast's torso. But the force didn't stop there. The entire body of the blood demon rat suddenly disintegrated, exploding into a shower of gore and organ fragments. Blood sprayed everywhere. My clean white school uniform was instantly stained crimson. I stood there, panting, staring at my hands in shock. I hadn't just killed it, I had erased it. The power of the white tiger's soul was terrifying. Brother? Xiaoshuang hadn't run away. She was standing a few yards back, her jaw dropped, staring at the carnage. I wiped a smudge of blood off my cheek and gave her a tired, shaky grin. Hey, Xiaoshuang, was that punch cool or what? Before she could answer, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. A woman in a white shirt sprinted into the clearing. She had tanned skin, lean muscles, and was carrying a black staff that was taller than she was. Where's the beast? She shouted, her eyes scanning the area for a threat. Then, she stopped. She looked at the crater in the road, the piles of rat meat, and finally, at me. a high school kid standing in a pool of blood. The woman stepped closer, her eyes darting between me and the mess on the ground. She looked worried for a second, checking me for wounds. Then, her expression shifted into something closer to confusion. She realized the red coating my clothes wasn't mine. It was beast blood. "Did you kill this thing?" she asked, her voice sharp. I nodded simply. "I did." She looked stunned. She asked which hunting team I belonged to. In Chinyan City, there were 20 of these teams dedicated to hunting monsters and keeping the peace. I knew the drill, but I wasn't one of them. "I'm not a hunter," I said, shaking my head. "I'm just a student from high school number 3. The woman's jaw practically hit the pavement. She stared at me like I was a freak of nature. I didn't blame her. High schoolers weren't supposed to be soloing blood demon rats in the middle of the street. But I didn't want to stick around for an interview. I grabbed Xiaoshuang's hand and started walking. "The hunting team is here now," I called back over my shoulder. "So we're heading out." I wanted to be the mysterious hero who disappears into the sunset. The woman just stood there, scratching her head as she watched us leave. I could feel her eyes on my back. She looked at the remains of the rat and smiled to herself. I had a feeling our paths would cross again. As we walked away, a woman holding a small child ran toward us. She bowed deeply, her face pale with relief. She thanked me for saving their lives. The little boy looked at me with wide, sparkling eyes and told me he wanted to be just as strong as me one day. I wanted to pat his head, but my hands were covered in gore. I just gave him a thumbs up and told him to study hard. Once we got home, I headed straight for the shower. The smell of the beast was starting to make me sick. When I stepped out, I saw Xiaoshuang sitting on the sofa. She wasn't moving. She was just sitting there, quietly wiping tears from her eyes. "Xiaoshuang, what's wrong?" I asked, sitting beside her. "Are you still scared?" She shook her head, her eyes red. "No, I thought about Dad." I went quiet. Our father had died years ago. He had died protecting people from a beast attack, leaving us behind. Seeing me fight today had brought it all back for her. "You're a fool, just like him," she sobbed, looking at me. "Why did you have to get involved? What if something happened to you? Did you even think about me?" I reached out and placed a hand on her head. I told her that she was always my first priority. But I explained that the people I saved today had families too. They had brothers and sisters just like her. If every martial artist turned a blind eye, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. We lived in safety because of the blood shed by those who came before us. "I won't be reckless," I promised her. "I only stepped in because I knew I could win. That rat was nothing to me." "You don't feel stronger? Faster?" She shook her head. I was baffled. This bottle was worth 10 million credits on the open market, and she treated it like a juice box. I figured that since she wasn't a martial artist, the changes were probably happening on a cellular level where she couldn't feel them yet. We ordered some takeout, since neither of us had the energy to cook after the chaos. We ate, relaxed, and eventually headed to our own rooms. I sat on my bed, entering a deep meditation to stabilize my new power. While I was training, Xiaoshuang fell into a deep sleep, and the dreams returned. In her mind, she was the Empress again, soaring through the stars. But this time, the dream turned dark. She was being hunted. Several beings, as powerful as gods themselves, had cornered her in the void of space. The battle was cataclysmic. Stars were shattered like glass as they traded blows. The Empress was dying. Her body was broken beyond repair. In a final act of defiance, she chose to self-detonate. The explosion was brighter than 1,000 suns, scorching the icy universe and wounding her enemies. In that blinding flash, she used the last of her strength to cast a secret soul-fleeing technique. A tiny fragment of her soul shot out into the darkness, a streak of light crossing entire galaxies, searching for a place to hide. The soul fragment streaked across the void and finally landed on a blue and white planet. It was Earth. Back in the apartment, Xiaoshuang bolted upright in bed, drenched in sweat. The images of that cosmic war were still burned into her mind. She wiped her forehead, her voice trembling as she whispered to the empty room. "So that's how it is. In my past life, I was hunted down and killed by a group of cowards." She clenched her fists, her eyes burning with a sudden, fierce ambition. "Just wait until I return to my peak. I've cultivated for 18 years, and I'll drag every single one of those emperors down to hell with me." Just as she was getting swept up in her own heroic speech, a cold, indifferent voice drifted from the shadows beside her. "The person you dreamed of was me, not your past life." Xiaoshuang froze. The voice continued, cutting through her fantasy like a blade. "And as for your 18-year plan, even if you had 1800 years, you wouldn't even reach the Earth realm. Honestly, you probably wouldn't even manage to leave this planet." Xiaoshuang spun around and gasped. Standing by her bed was the woman from her dreams, the Empress herself. She looked exactly like the goddess who had just detonated herself in the stars. "What the hell?" Xiaoshuang stammered, her brain short-circuiting. "Weren't you my past life? How did you get out of my dream?" Moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the woman. She was breathtaking. Her hair fell like a dark waterfall, her skin was as smooth as jade, and her features were so perfect they looked sculpted by a master artist. Her phoenix-like eyes held a natural, cold arrogance. Xiaoshuang had seen celebrities on TV, but they were nothing compared to this. For a second, she felt a pang of insecurity, but she quickly shook it off. She was still young. She'd be just as beautiful when she grew up. The woman looked at her calmly. "I am the person from your dreams. You may call me the Empress of the Nine Heavens." "How are you here?" Xiaoshuang asked, her eyes wide. "It's exactly as you saw," the Empress explained. "I was ambushed. After I self-detonated, I used a secret technique to preserve a fragment of my soul. I drifted to Earth and merged with you the moment you were born. You've been dreaming of my life because I've been slowly waking up. That gene medicine you drank tonight provided the final spark of energy I needed to manifest." Xiaoshuang's face went pale. She'd read enough web novels to know where this was going. "Wait, are you going to possess me? Like a soul takeover?" The thought of losing her life, and losing the love her brother gave her, made her blood boil with fear and rage. The Empress rolled her eyes. "Stop reading so many novels. I'm not going to possess you. However, we are now one entity. To put it in terms you understand, I have become your soul." Xiaoshuang blinked. She knew about weapon souls, beast souls, and even plant souls. But a human soul? And not just any human, but an empress who ruled galaxies? "Since you're my soul now," Xiaoshuang said, her practical side taking over. "Does that mean you're my cheat code? Can you help me?" The Empress smiled faintly. "You're delusional and arrogant, but you adapt quickly. Yes, since we are one, I will help you reach the peak of martial arts. Without me, your talent is mediocre at best. With me, you have a chance to leave this planet." "Leave Earth?" Xiaoshuang asked. "How strong do I need to be for that?" "By your planet's standards, you need to be a 9th-order king. Only a 10th-order sovereign has the right to explore the galaxy. An 11th-order half-saint is barely considered a master, and to truly rule in the stars, you need to be at least a 12th-order saint." Xiaoshuang's head spun. At school, they taught that the 10th order was the absolute limit of human power. Now she was hearing about saints and earth realms. She started to grin, standing up on her bed and putting her hands on her hips like a cartoon villain. "This is great. With you and my brother's SSS rank soul, who would dare mess with us? We're going to run this planet." "Ha ha." The Empress sighed. "Your brother's talent is decent. If he's lucky, he might leave Earth. But the galaxy is vast, filled with geniuses who would make him look like a commoner." "Don't you dare look down on my brother." Xiaoshuang snapped, glaring at her. "He's the strongest. I am simply stating facts," the Empress replied, shaking her head. She didn't want to argue with a girl who had a brother complex. "Fine. I will grant you a meditation map. Use it, and I guarantee that within 3 months, you will completely surpass him." She reached out and tapped Xiaoshuang's forehead. Instantly, a complex, mystical image flooded Xiaoshuang's mind. It was a vast, swirling galaxy that seemed to pull her soul deep into its center. "This is the sovereign meditation map," the Empress said. "In your world's ranking, it's a 10th order technique. It's the highest level you can currently handle. With this and my power to refine energy, no SSS rank user will be able to keep up with your cultivation speed." "So cool. Let me try." Xiaoshuang immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate. The spiritual energy of the world began to rush toward her like a vacuum. In the next room, I was deep in my own training when I felt a sudden shift. The spiritual energy in the air was being yanked away, flowing toward a specific point nearby. Someone was trying to steal my energy? Suddenly, a system prompt flashed in my vision. Warning, you are the possessor of the Taotai soul. You cannot allow your energy to be stolen. How do you respond to this provocation? Option 1. Ignore it. Let the energy be taken. Reward, a useless bottle of cold medicine. Option 2. Compete for it, but hold back to save the other person's face. Reward, 2 bottles of high-level gene medicine. Option 3. You want to steal from me? You're too young. Go all out and show them who the king of devouring is. Reward, 11th order meditation map. I stared at the third option. An 11th order map? The highest known map on Earth was 10th order, and even those were legendary. The Moonlight Swordsman map I was currently using was only 7th order, and that was considered top tier in our city. An 11th order map was unheard of. I didn't hesitate for a second. I choose option 3. I released the full power of my Taotai soul. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire apartment complex and the surrounding streets began to swirl into a violent vortex, screaming toward my room. The spiritual energy of the entire apartment complex rushed toward my room, forming a violent vortex in the air. Next door, the peerless Empress Cheong Xiao sensed the sudden shift. She looked toward my room, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. She recognized the terrifying efficiency. It was definitely a Taotai soul. But in her eyes, a Taotai that had not fully grown yet was nothing to fear. She was an empress who had dominated countless realms. Her vast martial experience could not be matched by a novice. She wanted that energy, and she refused to back down. Cheong Xiao unleashed her power, and Xiao Shuang plunged deeper into her meditation, completely unaware that she was competing directly with me. Our dual absorption turned the entire building into a massive spiritual vacuum. Energy from the surrounding streets was violently pulled toward us. The sudden drain instantly alarmed the local martial artists. Neighbors woke up cursing, unable to cultivate because their spiritual energy had vanished. Inside my room, I felt the resistance. Someone was actively fighting me for the energy, and the source was coming straight from Xiao Shuang's bedroom. I froze. How was Xiao Shuang absorbing energy? More importantly, how was she doing it with an efficiency that almost rivaled my SSS rank, Taotai soul? It did not matter. Stealing energy from your own brother takes some serious nerve. It was time to show her who was boss. I smiled faintly as a brand new meditation map materialized in my mind. A white-robed immortal sat cross-legged in the vast starry sky, holding a blazing sun in one hand and a brilliant moon in the other. It radiated an overwhelming, divine pressure. This was my reward from the system, the 11th order immortal holding the sun and moon map. Because it came directly from the system, it imprinted instantly into my brain. I did not need time to study it. I activated it immediately. With the 11th order map boosting my Taotai soul, my absorption speed skyrocketed. It was not just our street anymore. Martial artists across a dozen surrounding blocks suddenly found themselves completely cut off from the world's energy. Down the road, a martial arts master was in the middle of his nightly training when the air around him went dead. He tried desperately to claw the energy back, but he could not catch a single drop. Panic seized him. He swallowed hard, wondering what kind of monster could cause such a massive disturbance. He was a 6th order martial artist. For someone to completely block him out, it had to be a 7th order marquis or even an 8th order king. He stared out into the night, deeply shaken. The two of us continued to drain the area for miles, completely turning the neighborhood upside down. Next door, Empress Cheong Xiao opened her eyes. She stared at the wall separating our rooms, her mind filled with utter disbelief. Her energy was being stripped away. She was actually losing a tug-of-war against a measly first-order martial artist. Even for a Taotai soul, this was completely absurd. A wild thought crossed her mind. Did this kid possess a meditation map above the 10th order? She shook her head. Earth should not have treasures of that caliber. Yet, as she looked toward my room, a deep sense of mystery shrouded her perception of me. Xiao Shuang opened her eyes a moment later, looking around in confusion. She asked why the energy had suddenly stopped flowing. Cheong Xiao replied flatly, telling her that I had stolen every last drop. Xiao Shuang blinked in surprise, but then she proudly tilted her chin up. She bragged about how amazing her brother was, mocking the Empress for losing to me. Xiong Zhao's mouth twitched. She could not even find the words to argue back. Deep down, she swore she would eventually show Xiao Shuang who the real powerhouse was, or she would never earn the girl's respect. The Empress sighed, laughing bitterly at herself. She had once ruled realms, yet here she was, throwing a tantrum over a little girl and a low-level boy. Feeling completely demoralized, her form dissolved into glowing particles and faded back into Xiao Shuang's body. By then, I had absorbed my fill. My body was packed to the brim with spiritual energy, and I could not take another bite. I stretched my arms and looked down at the blue spirit necklace resting against my chest. The artifact was glowing faintly, automatically drawing in residual energy. During my frenzy, I had not just drained the atmosphere. I had also sucked out most of the energy stored inside the necklace itself. If Wu Qingkong ever found out, he would lose his mind. The necklace held enough energy to sustain a normal first-order martial artist for an entire month, and I had devoured most of it in minutes. The rate was simply monstrous. I checked my internal state. Thanks to the massive influx of energy, my cultivation had firmly locked into the first-order high grade. I was just a single step away from reaching the second order. The combination of an 11th order meditation map and the Tao Tai soul was terrifyingly effective. I was thrilled with the progress, but my mind immediately shifted back to Xiao Shuang. How on earth did she suddenly start absorbing energy like that? I walked straight into her room. Xiao Shuang did not look surprised to see me. I looked at her with a dead serious expression and asked her point-blank if she had somehow awakened her martial soul early. True geniuses sometimes awakened before the official ceremony, and I wondered if my sister was one of them. Xiao Shuang looked up and asked if I remembered the dream she told me about earlier. I nodded. She smiled and told me it was not a dream at all. It was completely real. She did not hold anything back, explaining the existence of Empress Qiong Xiao and her humanoid martial soul. I stood there, completely frozen. An empress? A humanoid martial soul? It sounded like absolute nonsense. I told her to make the empress come out so I could see her myself. Xiao Shuang tried to call her out, but a voice echoed sharply inside my sister's mind. The empress refused, claiming she was tired and needed to rest. No matter how much Xiao Shuang begged, Qiong Xiao completely ignored her. Xiao Shuang scratched her head, looking up at me with a smirk. She told me the empress was probably too traumatized to face me. I asked how I could have possibly traumatized her. Xiao Shuang pouted, stating that a grand empress losing an energy battle to a first-order kid was incredibly embarrassing. Deep inside the martial soul space, Qiong Xiao ground her teeth in pure rage. She could not believe her own master was trash-talking her like this. She cursed her luck for being stuck with such a brother-obsessed girl. I watched Xiao Shuang closely, thinking things over. I knew my sister would never lie to me about something this serious. I told her to stay vigilant and to let me know the second anything felt wrong. I promised her I would beat the Empress up if she tried anything funny. Hearing that, the Empress threw an absolute tantrum inside the soul space. She fumed, wishing she was not so weakened from her awakening. If Xiao Shuang were not such a fanatic for her brother, she would have shown both of us who would be doing the beating. A mere first-order brat talking about hitting an empress was a total insult to her dignity. Xiao Shuang ignored the angry spirit in her head and proudly patted her chest. She told me not to worry, explaining that she could feel their souls were bound together and that the empress would not harm her. Xiao Shuang looked at me with pure sincerity, promising that with the empress's help, she would catch up to me in no time. She saw the empress as her ultimate chance. I felt a wave of relief and patted her small head. I told her I'd be waiting for her to grow strong. She grinned, puffing out her chest, and told me that when she became the empress who ruled the universe, she'd give me the entire planet Earth as a gift. I rolled my eyes. If she ever actually became an empress, I wouldn't be doing too badly myself. I didn't need her to give me the planet, but I didn't want to crush her confidence either. I just ushered her back to her room to sleep. Once she was gone, the Empress Qiong Xiao reappeared in the soul space. She looked at Xiao Shuang with a mix of approval and a challenge. She told Xiao Shuang that having ambition was good, but if she wanted to protect her brother, she had to be stronger than him. She promised that if Xiao Shuang followed her training, she would surpass me. The Empress was petty. She was still fuming about my threat to beat her up. She wanted to see the day I realized I couldn't lay a finger on her. Xiao Shuang didn't realize the Empress had a grudge against me. She only knew she had to grow strong enough to protect her family. She accepted the training with high spirits. The next day, I arrived at school and headed to my classroom. I found Luo Qingxue sitting cross-legged, looking like she had just finished a cultivation session. As soon as she saw me, she challenged me to a duel. I wasn't in the mood. I told her to find someone else, but she pointed out the obvious. No one else in the school was a match for her. It was true. In the entire third high school, only she and I had SSS-ranked souls. Fighting anyone else was boring for her, and fighting the teachers was still out of our league. I stretched, ready to refuse again, when a system prompt flashed before my eyes. The system gave me 3 choices. 1. Refuse and get a bottle of high-grade gene medicine. 2. Agree, defeat her, and prove who the real king of the school was for 2 bottles of medicine. 3. Agree, but make her massage my shoulders first before beating her. The reward for the third option was a charm fruit. A charm fruit. I wondered if it just made me more handsome. It sounded interesting. I smiled at Luo Qingxue and told her I'd consider it, but my shoulders were stiff from sleeping wrong. I hinted that if someone gave me a massage, I might be in better shape to fight. I even teased her by calling her Perpetual Number 2. Luo Qingxue's face twitched. She clenched her fists, telling me not to push it. I just shrugged and said being second place wasn't that bad. That did it. She walked over, eyes burning, and told me to sit down. She actually did it. Her soft hands began kneading my shoulders. I closed my eyes, enjoying every second of it. I told her to go a little higher, then a little harder. It felt great. Luo Qingxue was fuming. She was the eldest lady of the prestigious Luo family. She had never served anyone like this in her life. But she endured it, telling herself that once she beat me, she'd finally shed that number 2 title. After 10 minutes, she asked if I was done. I told her I needed a bit more, so she gave me a sharp pinch that made me hiss in pain. Just then, our teacher, Mu Qingkong, walked in. He saw us and gave a playful smirk, joking about young love and the beauty of youth. I ignored the teasing and stood up. I told Luo Qingxue that as long as I was at this school, she would always be second place. We headed to the playground. Word spread fast. Students from all over the school crowded the windows and the sidelines. Even the teachers came out to watch. Everyone wanted to know which SSS-ranked genius was stronger. Some bet on me because of how I had absorbed all the spiritual energy during practice. Others bet on Luo Qingxue, arguing that her soul was combat-oriented while mine was just for support. Plus, her family was rich. They had probably pumped her full of expensive pills. I saw Xiao Shuang in the crowd. She looked worried that I might lose, so I gave her a confident, okay sign. Luo Qingxue didn't hold back. She stepped forward, and a massive burst of spiritual power erupted from her. The ground around her began to freeze. Mu Qingkong's eyes widened. She had reached the upper first-order rank in less than a month. It was incredible progress. He looked at me, thinking my chances were slim, but I stayed calm. Luo Qingxue looked at me with pride. She admitted I was talented and had always beaten her in grades, but she claimed those days were over. She charged at me, her palm glowing with a freezing blue light. It was the A-rank ice spiral palm. Between her rank and that technique, she looked unstoppable. I dodged her first strike, genuinely surprised. She really had gotten stronger. Her cultivation and her gear were top tier. But I wasn't worried. I had a few tricks of my own. Superpowers are a hell of a drug. I realized quickly that the Luo family had dumped a fortune into Luo Qingxue's training. That blue light on her hand wasn't just energy, it was an A-rank martial technique. In top-tier dojos, only the elite disciples ever get to touch skills like that. Regular students like us are lucky if the school hands out a basic D-rank manual. The crowd was buzzing. They thought I was done for. To them, I was just a talented kid with no backing, while she was a goddess armed with the best money could buy. I didn't care. As she lunged, I stayed light on his feet, dodging her strikes by a hair's breadth. I clenched my fists. I didn't have fancy family heirlooms, but I had the raging flame punch. I swung, my fist colliding directly with her palm. Fire met ice in a spray of sparks and mist. Luo Qingxue smirked at me. She told me my D-rank technique couldn't possibly stand up to her A-rank ice spiral palm. I just smiled back. Is that so? I asked. I stopped holding back. My spiritual pressure flared, revealing my true strength, upper first-order rank. I unleashed a barrage of punches, each one wrapped in domineering flames that burned just as bright as her ice. The spectators went wild. They couldn't understand how I'd reached her level so fast, or how my basic trash technique was holding its own. But Mu Qingkong, the scout, saw the truth. He explained it to the others. It was all about mastery. Luo Qingxue had a high-level skill, but she'd only scratched the surface. My raging flame punch, however, was at the perfect level of mastery. The playground became a battlefield of red and blue. We were moving at speeds the other students couldn't even follow. They were still struggling to meditate, and here we were, fighting like seasoned pros. Luo Qingxue was getting frustrated. She'd used every advantage her family gave her, yet I was still right there, matching her move for move. She realized I was a monster, a true genius who didn't need a silver spoon. Our fists clashed again and again. I could feel her rhythm breaking. I had more combat experience, and it was starting to show. Mu Qingkong whispered to the principal that my victory was coming, but Xiaoshuang's internal empress voice disagreed. The voice told my sister that while I was skilled, my Taotai soul was support type, while Luo Qingxue's soul was a pure combat weapon. Once she summons her soul, the voice warned, "Your brother loses." I didn't hear the warning, but I felt the shift. I landed a solid punch to Luo Qingxue's chest, sending her stumbling back. Her face went bright red. "You lecher," she screamed. A freezing aura exploded from her body. A streak of blue light shot into the sky, transforming into a magnificent, glowing bird. It was her SSS rank soul, the Frost Empress Phoenix. The bird let out a screech and spat a beam of pure ice at me. I dove out of the way just in time. The ground where I'd been standing turned into a solid block of ice instantly. "You're trying to kill me," I yelled. She laughed, telling me her family could thaw me out if things got too cold. She asked if I wanted her to go easy on me. I just grinned. Not a chance. She came at me with the bird attacking from above and her palms striking from the front. It was 2 against 1. Xiaoshuang was screaming that it wasn't fair, but in this world, your soul is part of you. I saw an opening. I rushed forward, my fist glowing with a heat that felt different than before. A massive, spectral image of a tiger's head flickered around my arm. I punched straight through her defense. Even her SSS rank Phoenix was blown back by the sheer force of the impact. Luo Qingxue froze. She looked into my eyes and saw something terrifying, like she was being hunted by a prehistoric beast. My fist stopped less than an inch from her forehead. I didn't hit her. Instead, I reached out and gave her forehead a playful flick. "So who lost?" I asked, showing off a wide, confident grin. Her face turned a deep shade of crimson. She lowered her head and recalled her soul. "I lost," she whispered. I breathed a sigh of relief. She was tough. If I hadn't secretly used the power of my second soul, the white tiger, to boost my punch at the last second, I might not have broken her guard. Having 2 SSS rank souls really felt like cheating sometimes. As the crowd erupted in cheers, calling me a hero, Luo Qingxue didn't look defeated for long. She walked up to me, eyes full of fire. She told me she wouldn't stay in second place forever. I just yawned. Sure. I'll be waiting. I told Luo Qingxue to keep working hard. To be honest, her talent was top tier. Even in the long history of our world, SS rank souls were rare. If she trained normally, she would definitely become a pillar of human society. Unfortunately for her, she had chosen me as her rival. I was a man with a cheat code. I had 10 SSS rank souls packed into one body. In all of history, I was the only one. The school intercom suddenly crackled to life. A voice echoed across the grounds, asking me to come to the principal's office. I was surprised. What did the old man want with me now? Curious, I made my way to the office and knocked on the door. Inside the wood-scented room, the principal wasn't alone. A woman sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. She wore a white shirt and had her hair pulled back in a high ponytail. She was tall, with visible muscle lines and a hint of abs showing beneath her shirt. She looked heroic. I recognized her immediately. She was a member of the hunting team I'd run into yesterday after I killed that blood demon rat. Haha, little student, we meet again. The woman stood up and slapped me on the shoulder. I looked at the principal, confused. He gave me a faint smile. Suchio, let me introduce you. This is Olay, the captain of the raging bull hunting team from District 16. You killed a blood demon rat yesterday, right? I nodded. That's the one, Olay said. I'm here to give you your reward. My eyes lit up. Rewards were always good. She pulled out a silk banner that read Heroic Youth in big, bold letters. She handed it to me with a proud grin. I stared at it, unimpressed. Just this? Where's the money? Can I eat this banner? Olay laughed. Of course not. There's also 100,000 in cash. Now we were talking. I smiled instantly. Thank you, Captain Olay. Kid, are you interested in coming to work for my hunting team? She asked, throwing out an unexpected offer. The principal's brow furrowed. Captain Olay, Suchio is still a student. Isn't it a bit early for the hunting teams? That's a dangerous profession. A genius like him is just starting out. If something happens to him, it's a loss for the whole country. I know that, Olay said bluntly. But I saw the video of him killing that rat. Letting him follow a standard school curriculum is a waste of his talent. The strongest warriors are born on the cruelest battlefields. A school is just a greenhouse. It can't grow true power. The principal's face twitched. Captain, don't forget you graduated from this school. Are you really insulting your own alma mater? I'm just telling the truth, she laughed, patting my shoulder again. 3 days from now, the Raging Bull team is holding interviews. If you're brave enough, come try out. I looked her in the eye. How are the benefits? 80,000 a month, free room and board. She listed off. Weekends and holidays off, performance bonuses, and at least 3 company trips a year. Most importantly, my team has several beautiful older sisters. She pulled out her phone and showed me a photo of a team member dressed as a priestess, looking very well endowed. Get out. Are you here to recruit or kidnap? The principal was fuming. He tried to kick her out, but Olay wasn't giving up. Suddenly, my teacher, Mu Kong, walked into the office. The moment she saw Olay, she didn't say a word. She summoned her flaming gauntlets and threw a massive punch. Boom. Olay was caught off guard. She took the hit and flew straight out the 6-story window. I swallowed hard and ran to the ledge. That was a long drop. But when I looked down, Olay was standing steadily on the playground, rubbing her shoulder and grinning up at the window. Long time no see, Mu Kong. You dare try to steal my student? Mu Kong growled. Her forehead was pulsing with anger. Suchio is your student? Then I definitely want him. You're only half decent at teaching. You'll waste his potential. Who are you calling half decent? Mu Kong leaped from the window, her fist raised high. She smashed down toward the playground like a meteor. Olay summoned a massive spiked mace and swung back. The two souls collided, sending a shockwave of fire across the field. The ground cracked under the pressure. Principal, do they know each other? I asked. The old man rubbed his temples. They were in the same class, graduated first and second in their year. They've been rivals since they were kids. The fight got more intense. They were starting to wreck the equipment. The principal couldn't sit still anymore. He rushed down to stop them before they tore the school apart. Stop, both of you. You're going to level my building. They finally pulled apart. Olay looked at me and winked. Think about it, Suchio. Your true stage is the battlefield. She stowed her mace and walked away, looking cool as hell. I stood there, thinking. Suddenly, my system pinged. A prompt appeared with 3 choices. 1. Refuse the offer and stay safe in school. Reward, 2 high-grade gene potions. 2. Go to the interview, but fail on purpose. Reward, 10 high-grade gene potions. 3. Pass the interview and join the team to grow on the battlefield. Reward, A-rank skill, the Thunder King Spear. My eyes widened. The Thunder King Spear? I'd seen Luo Qingxue use an A-rank skill, and even though she'd barely mastered the basics, it was terrifying. A skill like that in the market would cost at least 100 million. Only a family like hers could afford one. I didn't make a choice immediately. Back in class, Mu Kong noticed I was distracted. Are you actually considering Olay's offer? I am, I admitted. Teacher, what do you think? She sighed, her anger fading. As much as I hate that woman, she's strong. You'd learn a lot from her. Honestly, With your current strength, you could already pass the graduation exams. Staying here might actually hold you back. She knows you have an SSS rank soul, so she'll look after you. I was surprised she didn't stop me. Then I'll go. I want to join the hunting team. I figured you'd say that, she said. But before you leave, there's the citywide newbie competition. It's not just our school this time. 13 high schools are competing together. The first place prize is a full set of high-grade gene potions. A full set? I asked. That was 12 bottles. Each one was worth millions. I realized then that if I wanted to reach the top, I needed every resource I could get my hands on. A full set of high-grade gene potions was worth at least 100 million. I couldn't believe the rewards for the newbie competition were this generous. With your current strength, you have a real shot at winning the whole thing, Mu Qingkong said, her voice dropping its usual edge. Just make sure you come back for the finals. The finals? I asked. Yeah. You're strong enough that you don't need to waste time fighting the average students in the preliminary rounds. I'll submit an application to fast-track you straight into the top 8. I couldn't help but grin. That sounded perfect. Are you using skincare products? Your skin looks amazing, and you actually look handsome. I rolled my eyes at her. I don't use that stuff. We'd been scraping by for years. We didn't have money for luxuries like that. Does cultivation make people more attractive? She wondered aloud. I'm already naturally beautiful. If I get even more charming, how am I going to handle all the suitors? Inside the soul space, the peerless Empress version of Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. But even she looked at me with a strange glint in her eyes. She had to admit, I looked good. There was a unique charm about me now. The house husband vibe was apparently working. After breakfast, we headed to the bus stop. The moment I stepped onto the bus, I noticed something weird. Several women sat up straighter, their eyes lighting up. One girl even patted the empty seat next to her. Hey, handsome, she said boldly. There's a spot here. Come sit. I walked over, but I let Xiaoshuang take the seat. Just as I was about to stand in the aisle, an elderly man with white hair boarded the bus. I immediately stepped aside and offered him my spot. The girl who invited me looked visibly disappointed. Suddenly, an older woman stood up and grabbed my arm. Little handsome, come here. Take my seat. I was stunned. This had never happened to me before. It's okay, Auntie. I can stand. Don't be polite, young man. You're a student, the future of our country. Sit down. She practically forced me into the chair. She chatted with me the entire way, laughing at everything I said. I could feel the younger girls nearby glaring at her, their eyes filled with jealousy. They clearly wanted to be the ones talking to me. Once we reached school, I walked Xiaoshuang to her classroom like I always did. All along the hallway, younger students were whispering and staring with stars in their eyes. Is that Senior Lin? He's so hot. I feel like he's even more handsome than yesterday. Is it just me? I'm so jealous of Xiaoshuang. Living with a guy like that would add 10 years to my life. I ignored the chatter and went to my own class. Throughout the lesson, I noticed something distracting. Luo Qingxue seemed totally out of it. Every time I looked over, she was stealing glances at me. I finally snapped and turned my head. Why do you keep looking at me? Our eyes met, and her face turned bright red. She looked away instantly. I'm not looking at you. Don't be ridiculous. You've peeked at me at least a dozen times, I countered. Well, if you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? She shot back. I opened my mouth to argue, but I realized she had me there. I had no comeback for that. At the front of the room, Mu Qingkong's forehead was twitching. She snapped the chalk in her hand, turning it into dust. I brought you here to study, not to flirt. Who's flirting with him? Luo Qingxue huffed, turning her head further away. Mu Qingkong rubbed her temples, looking exhausted. I can't teach like this. Starting tomorrow, both of you don't need to come to class anymore. Study at home. I panicked for a second. Teacher, we're sorry. But she shook her head. It's not just about the flirting. To be honest, your progress has exceeded my wildest expectations. What takes other seniors a year to learn, you two mastered in less than a month. I have nothing left to teach you. She looked at us seriously. Leveling up, combat experience, and martial skills. Those are things you have to find on your own now. I went quiet, processing her words. She was right. A warrior's true path is their own. Every soul is different, and the school can only provide the foundation. If I wanted to truly grow, I had to step out into the real world. I understand, Teacher Mu. Thank you for everything, I said, standing up and bowing deeply. Luo Qingxue followed suit. Mu Qingkong smiled, but her expression quickly turned solemn. You both have incredible talent, but remember, talent isn't everything. S and SS rank souls are rare, but they exist. You might be stronger, but a fight isn't just about soul rank. It's about skills, experience, terrain, strategy, and mindset. Throughout history, the weak have defeated the strong countless times. Never get arrogant. And trust me, you aren't the only SSS ranks in this world, let alone the planet. There are too many hidden geniuses out there. We both nodded solemnly. Understood. Good. For your final lesson, I'm going to give you a real taste of combat. Both of you against me. She led us out to the sports field and beckoned us forward. We didn't hesitate. I had submitted my application days ago, so I grabbed my number and found a quiet corner to sit down. I scanned the crowd. It was mostly veteran warriors, ranging from fit young men to gray-haired elders who looked like they had seen 1,000 battles. I looked around for anyone my age. There wasn't a single one. Usually, kids my age were stuck in classrooms, far away from the front lines where people fought monsters for a living. Look at that kid, a voice whispered nearby. He's actually holding a number. Does he think this is a playground? He'll probably wet his pants the second he sees a real beast, another man mocked. I ignored them. I kept my eyes on the floor, waiting for my turn. Eventually, a voice boomed through the speakers. Number 66. That was me. I stood up and walked toward the interview room. Behind me, the whispers turned into bets. They predicted I wouldn't last 3 minutes before being kicked out. Inside the room sat a refined-looking young man with glasses. He looked up at me and froze for a second, clearly surprised by how young I was. He gave me a small, professional smile. Show me your soul, he said simply. I didn't waste time. I summoned the Tao Tai. The moment the dark, ancient presence filled the room, a specialized detection machine on the desk began to emit a piercing, high-pitched alarm. The man jumped out of his chair, his face pale with shock. SSS rank, he stammered. Yes, I replied. You passed, he said, swallowing hard. Wait outside. I need to process this. It was the shortest interview of my life. When I walked back into the lobby less than a minute later, the crowd erupted in muffled laughter. They assumed I had been rejected instantly. I ignored the smirks and sat back down to wait for the final notification. The man with glasses rushed out of the room a moment later. He didn't look at anyone else. Interviews are paused, he shouted. Everyone, please wait. He sprinted toward the back offices, leaving the crowd confused. A man walked up to me, leaning over with a mocking grin. Hey kid, what happened in there? Why did they stop everything? I don't know, I said calmly. What did they ask you? They asked me to show my soul. Then they told me to wait. The man sneered. And what rank is your soul exactly? SSS rank, I said. The entire lobby went silent for a heartbeat, and then they roared with laughter. People were clutching their sides. SSS rank? Kid, you're a riot. There haven't been 10 SSS ranks in the entire history of our country. At least make your lies believable. I didn't bother arguing. They wouldn't believe the truth anyway. Meanwhile, in the back office, the man with glasses, whose name was Lin Jian, burst in on Captain Ole. Ole was slumped over his desk, napping. Captain, big news, Lin Jian yelled. Ole woke up with a start, wiping drool from her chin. What? Is there a monster breach? No. An SSS rank just applied. Ole's eyes lit up instantly. Is his name Lin Yuan? How did you know? Ole laughed loudly, his voice shaking the walls. I knew he'd come. That kid is going to be a legend on the battlefield. He'll show you the ropes. Lin Jian looked at me, then at the captain, looking a bit overwhelmed. Captain, he's an SSS rank. Are you sure I'm the right person to lead him? You'll do fine, Ole grunted. Lin Jian sighed and shook my hand. Just call me Lin Jian. I'll show you around and explain the rules. As we walked through the facility, Lin Jian explained that the Raging Bull Squad was different from others. We didn't have many rules. We lived our own lives until a monster threat appeared, at which point we were called to action. There was only one catch, a monthly assessment. If you fail the assessment, Lin Jian said, shivering slightly, You either get kicked out or you have to undergo special training with the captain. Trust me, you don't want the training. I nodded, liking the freedom of the arrangement. How many people are in the squad? Including you? Exactly 20, Lin Jian said. I paused. 20? Isn't 20 the bare minimum required to keep a squad's license? Yeah, Lin Jian admitted. The captain doesn't like dead weight. We only take the best. I looked out the window at the sprawling city below. 20 people to protect an entire district of millions. I realized then that I hadn't just joined a hunting squad. I had joined a group of monsters who did the impossible every single day. Lin Jian explained that having fewer people meant everyone had to work harder. In his eyes, a small team was better. It prevented anyone from slacking off and forced every member to face monsters head-on. That kind of constant combat was the only way to grow fast. The captain told me to show you the ropes for a while, Lin Jian said, adjusting his glasses. I should probably introduce myself properly. My martial soul is an A rank called the Storm Sword. He opened his palm. A gentle breeze began to swirl around his hand, and a massive two-handed greatsword materialized out of thin air. The blade was crystal clear, glowing with a soft light and wrapped in visible currents of wind. I also just broke through to become a fourth-stage martial artist, he added. I felt a pang of respect. A fourth-stage martial artist was considered a top-tier expert in Qingyun City, certainly much stronger than I was at the moment. After I finished learning the basics of the Raging Bull Squad from him, I decided to head home. Before I left, Lin Jian handed me a small object. It was a black badge shaped like a bull's head, the official emblem of our squad. Wear this whenever you're on a mission, he instructed. It's not just for show. It has a built-in tracker and communication system. I took the badge and weighed it in my hand. It was heavier than it looked, crafted from some kind of dense metal. I tucked it away and stopped by the market to grab some groceries before heading back to the apartment. When I walked inside, I found Xiaoshuang resting in the living room. I was genuinely surprised. Usually, she was glued to her games. Not playing today? I asked. She opened her eyes and rolled them at me. Brother, do you really think I'm just some lazy person who does nothing all day? Aren't you? I teased. I'm not talking to you, she huffed, puffing out her cheeks in a pout. But when dinner was ready, she was the first one to pull up a chair. As we ate, she looked at me seriously. Brother, I'm not going back to school. I frowned. Why not? There's no point, she said, watching my reaction closely. I can cultivate now. The Peerless Empress is teaching me inside my head. I don't want to waste time on boring classes. I thought about it for a moment, and, to her surprise, I nodded. Fine. I'll talk to the principal tomorrow and apply for home study. Wait, you're actually agreeing? She stammered. You have a point, I said. If you can cultivate, you should focus on that. Just don't fall behind on your basic studies. School matters, but in this world, strength matters more. If the monsters ever break through, only power can keep you safe. I wanted her to be able to protect herself as soon as possible. After dinner, I hopped online and searched for weapons. I typed in spear. My jaw dropped at the prices. Even a basic steel spear cost thousands. The high-end alloy versions were 5 or 6 times that. I checked my balance. I had about 120,000 credits saved up, mostly from the system rewards. Money can be earned back, I muttered to myself. My monthly salary at Raging Bull is 80,000 anyway. I can't cheap out on my life-saving gear. I bit the bullet and ordered the best one I could find, a custom alloy spear for 108,000 credits. I hit pay and watched my balance vanish. My heart twinged. Being a martial artist was definitely an expensive career path. The spear arrived the next morning. I couldn't wait to put it together. It was nearly 2 meters long, looking absolutely fierce in the light. The best part was that it could be disassembled for easy transport. I gave it a few experimental swings. It felt perfect. It was like the weapon was an extension of my own arm. I knew this was the effect of the Thunder King spear technique I had acquired. Even though I had never touched a spear in my life, the system had given me the muscle memory of a master. Brother, be careful, Xiaoshuang yelled. Watch the ceiling fan. She walked over, looking at the weapon with wide eyes. Why a spear? Are you going to use that from now on? Yeah, I said, nodding. Have you picked a style yet? I can ask the Empress, she suggested. She's bound to have some god-tier spear techniques in that head of hers. Don't bother. A cold voice echoed in Xiaoshuang's mind. It was the Empress. I know plenty of styles, but your brother is a total beginner. You can't build a skyscraper without a foundation. Even a primary schooler knows that. I just smiled at my sister. No need to trouble the Empress. Come on, let's go down to the garden. I need to practice. Coming. Xiaoshuang cheered. In her mind, she told the Empress, my brother is a genius. He'll learn it in no time, foundation or not. You think he's omnipotent? The Empress scoffed. Every weapon takes months of basic training. I don't care how talented he is. Nobody is born knowing how to fight. It took me half a year just to master the basics of the sword. We went down to the apartment garden. A few elderly men were there practicing their morning routines. Some were retired martial artists, and even in their old age, their punches whistled through the air. I used to watch them all the time, so we were on friendly terms. When they saw me carrying a spear, they gathered around, curious. Planning to learn the spear, Xiaoqiu? One asked. The spear is the king of weapons. It's not easy. You should learn boxing first to build your core. All right, don't nag the boy. Another laughed, stroking his beard. Go ahead, Xiaoqiu. Show us what you've got. We'll give you some pointers. I scratched my head. It's my first time. Don't laugh if I look clumsy. Haha, don't worry about it. They all nodded, already preparing their critiques. I took a stance and gripped the shaft. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. When I snapped them open, a faint golden light flickered in my pupils. My aura shifted instantly. It was like a sleeping lion had suddenly woken up. The old men's smiles faded. Their faces turned serious. That aura, that wasn't the vibe of a beginner. I moved. I began the forms of the Thunder King's spear. The weapon lunged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea. The air hissed as the spearhead blurred into a dozen points of light. I spun, lunged, parried, and swept. Stab, flick, chop, sweep, point, smash, turn, slice. Every fundamental movement of the spear flowed out of me with terrifying precision. The silver-white alloy danced in my hands like a living creature. And this was just the physical form. I hadn't even touched my spiritual energy yet. The old men stood there, mouths agape. What a technique. One whispered. So aggressive, so fast. First time practicing, another grumbled, his lip twitching. Who is he trying to kid? The men who had promised to give me pointers stayed silent. They realized they'd be lucky if I was the one giving them advice. Go, brother. You're amazing. Xiaoshuang cheered from the sidelines. Inside her soul space, the peerless Empress was having a minor breakdown. Her mental image was twitching. Are you absolutely sure, the Empress demanded, that your brother has never used a spear before? Pretty sure, Xiaoshuang replied. He's never had one at home. Impossible, the Empress hissed, taking a sharp breath. This is absolutely impossible. Even some masters can't pull off techniques like that, the Empress muttered. Does that mean my brother is some kind of genius? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. The peerless Empress was speechless. How could such a monster exist in this world? He had never practiced with a spear, yet the moment he picked one up, he reached a level that even masters might never achieve. This wasn't just about being talented anymore. This shouldn't be possible. How could a tiny place like Blue Star produce such a freak of nature? If his soul was a high-level weapon type, she could almost accept it. But his soul was a beast type, the Taotai. It had nothing to do with spears. The Empress stared deeply at me through Xiaoshuang's eyes, wondering how many more surprises I was hiding. I finished the routine and wiped the sweat from my forehead. I cupped my hands toward the old men watching. Seniors, how was that? They looked at each other, stunned. One old man in white coughed twice, trying to save face. You have some of my style from back in the day. The man in black beside him rolled his eyes. If you had even a third of Xiaoshu's skill back then, you would have been someone important. Don't lie to the kid. Hey, don't call me out like that. You want to go? Let's go. Think I'm scared of you. As the two old-timers started bickering, I shook my head and smiled. It seemed my spear skills weren't half bad. Suddenly, the buffalo badge in my pocket vibrated. I pulled it out and pressed a small button. Lin Jian's voice came through immediately. Su Qiu, we have a mission. Get moving. So soon? I asked. Where? I sent the location to your phone. Get here fast. Understood. I pinned the badge to my chest and checked my phone. The location wasn't far. The old men saw the badge and their expressions turned to respect. That's the buffalo badge. Xiaoshu joined a hunting squad. At his age, he's just like his father. Though his dad never actually made the cut, this kid got in so young. Xiao Shuang's face paled when she heard them. A hunting squad? Why did my brother join something so dangerous without saying a word? I have to grow up faster, she thought. I need to fight by his side. Empress, is there any way for me to get stronger faster? She asked in her mind. Yes, the Empress replied. I can give you a recipe for a spiritual pill. If you get the ingredients, you can concoct medicine that will skyrocket your progress. Pills. That sounds expensive. Alchemy always is. Your family's savings won't cover it. But you haven't read enough stories, girl. There are plenty of ways to make money. Do you want more recipes? A lot more, Xiao Shuang said, her eyes gleaming. We'll just sell a few recipes. Then we'll have all the money we need. While she was dreaming of riches, I was rushing to the scene. It was a shopping mall, already cordoned off with yellow tape. I didn't see Lin Jian, only patrol officers keeping the crowd back. I tried to walk past, but an officer stopped me. Kid, this isn't a playground. Move along. I pointed to the badge on my chest. I'm with the Buffalo Squad. Let me through. The officer looked shocked. He didn't expect someone my age to be a hunter. The awakened warrior went in already. He said if a guy named Su Qiu showed up, to let him in. Is that you? That's me. I ducked under the tape and entered the mall. It was eerie and empty, with merchandise scattered everywhere. It was a big place, and I couldn't see Lin Jian. I took out my spear, assembled the pieces, and felt a surge of confidence holding it. This was my first real mission. I was nervous, but I knew this would be my life from now on. I took a deep breath and started searching. Most monsters are carnivores. In a mall, the most likely place to find one was the raw meat section. I'd been here before, so I knew the way. When I reached the area, I saw meat torn apart and scattered across the floor, blood mixing with scraps of flesh. My badge buzzed again. Su Qiu? You here? I'm in the mall, Brother Lin. Where are you? I'm at the cold storage. All the frozen meat has been devoured. It looks like a big one. Be careful. If you see it and can't win, run. Leave it to me. Got it, I replied. Up in the security room, a man named Olay sat with his legs crossed, watching the surveillance monitors. He popped a bag of chips and watched me with anticipation. Show me your potential, Su Qiu. I prowled through the aisles, spear ready. Suddenly, a scream erupted from a nearby clothing store. A woman ran out, dropping her shopping bags. Behind her was a beast the size of a bull, a black dog with saliva dripping from its jaws. The spit hissed as it hit the floor like acid. I recognized it instantly. A rank 2 beast, a venom-fang hound. Its fangs carried a toxin that could kill a normal human in 10 seconds. More importantly, its speed and strength were far beyond a rank 1 warrior like me. Technically, I should have run. But the woman tripped. The hound lunged. I didn't hesitate. I charged forward, my spear whistling through the air. I caught the beast in its flank and flicked my wrists, tossing the massive creature aside. Run, I yelled to the woman. She scrambled away as I gripped my spear. My hands were vibrating from the impact. This thing's skin was like iron. My first strike hadn't even pierced it. The hound growled and leaped at me. I didn't back down. I funneled my energy into the weapon, and arcs of electricity danced along the shaft. This was the power of an A-rank weapon. I slammed the spear into the hound, sending it flying, but it scrambled back to its feet instantly. It snapped its jaws, spitting globs of acid. I dodged, my movements fluid and precise. I kept the pressure on, landing strike after strike, driving the rank 2 beast back. In the security room, Olay actually started clapping. Great technique. And an A-rank weapon? You're full of surprises. I was winning the fight, but the hound's hide was too thick. Blunt force wouldn't end this. I needed a vital spot. The hound lunged again, its mouth wide open to spray more acid. This was it. I thrust the spear forward like a dragon emerging from the sea. The point drove straight into its open gullet and burst through the back of its skull. The beast went limp. I pulled my spear back as it crashed to the floor. A rank 2 beast, and I didn't feel any pressure at all. I hadn't even tapped into the power of the white tiger yet. I stood over the carcass of the acid fang hound, my breath steady. Lin Jian walked over from the shadows, clapping his hands. I didn't expect you to actually kill a rank 2 beast. Impressive. I rolled my eyes and looked directly into the security camera mounted on the ceiling. Captain, have you seen enough? Aren't you going to come out and meet me? Back in the monitoring room, Olay froze. He hadn't expected me to spot him. He clicked on the intercom, his voice crackling through the speakers. Good kid. How did you know I was watching? I guessed, I said with a slight smile. I noticed the camera following my every move during the fight. Plus, joining the exploding bull squad felt a little too easy. I figured this was my second interview. I pointed toward the woman I had just saved. But the biggest giveaway was your actress, who stays focused on holding 7 or 8 shopping bags full of clothes while being chased by a deadly beast. She didn't drop a single one. Olay's voice turned sharp as he addressed the woman. Wang Yin, what is wrong with you? Wang Yin pouted, adjusting her grip on the designer bags. Captain, don't blame me. These clothes cost me a month's salary. I wasn't about to let them get ruined. I should tear those rags to pieces. Olay barked. Don't do that. It's not my fault, she argued. Blame the rookie, who looks at shopping bags during a life-or-death struggle. The paper was covered in names of herbs. Earth yellow root, 7-star grass, ginseng. What are you writing all this for? I asked. She looked up and grinned. It's a secret. I reached out and ruffled her hair. Look at you, growing up and having secrets from your big brother. Stop it. I just fixed my hair, she grumbled, though she wasn't really mad. I didn't push her. Even between family, everyone needs their space. I had my own secrets, after all. I wasn't planning on telling anyone about the system or the Taotai soul. I headed to my room to cultivate. The newcomer martial arts competition was only 3 days away. I needed to push myself further. Technically, I was already ahead of the pack, but I knew better than to be complacent. The world was full of geniuses with powerful backgrounds and hidden lucky breaks, people like Luo Qingxue. I couldn't afford to relax. While I was training, Xiaoshuang slipped out of the house with her notes. She headed straight for Laojun Pharmaceuticals, the city's largest producer of gene serums and pills. She knew a girl her age couldn't just walk in and demand to see the CEO. So, she forged a resume and walked into the recruitment office. Any promising candidates? None. Just dreamers and people with no experience. One little girl even tried to prank me with a fake resume. Elder Bai's eyes wandered to the desk, landing on a piece of paper covered in herb names. He picked it up. A pill formula? Probably left by one of the applicants. The interviewer said dismissively. Elder Bai started reading. Slowly, his expression shifted from casual interest to absolute shock. Who left this? The interviewer looked confused. It was that little girl. She wrote it on a piece of notebook paper she ripped out of her homework. A little girl? Elder Bai's voice was trembling. Find her. Use every resource we have. Find her now. Elder Bai? Is it really that special? Special? The old man shouted. This formula doubles the efficiency of our newest pill. Do you have any idea how revolutionary this is? The interviewer's jaw dropped. He scrambled toward the trash can, digging through the waste until he found the scrap of paper with Xiaoshuang's number. Found it. Meanwhile, Xiaoshuang was halfway home when her phone rang. She saw an unknown number and immediately declined the call. Maybe that was important. A faint, regal voice echoed in her mind. The empress from her dreams. Just a telemarketer, Xiaoshuang muttered. Could it be the interviewer? Xiaoshuang froze. She smacked her forehead. I forgot about that. Should I call back? No, that would look desperate. On the other end, the interviewer was panicking. She hung up. She's not answering. Call again, Elder Bai urged. This time, Xiaoshuang picked up. Hello. Miss? Please. Laojun Pharmaceuticals would like to discuss your interview. Where are you? Stay right there. We are sending a car to pick you up immediately. Xiaoshuang hung up, a satisfied smirk on her face. She stepped into a nearby mall and bought a milk tea, sipping it while she waited. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Xiaoshuang. She turned around. It was a woman she recognized. I saw her standing there, my brother's ex-girlfriend, Xiao Mei. She was with some guy, and they looked like they were on a date. I caught a glimpse of him and immediately felt a surge of loyalty to my brother. This guy wasn't even half as handsome as Su Qiu. I didn't want anything to do with her, so I turned to leave, but she spotted me first. Xiaoshuang, she called out, her voice dripping with that fake sweetness. I'm still your brother's ex, you know. Is this how you treat people? Not even a hello? I rolled my eyes so hard it hurt. A hello? I was doing her a favor by not kicking her. I don't owe you anything, I muttered. Xiaomei's face darkened. You're still as uneducated and rude as ever. That was the breaking point. My parents died when we were young, and if there's one thing I can't stand, it's people calling me or my brother uneducated. I didn't think. I just lunged forward and aimed a kick at her. You're the one who's uneducated. Your whole family is uneducated. She was quick, though. She stepped back, dodging my foot. Seeing her smug face, I didn't hesitate. I took the full cup of milk tea in my hand and hurled it. It was a direct hit. Milk tea splashed all over her and her boyfriend, soaking their expensive-looking clothes. The guy's face turned gray with rage. You little brat. I couldn't handle Suchio, but you think I can't handle you? I recognized him then. It was Li Ziang. He was a loser from my brother's school who always had a grudge against him. Oh, it's you. I sneered, crossing my arms. Not as handsome as my brother. Grades are worse than my brother's, and your cultivation is a joke compared to his. And now, you're dating my brother's leftovers. You're pathetic. Li Ziang and Xiao Mei were both trembling with fury. Just as Li Ziang reached out to grab me, a heavy, rhythmic thumping sound filled the air. We all looked up. A helicopter was descending from the sky, landing right on the mall's lawn. Li Ziang froze. That's a Laojun Pharmaceuticals chopper. What are they doing here? Laojun Pharmaceuticals was the biggest name in Qingyan City. Even the richest families had to bow their heads to them. The crowd started whispering, wondering if some billionaire or the chairman himself was arriving. A man in a sharp suit stepped out of the helicopter and scanned the crowd. I grinned and waved my arms, shouting, "Over here. I'm here." Xiaomei gasped. Are you crazy? That's Laojun Pharmaceuticals. Li Ziang grabbed my wrist, his grip tight and painful. You think you can just splash me and walk away? I'm not done with you. Let her go, the man in the suit barked. He marched over and shoved Li Ziang's hand away with zero effort. Then, he turned to me and bowed slightly. Miss Su, I've come to pick you up. Great. Let's go, I said. I gave Xiao Mei and Li Ziang one last look. Their jaws were practically hitting the pavement, and I strutted toward the helicopter like I owned the place. As we lifted off, I felt a rush of adrenaline. I'd expected a nice car, but a helicopter? That was a serious power move. The Empress's voice echoed in my head, sounding bored. It's just a helicopter. I used to pilot starships. I ignored her. I was enjoying the view. We arrived at the Laojun headquarters. Waiting for me was the interviewer from before and an elderly man named Elder Bai. He held my handwritten formula like it was made of gold. He started asking me technical questions about pill making, and with the Empress whispering the answers in my ear, I sounded like a world-class grandmaster. Elder Bai's eyes were literally glowing. Genius. You are an absolute genius. Miss Su, would you consider working for us? Name your price. Anything. I don't do jobs, I said, leaning back. But we can partner. I'll sell you this formula for a flat fee, plus 10% of all future profits from the pills. If I invent anything else, you get first dibs. Elder Bai hesitated for only a second before agreeing. He realized I wasn't some kid he could trick. He set up an account for me on the spot and transferred the first payment. When I saw the notification on my phone, my heart nearly stopped. 10 million. Just like that. Now we can buy those herbs you wanted, I told the Empress in my mind. Barely enough, she replied, though she sounded satisfied. I walked home feeling like I was walking on air. My brother's birthday was coming up, and I wanted to buy him something incredible. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice a familiar figure near our apartment. Someone must be thinking about me, I heard a voice say. I looked up and saw my brother, Suchio. He was looking at me with a suspicious expression. Where have you been all day? Nowhere, I said, trying to act natural. I walked over to the fried chicken stand near our place. Boss, give me 2 pounds of fried chicken. The owner laughed. Feeling rich today, Xiao Shuang? Did your brother give you extra allowance? Nope, I said, puffing out my chest. From now on, I'm the one giving him allowance. Oh, did you win the lottery? My brother's voice was right behind my ear. I jumped, nearly hitting the ceiling. He was standing there with his arms crossed, looking stern. The chicken. I don't want it anymore. I turned and bolted toward our building. Suchio sighed and shook his head. I'll take the chicken, boss. He paid for the food and decided to head to the nearby market to grab some vegetables for dinner. But as he approached the docks near the market, he saw a crowd of people running toward him, their faces pale with terror. Monster, someone screamed. An exotic beast has broken through the harbor. My expression hardened as I heard the screams. I didn't hesitate. I dashed toward the source of the chaos to see what was happening. A monster stood there, a massive creature with the head of a shark and a powerful, humanoid body. It was a shark man. It had its claws wrapped around a fishmonger, ready to deliver a killing blow. My hand instinctively went to my hip to grab my gun, but my heart sank. I'd left it at home. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed before my eyes. Option 1. You are unarmed. Escape is the best policy. Reward, $5. Option 2. Even unarmed, a martial artist never stands by and watches someone die. Kill the exotic beast. Reward, $100 million. I froze for a split second. This wasn't 100,000 or even 10 million. This was 100 million. My throat went dry. I swallowed hard, my eyes practically glowing with greed. I rolled up my sleeves and charged. 100 million. I mean, let go of that, boss. I warred. Come at me. The shark man and the fishmonger both looked at me, completely bewildered. The fishmonger stared at the monster, then back at me. Was my name 100 million? The shark man didn't have much intelligence, but it knew a challenge when it heard one. It let out a guttural roar, tossed the fishmonger aside like a rag doll, and lunged at me. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from its body, and spirals of water began to swirl around its limbs. I narrowed my eyes. A water attribute level 2 beast. This shark man was easily as strong as the venomous hound I'd fought before, maybe even stronger. But I wasn't afraid. Even without a weapon, my blazing fury punch wasn't just for show. I met it head-on. My fist collided with its chest, and flames exploded on impact. The clash of fire and water sent up a massive cloud of white steam. The sharkman staggered back several steps, hissing in pain. I didn't give it a chance to breathe. I followed up immediately, my fists dancing in a blur of fire. I funneled the power of the white tiger's slaying aura into every strike. The intensity was staggering. The sharkman was losing ground fast. Realizing it had picked the wrong fight, the beast actually turned tail and tried to bolt. My eyes widened. That was $100 million trying to run away. I couldn't let that happen. We were at the docks, and the monster was heading straight for the water. If it jumped in, I'd never catch it. I started to panic, thinking about how I'd be kicking myself in the middle of the night if I let this slip through my fingers. Then, I spotted a harpoon leaning against a nearby crate. I snatched it up, poured my spiritual energy into the metal, and threw it with everything I had. Go! The harpoon whistled through the air, crackling with arcs of electricity. It pierced the sharkman's back with a sickening thud. The beast let out one final, agonized shriek and collapsed. I rushed over and finished it off with a blazing fury punch. The flames scorched its skin, and a strange aroma of grilled fish filled the air. I actually wondered for a second if the thing was edible. Ding! Congratulations. You have received $100 million. The notification chimed in my head. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands and checked my balance. I counted the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10 million, 100 million. I swallowed hard. I was rich. I was actually rich. I turned to the shivering fishmonger. Call the Beast Aftermath Department. Tell them to come collect the carcass. The Aftermath Department worked alongside hunting teams like ours. We did the killing. They did the cleaning and salvaged materials for research. Once I was done there, I headed into the market to finish my grocery shopping. The vegetable stall owner, who knew me well, nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw me covered in blood. Xiao, were you in a fight? No, I said with a grin. A monster showed up nearby. I just finished killing it. This is its blood. The owner just stared at me, speechless. A kid my age killing a beast like that? He couldn't wrap his head around it. As I was leaving, the fishmonger ran up to me, carrying 2 fresh groupers. Little brother, thank you so much. I'd be dead if it wasn't for you. It's fine, I said. It's what we in the hunting teams do. So you really are a hunter. So young and so capable. The man sighed, looking impressed. I wish my brat had half your talent. All he does is fool around. His test scores combined barely hit triple digits. The man's face darkened as he thought about his son. I took the fish and offered a silent 3-second prayer for the unknown boy. He was definitely getting a beating tonight. By the time I got home, I had the groceries and the fried chicken Xiaoshuang wanted. She was in her room studying, but the second she smelled the chicken, she charged out like a hungry wolf. My fried chicken. Brother, I love you. Eat less, I warned her. Dinner's almost ready. Got it. But when I finally finished cooking and looked at the table, the chicken was gone. So was the bottle of cola. I stared at the empty containers, my eyebrow twitching. Xiaoshuang, your allowance for this month is gone. She licked her fingers and started to wail, but then she stopped. She actually smiled. Fine. Whatever. I blinked. Something was wrong. Xiaoshuang, did you actually win the lottery? Not telling, she chirped. Then she leaned in. Hey, your birthday is coming up. Is there anything you want? Just listen to me and study hard, I said. That's the best gift. I always listen. Fine, I'll figure out a gift myself. She looked determined. With 10 million in her pocket, she was feeling confident. She wanted to give me something incredible. I didn't expect much. Even if she just gave me a handmade card, I'd be happy. It was the thought that counted. Honestly, I was more focused on how to spend my 100 million. A house. We had one. A car? That was an option. Taking the bus with Xiaoshuang was getting old. We used to have a motorcycle, but I sold it after our parents passed away to pay the bills. Maybe I'd buy another one. Actually, I decided to wait. The martial arts rookie competition was in 2 days. The grand prize was a set of high-grade gene serum. That was worth another 100 million in its own right. I had to win. The next day, I was at an abandoned building, guarding an entrance with a spear in my hand. My communication badge crackled with Ling Jian's voice. Su Qiu, heads up. The beast is heading your way. Understood. I replied, tightening my grip on the spear. A dark, werewolf-like creature burst through the doorway. It saw me and lunged, its claws whistling through the air. I moved like lightning. My spear shot forward, piercing the creature's throat in one clean motion. It died before it hit the floor. Ling Jian walked over, whistling in appreciation. Su Qiu, your spear work is getting scarier every day. Seriously impressive. It's all right, I said with a modest smile. By the way, I need to take tomorrow off. I'm competing in the rookie competition. Oh right. Ling Jian laughed, shaking his head. I keep forgetting you're still a student. Go ahead. Just don't embarrass the violent bull team. I'll be there to cheer you on. When I walked into the kitchen, a sharp, pungent smell of herbs hit me like a physical wall. I looked toward the stove and saw my sister, Xiaoshuang, with 2 wads of tissue paper stuffed up her nostrils. She was hunched over an induction cooker, intently boiling something in a pot. My eyes twitched. What exactly are you doing? Refining pills, she answered without looking up. I stared at her setup, completely dumbfounded. You're refining pills on an induction cooker? A true master can refine pills with their bare hands, she said, sounding remarkably confident. Having an induction cooker is already a luxury. Besides, it's much easier to control the temperature this way. She actually made it sound logical, but seeing her treat a kitchen appliance like a legendary alchemist's cauldron was just bizarre. What do you call this? Scientific alchemy. Exactly, she replied. The Empress taught me this method too. I sighed, looking at the cluttered counter. If you're using the stove, how am I supposed to cook dinner? Don't worry, I already ordered takeout for you, she said. How thoughtful of you, I muttered, rubbing my temples. I ate my takeout in silence, watching her work like a mad scientist in the kitchen before I finally gave up, shook my head, and went to bed. The next morning, I woke up early and found Xiaoshuang passed out on the dining table. I walked over to the induction cooker and looked inside the pot. Among a pile of burnt medicinal dregs lay a few dull, grayish pills. She had actually done it. I looked at the little pellets with a skeptical expression. Were these things even safe to eat? I set the pills aside, carried my sleeping sister back to her room, and spent a few minutes cleaning up the disaster zone she called a kitchen. I made a quick breakfast, ate, and headed out. Shortly after I left, a streak of light flew out of Xiaoshuang's body, manifesting into the miniature form of the peerless Empress. She looked at the clean kitchen and the breakfast left on the table. This little guy really does spoil his sister, she whispered. She glanced at the sleeping girl with a hint of envy. The Empress had been born into a poor family. Her parents had sold her for food when she was only 3. She had never known the warmth of a family. Through her bond with Xiao Shuang, she felt everything the girl experienced. Xiao Shuang had lost her parents young, but her brother had protected her from every hardship. It was no wonder the girl was so attached to him. The Empress glanced at the pills on the counter. For a first attempt, they weren't bad at all. Meanwhile, I arrived at the Qingyun City Martial Arts Rookie Competition. This was the event of the year. Usually, schools held their own private tournaments, but this time was different. All 13 high schools were competing together at the first high school plaza. The place was packed, the air buzzing with excitement. "Did you hear?" a student nearby whispered. "There are some monsters in the rookie class this year. 2 SSS-ranked souls." "Yeah, I know," another replied. "They're both from 3rd High. Apparently, they don't even have to compete. They've already been scouted by top universities. 3rd High is really showing off this year." "Don't count out 1st High yet," a third student chimed in. "They have an SS-ranked soul who joined the Zixiao dojo. The Marquis of Zixiao took him as a personal disciple. Word is, the school spent a fortune on a 2nd-tier breakthrough pill to help him level up before the tournament." "A 2nd-tier martial artist?" someone gasped. "How is anyone supposed to fight that?" I listened to the gossip, feeling a bit surprised. A 2nd-tier martial artist already? I was still at the peak of the 1st tier. There were definitely a lot of geniuses out there. But I wasn't worried. I had been hunting 2nd-tier beasts like they were toys. A 2nd-tier student wouldn't be much different. "Su Qiu, it's been a while." I turned around to see Luo Qingxue walking toward me. She was wearing a blue and white tracksuit that hugged her curves perfectly, and her cold, elegant face was turning heads all across the plaza. I gave her a wide grin. "Long time no see. You look even more beautiful today, class monitor." It was just a casual greeting, a bit of a joke, but I saw her face flush bright red before she quickly regained her composure. "You've gotten even more flippant since I last saw you," she said coldly. Inside, however, her heart was racing. He actually praised my looks. Ever since I defeated her, she had to admit she had feelings for me. But feelings or not, her goal was still to surpass me and lose her reputation as the forever 2nd-place student. Once I beat him, then I'll confess, she thought to herself. "Su Qiu, if you don't know how to hit on girls, don't try." Reward: 1 bottle of high-grade watering fluid. Option 2, retort: tell him he needs to train for another 10,000 years to beat you. Reward: 1 essence creation pill. Option 3, give him the middle finger and tell him to train for 10,000 years. Reward: high-grade healing potion, high-grade gene serum, and 1 essence creation pill. I looked at the rewards and didn't hesitate. I raised my hand and flipped Zhang Yunjie the bird. "You want to beat me? Go practice for another 10,000 years, then come back and try again." The crowd went dead silent. Everyone was staring. I was an SSS-ranked soul user, sure, but I was being incredibly provocative. Luo Qingxue's lips curled into a tiny, hidden smile, while Zhang Yunjie's eyes turned cold as ice. "Fine," Zhang Yunjie hissed. "Do you really think having an SSS-ranked soul makes you invincible? I'll show you that a soul isn't everything." I chuckled. This guy was something else. He could provoke me all he wanted, but the moment I snapped back, he lost his temper. "What a bold young man. How can you be so arrogant?" A deep, calm voice cut through the tension. A man in a purple robe, equipped with a high-tech wind amplifier, walked through the crowd. He looked to be in his early 40s, radiating a natural, intimidating authority. The crowd gasped, parting like the Red Sea. "It's him, the Marquis of Zixiao." The man standing before us was a titan in Qingyun City. He was the master of the Zixiao Martial Arts Hall, a Tier 7 Marquis-level powerhouse. His arrival sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. I narrowed my eyes, a memory clicking into place. I had rejected an invitation from his hall recently. Surely a legendary Tier 7 expert wouldn't hold a petty grudge over that, right? Luo Qingxue stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Even the prestigious Luo family didn't want to offend a marquis. I followed her lead and gave a polite bow. But the Marquis of Zixiao didn't even look at me. He just let out a cold, detached snort. You have an SSS rank soul. I'm afraid I can't afford to accept a bow from someone like you. My heart sank. Damn it. He really was that petty. I forced a smile, trying to smooth things over. The Marquis is overstating things. I was just. He didn't let me finish. Young man, being arrogant at your age isn't a good thing. The world is full of geniuses. Don't think a high-rank soul gives you the right to look down on everyone. If you keep this up, you'll suffer for it sooner or later. My advice: hide your edge until you actually grow up. I almost laughed. This old fossil was really laying it on thick. He called it hiding my edge, but he really meant I should tuck my tail between my legs because I didn't have a powerful background to back me up. But if a young man isn't a little wild, can he even call himself young? I think if you have the strength, being a little arrogant is fine, I said, my voice steady. It's certainly better than people who have no strength but still love to bark at others. I glanced pointedly at Zhang Yunjie. His face turned a sickly shade of purple. The Marquis's expression darkened. Oh, it seems you have a very low opinion of my disciple. I didn't say that, I replied calmly. Young man, you truly don't know the heights of the heavens. The Marquis didn't argue further. Instead, a heavy, suffocating pressure began to radiate from his body. It slammed into me like a physical wall, trying to force me to my knees. My bones creaked, but I gritted my teeth and refused to budge. The old man was actually bullying a student in broad daylight. I cursed him in my head. He was clever about it, though. The pressure was focused entirely on me. To the bystanders, nothing was happening. To endure 10% of my pressure, not bad. The Marquis noted, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Let's see how you handle 20. The weight doubled. Beside me, Luo Qingxue noticed I was struggling and reached out to support me. The moment she touched me, the Marquis's pressure enveloped her too. Her face went pale instantly, her knees buckling. I reacted instinctively, wrapping my arm around her waist to keep her upright. To everyone else, it looked like we were embracing in the middle of the street. The crowd erupted. Look, God Su and Goddess Luo are together. My heart is broken. They had no idea we were fighting for our lives. The Marquis narrowed his eyes, preparing to dial up the pressure even more. But then, a hand landed gently on my shoulder. In an instant, the crushing weight vanished. I felt like a mountain had been lifted off my chest. I turned around and saw a familiar face. It was Olay, the captain of the Raging Bull Corps. You okay? She asked with a grin. I'm fine, I exhaled. Good. Step back. Olay walked past me toward the Marquis. The Marquis frowned. And you are? He didn't get to finish. Olay swung a massive spiked mace with terrifying speed. The air screamed as it cut through the wind. The Marquis's eyes widened. He surged his spiritual energy, forming 3 layers of defensive barriers in a split second. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. All 3 layers shattered instantly. The mace slammed into the Marquis's chest, sending him flying backward through the air. Bullying a member of my Raging Bull Corps? Olay rested the mace on her shoulder, her eyes cold. Did you bother asking me first? The crowd went dead silent. A Tier 7 Marquis had just been swatted away like a fly. The Marquis flipped in the air, stabilizing himself, but his face was flushed. He looked like he was about to spit blood. He stared at Olay with pure rage, but when he heard her title, that rage turned into hesitation. He was powerful, but Olay was known as the most unreasonable, violent captain in the city. Raging Bull Olay, the Marquis hissed. I didn't expect our first meeting to be like this. You're pretty shameless for a Marquis, she spat back. He's a member of your corps? The Marquis asked, surprised. Don't believe me? I was just giving the kid a lesson, showing him there's always someone stronger. Olay sneered. Is that so? Then let me give you a lesson. I'll show you that before you kick a dog, you better check who the owner is. She took a step forward, and the ground groaned. A massive, terrifying phantom appeared behind her, a giant bull with blood-red eyes and glowing green skin. It was an A-rank soul, the Azure Ox Demon. I stared in shock. I thought her soul was the mace she was holding. Surprised, Lin Jian whispered, stepping up beside me. You think the mace is her soul? Well, you're right. That's also her soul. An A-rank Skytooth mace. My eyes lit up. A twin soul user. It was incredibly rare, especially to have 2 A-rank souls. That was arguably more valuable than a single SS rank. The Azure Ox Demon let out a silent roar of killing intent that made everyone's skin crawl. Just as things were about to escalate into a full-blown war, several figures rushed over. Ole, stop! An older man, a middle school principal, ran between them. This is a school zone. There are students everywhere. Put that soul away. Ole clicked her tongue and retracted her power. She shot the Marquis one last look. You should be glad there are kids around. Anywhere else, and I'd have beaten you into the dirt. We'll see who beats who. The Marquis muttered, though he didn't move to attack. I looked at Ole's back with newfound respect. She was terrifying, protective, and completely insane. She's just a crazy woman, a voice muttered. It was Wang Yan, dressed in her designer clothes and clutching an expensive bag. She looked at Ole with disdain, but there was a hint of envy there too. Maybe she was crazy. But standing there, watching her face down a Marquis for my sake, I knew one thing for sure. She was exactly the kind of leader people would die to follow. I had to admit, despite her temper, Ole had a magnetism I couldn't ignore. Her strength was undeniable, and her loyalty was even stronger. Sister Wang Yan? I called out, surprised to see her. What are you doing here? Wang Yan smiled, adjusting her expensive bag. You're the newest member of our Raging Bull squad. If you're competing in the martial arts Grand Prix, we had to come and back you up. Good thing we did, too. Otherwise, that Marquis Z Xiao might have actually bullied you. I chuckled, shaking my head. It's fine. I have an SSS rank soul. He wouldn't dare do anything to me in public. The worst that could happen is I lose a little face, but I'd just pay him back once I'm stronger. I wasn't worried. I knew my value. Even a Marquis had to follow the rules when the cameras were rolling. Anyway, let's drop it. When is your match? I'm not sure, but I think I was fast-tracked straight into the top 8. Wang Yan sighed. The quarterfinals? That won't start until this afternoon. We definitely got here too early. As we spoke, the tension nearby finally broke. After swapping a few more threats with Ole, Marquis Z Xiao turned to leave. But the boy standing next to him, Zhang Yunjie, stopped and looked back at me. His eyes were burning with a desperate need to prove himself. I'll be the one to defeat you in the quarterfinals, Zhang Yunjie declared. I didn't even blink. I looked right through him, my mind already on other things. My lack of interest clearly stung. He clenched his fists, his face turning red with fury, before stomping off after his master. So, Suqiu, Luo Qingxue asked, stepping closer. She looked genuinely curious. When exactly did you join the Raging Bull squad? I gave her a quick rundown of how I'd met Ole and the others. She listened intently, her expression thoughtful. When I finished, she looked me straight in the eye. I'll be waiting for you in the quarterfinals, she said firmly. The only person allowed to defeat you is me. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away. Ole immediately nudged me with her shoulder, a teasing smirk on her face. Not bad, kid, she whispered. You've already got the eldest daughter of the Luo family wrapped around your finger. I shook my head, laughing. It's not like that. We're just friends. Is that so? Wang Yin chimed in, grinning. I saw you holding her waist earlier. That's a bit intimate for just friends, don't you think? That was because of the Marquis. I protested. Don't explain, she teased. Explaining is just covering it up. My mouth twitched. I couldn't win this argument. Whatever. I'm not up yet anyway. I'm going to go look around. It was my first time at First High School, so I spent the morning wandering the campus. The tournament had already begun across 16 different arenas. The energy was high, but as I watched the matches, I felt underwhelmed. Most of these prodigies were only at the lower first stage. A few middle first stages were scattered here and there, but they were rare. Standing among them felt strange. It was like dropping a great white shark into a goldfish pond. We simply weren't in the same league. Lunchtime rolled around, and I headed to the cafeteria with Ole and the team. As we sat down, I noticed people staring and whispering. Luo Qingxue appeared again, placing her tray across from mine. I did some digging this morning, she said, her voice low. That Zhang Yunjie is no joke. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, tell me. You and I were the top students at Third High, she explained. Zhang Yunjie is the equivalent at First High. He awakened an SS rank soul, the Earth Mad Bear. More importantly, he's the personal disciple of Marquis Z Xiao. First High has always been competitive with us, and since we produced 2 SSS rank souls this year, they're desperate to win. They actually spent a fortune on a second stage breaking pill to force him into the second stage. She leaned in, her expression serious. His soul rank is lower than yours, but his cultivation, martial techniques, and combat experience are all superior. Plus, we're on his home turf. You need to be careful. I rested my chin on my hand, smiling at her. Wow, you really do care about me, don't you? She stiffened, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. I just don't want you losing to someone else before I get my rematch. I could see her inner turmoil. She clearly wanted to be supportive, but her pride wouldn't let her say the words. I just kept smiling. Don't worry, I'll handle Zhang Yunjie easily. Arrogant. A passing student snapped, overhearing us. You have no idea how strong Senior Zhang is. You'll find out soon enough. I ignored the murmurs from the surrounding tables. Let them talk. Strength was the only language that mattered in this world. Afternoon finally arrived. The atmosphere in the main arena was electric. Every seat was taken, and people were packed into the aisles. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice screaming my name. I looked up to see my sister, Xiaoshuang, waving frantically from the crowd. I gave her a small smile and stepped onto the floor. The other 7 finalists were already there. Aside from Luo Qingxue and Zhang Yunjie, there were 2 familiar faces from my old school, Li Xiang and Xiao Mei. One had an A-rank soul, the other an S-rank. It wasn't surprising they made it this far, but I noticed they were both wearing the insignia of the Zishao Dojo now. They had joined the marquee. Su Qiu, Li Xiang said, stepping toward me with newfound confidence. I'm not the person I used to be. Maybe Zhang Yunjie won't even need to step in. I might just take you out myself. I didn't even look at him. My eyes were on the stage. The announcer stepped up to the microphone, his voice booming through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the quarterfinals begin now. Our first match, Su Qiu from 3rd High versus Li Xiang from 3rd High. Li Xiang grinned, cracking his knuckles as he walked onto the platform. Get up here, Su Qiu. I sighed. This guy really thought he was the main character. It was almost sad. I walked up the steps, meeting him in the center of the ring. Back at school, you were always one step ahead of me, Li Xiang gloated. But since joining the Zishao Dojo, I've transformed. Let me show you what real power looks like. He let out a roar. Come forth, Snow Wolf King. A blast of icy wind swept across the stage as a massive, silver-white wolf materialized behind him. It was an A-rank soul, impressive by normal standards, but compared to Olay's Azure Ox Demon, it felt like a puppy. Attack, Li Xiang commanded. The wolf lunged at me, teeth bared. I didn't even reach for the spear strapped to my back. I simply dropped into a low stance, pulled my fist back, and let the power of the Taotai surge. Flames erupted from my knuckles, turning the air into a furnace. Boom! My fist connected squarely with the wolf's chest. The soul shattered instantly, dissolving into fragments of light that retreated back into Li Xiang's body. The backlash was violent. He let out a choked scream, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The entire arena went silent. Did he just one-shot an A-rank soul? Someone whispered. He didn't even summon his own soul. He just punched it. Is an SSS rank really that terrifying? But his soul is a Taotai. It's basically a pig. How does he have that much raw power? I looked down at the crumpled heap that was Li Xiang and shrugged. I'd actually hoped he would last at least 2 moves. I guess I overestimated him. The announcer blinked, staring at the scene in shock before finally finding his voice. The winner, Su Qiu. High in the stands, I could hear Xiaoshuang howling with laughter. That was hilarious. All that trash talk just to get knocked out in one hit. That's my brother. Nearby, Olay and the Raging Bull Squad were watching with satisfied grins. They knew this was only the beginning. That girl, Su Xiaoshuang. I like her style, Olay said, his eyes twinkling with interest. When we officially recruit Su Qiu, I'm pulling her into the Raging Bull Squad too. My gut tells me she's going to be something special. The team members, Wang Yin and Ling Jian, exchanged looks. Being scouted by the Raging Bull Squad before even graduating? That was a level of prestige very few people in Qing City ever reached. I hopped down from the arena, my expression neutral. Zhang Yunjie caught my eye, his lip curling in a sneer. Impressive. But you only beat Li Ziang. Don't get too full of yourself. I looked at him like he was an idiot. Which eye did you see me being proud with? If you don't need your eyes, give them to someone who does. Like your girlfriend. Xiaomei, standing right next to him, froze. What does this have to do with me? You picked this guy as a boyfriend, I said, shrugging. You're clearly blind. Su Qiu, you're going too far. Xiaomei's face turned bright red with fury. Second match, the announcer called out, cutting through the tension. Luo Qingxue of Third High versus Xiaomei of Third High. Up in the stands, the principal of Third High started grumbling. I smell a fix. Why are our students fighting each other? This is just draining our strength before the finals. The principal of First High gave him a cold look. The matchups are random. Don't go throwing around accusations of slander. Or are you just afraid Third High won't take first place? With Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu here, first place is already ours, my principal fired back. The two old men glared at each other, nearly coming to blows before the students even started. On the stage, Xiaomei channeled her anger. She didn't waste time. She summoned her soul, an S-rank sea god's trident. Water swirled around her in violent currents as she gripped her weapon, a spear called Thousand Streams. Go, she screamed, lunging forward. Streams of high-pressure water blasted toward Luo Qingxue from every direction. But the temperature in the arena plummeted. A massive, icy bird erupted from Luo Qingxue's body, the SS-rank Frost Empress Phoenix. It circled above her, its majestic wings radiating a bone-chilling mist that turned the floor into a skating rink. The incoming water never stood a chance. It froze mid-air, shattering into harmless ice crystals before they could touch her. This was the power of an SS-rank soul. Luo Qingxue looked at Xiaomei with cold, indifferent eyes. Souls have attributes. Ice counters water. Your trident is useless against me. The phoenix opened its beak and unleashed a blast of pure frost breath. Xiaomei couldn't even put up a defense. The impact sent her flying off the stage, her body covered in a layer of white frost. She hit the ground shivering, her face pale as a ghost. Another one-shot. The crowd went wild. The winner, Luo Qingxue. 2 SSS ranks, 2 total massacres, someone muttered. They're monsters. The third match followed quickly. Zhang Yunjie versus a boy from Second High. The kid wasn't bad, middle stage rank 1 with an A-rank soul, but Zhang Yunjie was out for blood. He wanted to reclaim the spotlight I'd stolen. He threw a single, devastating punch. God-slaying fist. Spiritual energy erupted like a falling mountain. The Second High student coughed up blood and was sent sprawling out of the ring. Zhang Yunjie, we love you. The First High students screamed, their cheers shaking the rafters. Zhang Yunjie stood tall on the stage, looking down at me and Luo Qingxue. He pointed at the defeated student on the ground. That, he sneered, is what's going to happen to you. Wow, what a prick, Xiaoshuang shouted from the stands. Who is this idiot? You beat someone with a lower cultivation level than you. What are you acting so proud for? The First High students turned on her instantly. Who is this brat? How dare she talk about Zhang Yunjie like that? She's Su Qiu's sister. No wonder she's so arrogant. Xiaoshuang didn't flinch. She put her hands on her hips and yelled back at the entire section. Am I wrong? If he beats someone at his own level, I'd be impressed. Bullying the weak is pathetic. If you don't like it, prove me wrong. She was one little girl taking on an entire school's worth of fans. Ole laughed so hard he nearly fell over. I love this kid. I'm definitely taking her into the squad. He stepped up behind Xiaoshuang and ruffled her hair. Don't be scared, kiddo. I'm your brother's captain. With me here, you can point at the governor's nose and curse him out if you want. High in the VIP box, the governor of the city blinked. Hey, watch it. Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. With a powerhouse like Ole backing her, she grew even bolder. Down by the stage, Luo Qingxue glanced at me. Your sister is intense. Tell me about it. I grinned. The fourth match ended quickly, leaving 4 of us for the semifinals. 2 from First High, 2 from Third High. The rest of the schools were just background noise now. Semifinals, match 1, the announcer shouted. Su Qiu of Third High versus Zhang Yunjie of First High. The arena exploded. People expected this to be the grand finale, not a semifinal bout. The First High students began a rhythmic chant for Zhang Yunjie. trying to crush my morale before I even stepped up. Xiao Shuang tried to scream, "Go brother," but her voice was drowned out by the thousands of fans. She turned to the Raging Bull squad members. "Don't just stand there. Help me scream." They looked at Olay. He grinned. "You heard her. Scream. Don't let anyone look down on our squad." Olay took a deep breath, his chest expanding like a drum. "XUQIU," he roared, his voice literally shaking the stadium and silencing the crowd. "If you dare to lose, get ready to feel my club." Xiao Shuang's ears were ringing, but she looked at Olay with pure worship. Whoa, if I had a voice like that, I'd never lose an argument again. Inside her soul space, the Empress Phoenix spirit scoffed. She'd spent weeks teaching Xiao Shuang high-level meditation and martial arts, yet a loud yell was what earned her respect. On the stage, I heard the threat loud and clear. I looked at Zhang Yunjie and cracked my knuckles. "You heard the lady. If I lose, I'm a dead man. So for my sake, I'm going to have to end this quickly." "You're going to lose," Zhang Yunjie sneered. He didn't waste another second. His grade 2 cultivation flared to its limit as he lunged toward me. He threw a punch, activating an A-rank martial technique called Mountain Hunter Fist. A massive, spectral image of a mountain materialized in the air, hurtling toward me with crushing force. I didn't panic. I calmly reached back and unsheathed my long spear. With a sharp exhale, I thrust it forward. I used the King of Thunder Spear technique, also A-rank, but mine was faster, more aggressive, and far more domineering. The two techniques collided head-on. My lightning-infused spear shattered his phantom mountain into dust. The residual force slammed into Zhang Yunjie's chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed hard onto the arena floor. The stadium went dead silent. The people who had been screaming for him just seconds ago were frozen in shock. Up in the VIP stands, the principals, and even the powerful Marquis Zi Xiao bolted upright. "That's a peak-level A-rank spear technique," one principal stammered. "Where did he learn that? I've never seen anything like it in Qingyan City." Even a powerhouse like Marquis Zi Xiao looked stunned. Down in the stands, the students were losing their minds. They couldn't believe Zhang Yunjie had been blown away in a single exchange. Xiao Shuang, however, was beaming. "See? I told you my brother is the real genius." "The fight isn't over yet," Olay muttered, crossing his arms. On the stage, Zhang Yunjie slowly crawled to his feet. He glared at me, his eyes bloodshot. "I didn't expect you to have a weapon like that. Fine, let me show you my real trump card." A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. He wasn't a grade 2 low rank, as the rumors suggested. He was a grade 2 mid-rank. "Come out," he roared. "Earth Wild Bear." An earthy yellow light enveloped him. Suddenly, a massive bear covered in thick stone armor materialized on the stage. It let out a bone-shaking roar that sent physical shockwaves through the air, cracking the floor of the arena. The bear's aura locked onto me. Compared to that mountain of fur and stone, I looked tiny. "Suqiu," Zhang Yunjie said, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Your Taotai soul has no combat power. I'm a grade 2 mid-rank warrior with an Earth Wild Bear. You're just a grade 1 high rank. How do you plan to fight me?" "I told you, even with an SSS rank soul, I'll still crush you under my feet." "It's over," Marquis Zi Xiao remarked dryly. The principals nodded, agreeing that the gap in cultivation and raw power was now too wide to bridge. Even Xiao Shuang started to look worried. That bear was terrifying. Its paw was half the size of my entire body. I felt the pressure, but I didn't flinch. I had my own secrets. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed before my eyes. It gave me 3 choices. 1. Surrender and receive a high-grade gene potion. 2. Fight to the death for a source seed pill. Or 3. Summon the white tiger to show him what a real combat soul looks like. The reward for the third option was a grade 2 cultivation card and 10 million yuan. I smiled. The system really knew what I wanted. "Earth Wild Bear, huh?" I whispered. "Let me show you what wild really means." I let my aura explode. A cold, murderous intent flooded the stadium. "Come out, little guy. Soul, white tiger." A blinding white light erupted from my body. A fierce, unparalleled killing intent swept across the arena, making everyone's skin crawl. A massive white tiger materialized in the air, letting out a roar that silenced the Earth Wild Bear's cry. In that moment, the audience felt a chill down their spines. For a split second, it looked like the tiger was standing atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The VIPs were back on their feet. Olay, Marquis Z Xiao, and the principals stared in absolute disbelief. "That's not the Tao Tai," someone gasped. "That's the white tiger, the god of slaughter. He has twin souls, and they're both SSS rank. What kind of monster is this guy?" The crowd was reeling. Twin SSS rank souls were unheard of in history. Even Olay, who had twin souls himself, felt like a commoner compared to me. Luo Qingxue, the girl who usually took first place, stood frozen. She had planned to defeat me to reclaim her title, but seeing a second SSS rank soul made her realize the gap between us was a canyon. But no one was more terrified than Zhang Yunjie. His Earth Wild Bear was actually trembling. It was a king of the forest, but the white tiger was the ruler of all beasts. "No, I don't believe it," Zhang Yunjie screamed, his pride shattering. "Twin SSS ranks are impossible. Earth Wild Bear, tear him apart." The bear, driven by its master's command, overcame its fear and lunged at the white tiger. "Go," I said softly. The white tiger didn't rush. It licked its paw with an air of cold elegance and walked forward. When the bear swung its massive claw, the tiger vanished in a blur of white. A second later, it appeared above the bear. With one swift strike, the tiger's claws tore through the bear's stone armor like it was paper, leaving deep, bloody gashes. The massive bear crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The white tiger stood on top of the fallen bear, looking down at Zhang Yunjie like he was nothing more than an ant. "An instant kill. No, this can't be happening," Zhang Yunjie whimpered. He had been completely crushed. Zhang Yunjie lost his mind. He charged toward my white tiger, throwing a punch backed by a second-order martial technique, the mountain hunter's fist. He was relying on his second-order cultivation to bridge the gap, but the white tiger just looked at him like he was a bug. The tiger let out a roar that sounded like a physical explosion of thunder. The sound carried an overwhelming killing intent. Zhang Yunjie's face went pale. His spiritual energy collapsed instantly under the pressure, and his legs gave out. He fell to his knees, trembling. That kind of killing intent was something only a veteran of 100 battles could possess, not a student who had never seen a real battlefield. The white tiger walked up to him slowly, almost mockingly. With a casual swipe of its paw, it sent Zhang Yunjie flying clear off the stage. He hit the ground and blacked out instantly. His Earth Wild Bear dissolved into points of light and retreated back into his soul space. The arena was deathly silent. Everyone thought Zhang Yunjie had the win secured with his second-order cultivation. Nobody expected me to be such a freak of nature. A twin SSS rank soul. Someone whispered. I've never even heard of that happening in history. Down in the stands, Xiao Shuang was jumping up and down, hands on her hips. Huh, did you see that? That's my brother's real power. Zhang Yunjie was nothing. Inside her mind, the peerless empress was actually surprised. Twin SSS ranks? Even in the wider galaxy, that's enough to be called a genius. It's rare, even if it's not unique. Xiao Shuang huffed internally. Just not rare? My brother is #1 in the whole universe. The Empress didn't bother arguing with a girl who had a brother complex. She knew that once Xiao Shuang left this tiny planet and saw the vastness of the cosmos, she'd realize how small they all were. But for now, even she had to admit I had potential. I recalled the white tiger and stepped off the stage. The announcer finally snapped out of his shock and shouted, "Winner of the first semi-final, Su Qiu." The crowd didn't cheer. They just stared at me with complicated expressions. I felt like a mountain they couldn't hope to climb. Only Xiao Shuang was clapping so hard her palms were turning red. As I walked past Luo Qingxue, she gave me a sharp look. You hid your strength deep, Su Qiu, but I'm still taking that first-place spot. She stepped onto the stage for the second semifinal. Her opponent was a girl from the first high school, a first-order top-tier warrior. In any other year, that girl would have been the champion. Now, she just looked at Luo Qingxue and sighed, knowing her luck had run out. Luo Qingxue didn't say a word. A terrifying chill erupted from her body, and her spiritual energy flared. Second order, I muttered. Another one. Luo Qingxue caught my eye and smirked. She had been hiding her own trump card. Her family had clearly poured massive resources into her. In the world of martial arts, money can sometimes be more important than talent. When you have both, you become a monster. Her opponent's morale shattered instantly. "I surrender," the girl said. There was no point in getting beaten half to death by an SSS rank soul with higher cultivation. "Winner of the second semi-final, Luo Qingxue," the announcer yelled. The final match will be between Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu, both from the third high school. Our principal was beaming, his face practically glowing with pride. The principal of the first high school, however, looked like he had swallowed a brick. His face was a dark shade of purple. Luo Qingxue and I stood facing each other on the stage. "Let's settle this, Su Qiu," she said. "I'll prove I'm stronger." And then, she stopped herself, but I could see the determination in her eyes. I figured she just really wanted to beat me for once. I smiled. "I told you before. As long as I'm here, you're destined to be second place." "We'll see," she shouted. She summoned her soul, the Ice Empress. The air turned freezing as the regal figure appeared above her. I didn't hold back either. I summoned the White Tiger. The two SSS rank souls clashed before we even gave the command. Killing intent met freezing frost, sending shockwaves through the arena. The students in the front rows scrambled back, terrified of the pressure. Haha. These kids are intense. Ole laughed. He stepped forward and released his own energy. Green vine barrier. Massive green vines erupted from the ground, weaving together to form a giant dome over the stage. It was a barrier technique to keep the collateral damage contained. The crowd gasped. Barrier techniques were incredibly rare and hard to master. Inside the dome, the battle was frantic. Luo Qingxue lunged at me with an A-grade technique, the Ice Spiral Palm. I countered with my A-grade Thunder King Spear, electricity crackling along the shaft. The collision forced us both back. "Your spear is A-grade, Su Qiu," Luo Qingxue said, her breath visible in the cold air. "But it's lightning-based. Your soul isn't. You can't use its full potential. You can't match my second-order mid-tier cultivation." I grinned. "You've improved fast. Money really is a powerful thing." I reached into my pocket and crushed the second-order cultivation card I had just received from the system. In an instant, a flood of power surged through my veins. My aura spiked, shattering the bottleneck of the first order. Luo Qingxue's eyes widened in horror. "You were hiding your cultivation too?" The crowd erupted. I wasn't just a twin-soul genius anymore. I was a monster that kept evolving. This guy didn't just have twin souls. He was hiding his true cultivation level. How many trump cards was he holding? Was he really just a newcomer to the martial path? Suddenly, a crisp notification echoed in my mind. The system prompt chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second order. Third soul awakening in progress." In the next heartbeat, a thunderous dragon roar shook my consciousness. In a daze, I saw it, a terrifying thunder dragon, over 1,000 meters long, dancing through dark storm clouds. Its entire body was wrapped in arcs of violet lightning. This was my third soul, the SSS rank Thunder Dragon. As the name suggested, it was a supreme being that controlled the power of lightning itself. As the soul integrated, my eyes flickered with brilliant blue light. My Thunder King spear instantly broke through its limits, reaching the realm of perfection. Luo Qingxue sensed a subtle shift. She looked at me, feeling like I had become a completely different person, though she couldn't put her finger on why. In the entire arena, only the peerless empress inside my sister, Xiaoshuang, noticed the anomaly. She sensed a third soul fluctuation coming from me. She couldn't believe it. How could I have awakened another soul so soon? Xiaoshuang, hearing the empress's internal monologue, got even more excited. A third soul? My brother really was a god-tier genius. On the stage, I felt the spiritual energy surging through my veins. I let out a faint smile. I gripped my spear, and it lunged forward like a living dragon. The weapon tore through the air, transforming into a ferocious bolt of lightning. Luo Qingxue didn't dare to be careless. She poured everything into a defensive palm strike, her cold energy forming a swirling vortex. But the moment my spear touched her frost, the vortex shattered with a bang. The overbearing power sent her flying straight off the platform. Her internal energy was in total chaos, making it impossible for her to steady herself in midair. Seeing her about to crash into the hard ground, I didn't hesitate. I dashed off the stage, caught her in my arms, and landed firmly on the pavement. I had stepped in at the last second to save her. The host was stunned. He didn't know how to call it. Both contestants had landed outside the ring at almost the exact same time. It was a rare situation. He decided to leave the final verdict to the judges. The crowd erupted in boos. Xiao Shuang curled her lip in annoyance. My brother only jumped down to save her life. How could they not see who won? Who hired this host anyway? Down on the ground, Luo Qingxue was still tucked in my arms. Her heart was racing like a panicked deer, and a soft pink blush spread across her cheeks. "Why is your face so red?" I asked, looking down at her. "Are you hurt somewhere?" She quickly pushed away from me, recalling her Frost Empress soul. She was frustrated. She had lost again. If this kept up, she wondered when she'd ever be strong enough to confess her feelings. I just gave her a calm smile. "I'm ready whenever you want a rematch." After a quick discussion, the judges reached a unanimous decision. I was the winner and the champion of the newcomer competition. I wasn't surprised. When the principal of the third high school handed me the trophy, I reached out my hand immediately. "Where's my high-grade elite potion?" I asked. That was the real reason I had shown up today. The principal's eye twitched at my bluntness. "Don't you want to give a victory speech first?" "I didn't prepare one," I replied. "Well, how do you feel about taking first place?" he pressed. "I don't feel much of anything. It was pretty easy." The crowd went silent. Talk about arrogant. "Do you have anything to say to your opponents?" the principal asked, trying to salvage the moment. I blinked. What is there to say to people I've already beaten? The principal coughed loudly, shooting me a desperate look. He wanted me to be a bit more modest. If I kept acting like this, I was going to make a lot of enemies. He begged me to say something encouraging. "Fine," I sighed, turning to the crowd. "To everyone I defeated, it's okay that you lost to me. Don't worry about it, because you won't be winning in the future either. Keep working hard, and maybe one day, you'll be able to see my back from a distance." Zhang Yunjie and the others clenched their fists. This guy was way too much. Was having twin SSS rank souls really that big of a deal? Actually, yeah, it probably was. While the students from the first high school were fuming, Olay and his crew were roaring with laughter. This was the kind of attitude a member of the Violent Bull team should have. The principal, seeing the angry mob forming, didn't dare let me speak anymore. He quickly handed over a set of high-grade gene potions. "Here's your prize. Take it and go. Thanks for the speech. Please don't give another one." I rolled my eyes. I didn't want to speak in the first place. After grabbing the prize, I prepared to head home. At the school gates, a luxury car was waiting for Luo Qingxue. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit stepped out. When he saw me, his eyes lit up. "You must be Su Qiu," he said, walking over with a string of compliments. "A true talent, brave and extraordinary." "This is my father," Luo Qingxue said softly. Luo Long. He was the head of the Luo family and one of the most powerful men in Qingyan City. He controlled nearly a third of the city's economy and was a martial arts expert in his own right. "Uncle Luo, I've heard a lot about you," I said, playing along with the polite talk. "I hear about you from Xiaoxue all the time," Luo Long smiled. "You should come by the Luo house when you have time. Young people should spend more time together." "Sure, I'll visit when I'm free," I promised. I left with Xiao Shuang and met up with Olay and the guys. They had come to cheer me on, so I had to treat them to a good meal. Luo Long watched us walk away. "He's a spirited kid. You have good taste, Xiaoxue." "Dad, what do you mean by that?" she stammered. "Don't you like him?" Luo Qingxue looked away. "I'll confess once I beat him." Luo Long looked confused. Were young people really into this kind of thing nowadays? After the competition, I went back to my routine. I trained at home and took on missions to hunt mutated beasts. My progress was explosive. With the help of the gene potions, I shot from the early second order to the late second order in record time. One morning, I got up to make breakfast, but I found Xiao Shuang had already beaten me to it. I rubbed my eyes and looked out the window. The sun hadn't even fully risen yet. "Why did you make breakfast today?" I asked, confused. "Brother, did you forget? It's your birthday." It finally clicked. I had completely lost track of time. "Eat up," Xiao Shuang said, pulling me toward the table. I have a gift for you downstairs. You're going to love it. I was actually pretty excited. After finishing the eggs and sausages, she dragged me outside. Parked right in front of the door was a silver-white motorcycle. It looked incredibly high-tech, with sleek lines that made it look more like a piece of art than a vehicle. It looked expensive. This is for me? I asked, stunned. Yeah. Now you don't have to take the bus or call a taxi every time you go out. It makes things so much more convenient, Xiaoshuang said, looking incredibly proud of herself. I stared at the sleek machine, then back at her. This must have cost a fortune. How much? Not that much, she said, waving a hand dismissively. Just about $1 million or so. I felt the air leave my lungs. $1 million? I grabbed her shoulders, my voice dropping to a whisper. Xiaoshuang, tell me the truth. What did you do? Brother. You. Where did this come from? She looked at me with sudden suspicion. You didn't sell your body, did you? I flicked her forehead. Who do you think I am? Your brother is a genius. With just a little effort, making a few $100 million is easy work. I thanked the system silently. So you're saying? Xiaoshuang's face lit up. Brother, we're actually rich. Yeah. I smiled, the weight of years of poverty finally lifting. We're rich. The days of struggling just to eat felt like a bad dream. I hopped onto the motorcycle and handed her a spare helmet. Come on, let's take this for a spin. The engine roared to life with a powerful, low hum. I felt the surge of speed as we tore down the road, the wind whipping past us. We headed to the mall to pick up some supplies for my birthday dinner. We were browsing the aisles, pushing a cart full of groceries, when the atmosphere suddenly shifted. A man dressed in rags stumbled into the mall. He looked frantic, his eyes bloodshot. He ignored everyone and lunged at the raw meat counter, tearing into the bloody steaks with his bare teeth. The shoppers screamed. A security guard rushed over to stop him, but the man shoved him back with unnatural strength, sending the guard flying across the floor. Then it happened. The man's body began to swell and distort. Thick, dark scales erupted from his skin. Sharp horns tore through his scalp. He let out a bone-chilling roar that sounded more like a monster than a human. A mutated beast, someone screamed. Run? A human just turned into a beast. I narrowed my eyes. My birthday plans were officially ruined. I didn't have my spear with me, but I wasn't worried. I could sense his energy. He was only at the second order. I could handle this with my bare hands. Xiaoshuang, stay back, I said, stepping forward. But before I could move, a blur passed me. It was Xiaoshuang. She sprinted toward the creature, leaped into the air, and delivered a brutal axe kick straight to its head. The impact was massive. The beast was sent flying 10 meters back, crashing into a display case. Nobody ruins my brother's birthday, she shouted, sounding genuinely pissed off. The beast roared, shaking its head. Its skull was swollen from the kick, but it scrambled back to its feet, looking even more deranged. Xiaoshuang flinched slightly, stepping back. Okay, he's tougher than he looks. She was only at the first order. Knocking back a second-order beast was impressive, but she couldn't finish it. My turn, I muttered. I lunged forward. I funneled the white tiger's killing intent into my fist, combining it with a burst of explosive heat. Blazing impact. My fist slammed into the creature's chest. There was a sickening crunch as its ribcage collapsed inward. The force of the blow tore straight through its body. One punch. Total annihilation. The beast slumped to the ground, dead. As the life left it, the scales began to fall off, revealing the mangled remains of the man underneath. Xiaoshuang gasped, hovering behind me. Brother, he looks like a person. Why did he turn into that? I frowned, looking at the scales. It's a beast-man experiment. What's that? A cruel type of human experimentation, I explained, recalling things I'd read. They graft beast DNA onto humans to steal their power. But the subjects usually go insane. They become monsters. Xiaoshuang shivered. That's horrible. I nodded and called the beast control department. A team arrived shortly after, led by Wang Yin from the Blazing Bull Squad. He looked at the corpse, his expression grim. It's been a long time since we've seen a beast man in Qingyan City, Wang Yin muttered. Someone is running illegal labs again. Damn it. The world was dangerous enough with the beasts outside the walls. But inside, it was just as bad. Power struggles, greed, and forbidden experiments were everywhere. We'll investigate this to the end, Wang Yin promised, his eyes cold. Let me know if you need help, I said. As we prepared to leave, Wang Yin noticed my new motorcycle. His eyes widened. Is that yours? Gift from my sister, I said, giving him a smug grin as I kicked the kickstand up. Wang Yin rolled his eyes. Must be nice. He watched us ride away, a confused look crossing his face. I thought their family was poor. That bike costs at least 800,000. Meanwhile, in a hidden laboratory, a white-haired man in a lab coat stared at a wall of monitors. Still failing, he hissed. The fusion isn't holding. A man in black stepped forward. Sir, Subject 73 caused a scene at the mall. The hunting squads are on high alert now. Useless trash, the old man spat. Prepare for the final experiment. We move out immediately after. Sir, here is the new list of potential subjects. The old man flipped through the file and sighed. Their soul ranks are too low. We need high-level souls to act as anchors. Suddenly, the door swung open. A young man with an arrogant scowl walked in. My father spent years funding you, and you have nothing to show for it? You're all useless. Young Master Yunjia, the man in black bowed. The old man smiled thinly at Zhang Yunjia. Actually, young master, we've made a breakthrough. We can now increase a warrior's strength tenfold by fusing beast power. Zhang Yunjia's eyes lit up. 10 times? If I had that kind of power, I wouldn't have to fear Lin Yuan. I could take back my dignity at the newcomer competition. It's possible, the old man said smoothly. But we need high-level soul users to perfect the formula. Otherwise, the subject loses their mind. High-level souls? Zhang Yunjia sneered. You think I'm stupid enough to be your lab rat? Of course not, young master. But doesn't your Zixiao dojo have plenty of talented students? Bring them to me, and I will create the perfect serum for you. Zhang Yunjia stayed silent for a moment, a dark smile spreading across his face. Fine, I'll arrange it. Don't disappoint me. Back at home, Xiaoshuang and I were setting the table for my birthday dinner. Just as I was about to light the candles on the cake, the doorbell rang. Brother, Xiaoshuang called out. You have a package. I froze. I hadn't ordered anything. I looked over at Xiaoshuang, but she shook her head, confirming she hadn't bought anything either. We stared at the mystery box, completely baffled. Xiaoshuang joked that it might be a bomb from a spy movie. I rolled my eyes and told her to stop watching television. Still, I couldn't deny my own curiosity. I carefully sliced the tape open. Xiaoshuang retreated all the way to the front door, ready to bolt if it exploded. Inside, there was no bomb. A stunning, luxurious watch gleamed under the living room lights. Next to it lay a small card. Happy birthday. I stared at it, completely bewildered. Who sent this? I picked up the card and examined the elegant, flowing handwriting. It felt strangely familiar. Xiaoshuang snapped a picture of the watch and looked it up online. She gasped loudly, her eyes wide with total shock. She told me it was a limited edition piece, one of only 10 in the entire world. The price tag was staggering. 8 million yuan. Her hand shook so violently that she dropped it. I lunged forward and caught it just in time. My heart hammered against my ribs. 8 million yuan for a watch. I had never seen anything so expensive in my life. Who could possibly afford this? Then, a name flashed through my mind. Luo Qingxue. I looked at the handwriting again. No wonder it felt familiar. It belonged to Luo Qingxue. We were in the same class and saw each other every day, so I recognized her elegant script instantly. Only someone from her family could throw around that kind of money. But how did she know my birthday? Why would she give me something so extravagant? Did she actually like me? I rubbed my chin, thinking it wasn't entirely impossible given my good looks. Xiaoshuang smirked, guessing the truth. She joked that since the Luo family was the wealthiest in Qingyan City, I should just marry into the family. I smacked the back of her head playfully and put the watch away. I opened our class group chat, found Luo Qingxue's profile, and sent a friend request. She accepted almost instantly. I snapped a picture of the watch and sent it to her. I asked her why she sent something so valuable. Her response came quickly. She claimed I was her rival, and the watch was a token of her respect. She promised she would surpass me in the future. I shook my head, amused. Who buys an 8 million yuan gift for a rival? Her logic made no sense. I told her I couldn't accept it and offered to return it. She snapped back immediately, telling me not to dare send it back. She said the Luo family didn't care about the money, and ordered me to wear it, threatening me with a string of bloody knife emojis. I smiled helplessly. I decided to keep it. Her family was incredibly wealthy anyway. I figured I would just buy her an equally expensive gift for her birthday. I wasn't short on cash either. Little did I know, over at the Luo estate, the usually cold and aloof girl was currently rolling around on her pink bed. Her face was bright red as she buried her face in a pillow. She was panicking, wondering if her feelings were too obvious. She worried I would realize she liked her, or worse, that I might confess and force her to figure out how to accept without losing her cool. When she saw I hadn't replied, she felt a wave of disappointment. Just then, her father, Luo Long, knocked on her door. He reminded her that her birthday was in a few days and asked if she wanted to celebrate quietly like usual. She was about to say yes, but a sudden thought struck her. She decided to host a grand birthday party instead. Luo Long was surprised. She usually hated flashy events. He smiled knowingly, guessing her true intentions. He asked if she wanted to invite me. Her face turned crimson as she nodded. He agreed to arrange everything. She quickly added that he should invite plenty of other people too. She didn't want me to know the entire party was just an excuse to see me. Her father laughed, teasing her for being so shy. A few days later, I stared at the elegant invitation from the Luo family. It was a bit of a coincidence that her birthday was right after mine. Since I had just accepted her ridiculously expensive watch, I couldn't exactly skip her party. Xiao Shuang saw the invitation, her eyes lighting up. She begged to come along. I messaged Luo Qingxue to ask if it was all right, and she agreed immediately. If we were going, we couldn't show up empty-handed. I needed to find a proper gift. Suddenly, a system prompt chimed in my mind. It gave me two choices for the invitation. Option 1 was to decline, claiming the Luo family was beneath a future supreme being, which rewarded high-grade gene medicine. Option 2 was to attend my classmate's party, which rewarded 5 strands of spiritual energy and the tears of the sea necklace. I didn't hesitate. I chose the second option. Instantly, a breathtaking blue necklace appeared in my system storage, featuring a magnificent sapphire. I examined it closely. Along with it came 5 strands of spiritual energy, though I wasn't entirely sure what they did yet. The necklace was clearly designed for a woman, so it was the perfect gift. Besides, I already had my blue spirit necklace. Xiao Shuang gasped when she saw the tears of the sea necklace in my hand. She asked if that was the gift. I nodded. Seeing the pure envy in her eyes, I unclasped the blue spirit necklace from around my neck. I handed it to her, telling her it was hers. She looked confused, asking why I was suddenly giving it to her. I explained that it could store spiritual energy, but it was no longer useful to me. With my Taotai soul, my consumption rate was terrifying. The necklace couldn't hold enough energy to satisfy my needs anyway. It was much better suited for her, since she was just starting her cultivation journey. She beamed and happily put it on. Meanwhile, inside Xiao Shuang's mind, the peerless empress was staring at the necklace through her consciousness. She frowned. Her godlike perception allowed her to see the incredible power hidden within the sapphire. She was becoming more baffled by me every single day. Where did a second-tier warrior on Earth get such divine treasures? I had too many secrets. For a supreme empress, I was becoming a very interesting man. The day of the party arrived quickly. As the daughter of the most powerful family in the city, her celebration drew a massive crowd of upper-class elites. They gathered in the massive luxury villa, chatting in small groups about multi-million-dollar deals. At the entrance, the butler welcomed the arriving guests. I pulled up on my motorcycle with Xiao Shuang riding on the back. We parked nearby, marveling at the sea of luxury sports cars surrounding us. Xiao Shuang looked down at our casual clothes, and her imagination ran wild. She turned to me, eyes shining with excitement. She asked if we were about to get stopped by security, forcing Luo Qingxue to rescue us, so I could show off and slap some arrogant snobs in the face. We have an invitation, Xiao Shuang. What are you so worried about? I said, trying to calm her down. She looked a little disappointed. I guess she really wanted that dramatic scene at the gates. We walked toward the entrance of the luxury villa. I turned to her and held out my hand. All right, hand over the invitation. Me? I thought you had it, brother, she chirped, eyes wide. I left it on the table. I said, my heart sinking. I told you to grab it. Oh, I didn't hear you. I looked at her, my lip twitching. Was she doing this on purpose? Did she really want to force a confrontation just so I could swoop in and save the day? Knowing her personality, it was definitely a possibility. Brother, I'm serious. I really didn't hear you, she said, looking like she was about to cry. Maybe you should just text Luo Qingxue, ask her to come out and get us. Before I could reach for my phone, a middle-aged man in a suit spotted us. His eyes lit up. He hurried toward us with a wide smile. You must be student Lin Yuan. Please, come in, come in. I blinked, confused. You know who I am? Student Lin Yuan is the pride of Qingyan City. How could I not know you? He replied smoothly. As the Luo family butler, he had seen everything. He had investigated anyone important to his master, Luo Long. A student with an SSS rank soul was at the top of that list, especially since this particular student was the young lady's favorite. I guess I really am famous now, I muttered, rubbing the back of my head. Look, we actually forgot our invitation. That doesn't matter at all, the butler interrupted, gesturing toward the doors. Please, follow me. I led Xiaoshuang inside. The moment we stepped through the doors, we both froze. The villa was staggering. We passed through manicured gardens, a massive swimming pool, and architecture that looked like a palace. Brother, is this a house or a kingdom? Xiaoshuang whispered. Stay calm, I said, keeping my voice steady. I told myself that I was a powerhouse now. I couldn't act like a peasant. But inside, I was just as stunned. We entered the main hall. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a golden glow over everything. Rows of servants in white ties and maids in uniforms moved through the crowd, carrying trays of exotic food and vintage wine. The room was filled with men in expensive suits and women in designer gowns, all laughing and talking about business. Xiaoshuang and I stood there in our casual clothes. We stuck out like sore thumbs. Are you sure this is a birthday party and not a billionaire convention? Xiaoshuang asked. Just stay calm, I repeated. I could feel people staring. I heard the whispers. Who are those two? Why are they dressed so casually? Is that the girl's classmate? Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice cut through the chatter. Oh, look who it is. The champion of the freshman competition. Li Ziang stepped out of the crowd, looking smug in a tailored suit. I didn't expect you to show up to Miss Luo's party looking so ordinary. You're dressed a bit too casually, don't you think? I glanced at him and smirked. Oh, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you with your dignity back. You look quite human in that suit. You. Li Ziang started to snap back, but the man next to him placed a hand on his shoulder. You must be Lin Yuan, the man said, smiling warmly. My son had some friction with you at school. I hope you won't hold it against him. Li Ziang gasped. Dad? What are you? Ziang apologized to student Lin Yuan. Now. But why? Do it. The man's voice turned cold. Li Ziang looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. He turned to me, his voice tight. I'm sorry. I was confused. Why was Li Ziang's father sucking up to me? But it wasn't just him. Suddenly, several other wealthy-looking men approached me, nodding and offering polite greetings. Within minutes, I was the center of attention. Then it clicked. It was the talent. No matter how much money or power these people had, I possessed an SSS rank soul. In time, I could become a lord, a king, or even one of the sovereigns at the top of the world. Money and power were temporary. Strength was eternal. They wanted to get on my good side now, before I became unreachable. Xiaoshuang looked at me with a proud grin. Seeing I was busy, she wandered off to the buffet table to try foods she couldn't even name. A moment later, the room went quiet. Luo Qingxue made her entrance. She wore a flowing white evening gown that hugged her graceful figure. With her delicate features and cold, elegant aura, she looked like a goddess descending from the moon. Every young man in the room stopped breathing. Luo Qingxue spotted me in the crowd. Her eyes brightened, and she quickened her pace, walking straight toward me. You came, she said. You invited me. How could I stay away? I looked her up and down. You look beautiful today. I always look beautiful, she teased. The crowd began to whisper again. 2 SSS rank souls. They looked perfect together. People were already speculating that if I married into the Luo family, they would become the most powerful clan in the country. Humph. Zhang Yunjie stepped forward, breaking the moment. He smiled at Luo Qingxue and bowed slightly. Miss Luo, your beauty is unmatched. I have prepared a small gift for you. He clapped his hands. An assistant stepped forward, holding an ornate wooden box. When it opened, a sword lay inside. The blade shimmered with a watery blue light. It was beautiful. An old man in the crowd gasped and ran over. This is a spiritual artifact. The room erupted in murmurs. Even a basic spiritual weapon cost tens of millions. Based on the fluctuations, this is a low-grade spiritual artifact, the old man explained. Market value is around 80 million. In our city, even a low-grade artifact was a treasure. Most warriors had to settle for basic alloy weapons. This is too expensive, Luo Qingxue said, her voice cold. I can't accept this. Zhang Yunjie laughed. It's just a small token of my affection. Besides, a gift once given cannot be taken back. Luo Long, her father, walked over and smiled. Qingxue, since it's a gift from young Master Zhang, you should accept it. Luo Qingxue hesitated, then nodded. Thank you. Zhang Yunjie turned his gaze to me. His smile was predatory. And what about you, Brother Lin? What did you bring for Miss Luo? The room went silent. Everyone knew what he was doing. He was trying to humiliate me. They knew I came from a modest background. How could I compete with an $80 million sword? Luo Qingxue frowned, sensing the trap. She turned to me quickly. You can give me your gift later. Let me show you around first. Why? Zhang Yunjie pressed, stepping closer. Is Brother Lin's gift something he's ashamed to show in public? Who says my brother's gift is shameful? Xiao Shuang walked out from behind a pillar, still chewing on a piece of cake. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, elegant box. This is my brother's gift. I stared at the box in shock. What was that? I didn't give her that. What was she playing at? The crowd leaned in. Based on the size of the box, it looked like a ring. Was I about to propose in front of everyone? Luo Qingxue took the box, her fingers trembling slightly as she opened it. Inside sat a necklace with a deep blue sapphire that looked like a drop of the ocean. The tear of the sea god, she whispered. I swallowed hard, my heart hammering against my ribs. This couldn't be happening. Was she really about to hand over a ring? The timing was all wrong. Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue were still so young. Maybe it was just an engagement? Luo Qingxue's mind seemed to be racing just as fast as mine. Her eyes were wide, filled with a mix of panic and anticipation. Xiao Shuang walked up to her with a sweet, mischievous smile. Sister Luo, she said, this is the gift from my brother. She flicked the box open. It wasn't a ring. Inside sat a single medicinal pill. It was a deep, lustrous vermilion, glowing with a faint, ethereal light. The moment the box opened, a refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the entire hall. It felt like every cell in my body was suddenly waking up. Luo Qingxue stared at it. I saw a flash of disappointment in her eyes when she realized it wasn't a ring, but that was quickly replaced by pure curiosity. She was from the Luo family. She was a martial artist. She had seen countless high-level pills in her life, but she had never seen anything like this. This is a grade 4 origin-creating pill, Xiao Shuang announced. It can rapidly boost spiritual power. Grade 4. The words hit the room like a physical shockwave. The crowd erupted into whispers and gasps. Pills were ranked from 1 to 9. In Qingyun City, a grade 3 pill was already a rare treasure, worth as much as a high-quality spiritual weapon. But a grade 4? That was on an entirely different level. Most 5-vein spiritual weapons couldn't even compare. Zhang Yunjie let out a sharp, mocking laugh. The origin-creating pill? I know that one, he sneered. That pill only goes up to grade 3. It was just released by Laojun Pharmaceuticals. Where did you get a grade 4 version? It's probably a fake. Do you even have a certificate? The guests started nodding. He was right. The origin-creating pill was Laojun's signature product. Everyone knew the grade 3 version was their peak achievement. No one had ever heard of a grade 4. Xiao Shuang didn't blink. She looked at him with total indifference. Oh, the grade 3 pill you're talking about? I'm the one who went to Laojun Pharmaceuticals to help them improve the formula. The room went dead silent. Then, people started to snicker. Zhang Yunjie laughed so hard he nearly choked. You? A little brat like you helped the biggest pharma giant in the region improve their formulas? What kind of joke is this? Even the other guests couldn't hide their amusement. They looked at Xiao Shuang like she was a delusional child. They wondered how she could say something so bold without blushing. I felt a headache coming on. My sister really knew how to stir the pot. Just as the mocking reached a peak, an elderly man in a sharp, white suit stepped out from the crowd. The whispers stopped instantly. I guarantee, on my professional reputation, this pill is real. Its effects are 10 times more potent than the grade 3 version. The crowd was stunned. The way they looked at Xiaoshuang changed instantly. Consultant, shareholder, a master pharmacist who could refine grade 4 pills. Any one of those titles was enough to command respect. Seeing them all on a young girl was terrifying. What kind of monsters were the Su siblings? The brother was a dual SSS rank soul user. The sister was a once-in-a-generation medical genius. Their future was unimaginable. Luo Qingxue stared at Xiaoshuang in shock. Even I was reeling. I thought she had just sold them a recipe. I didn't realize she had been building an empire behind my back. All those days she came home late. She wasn't playing with friends. She was running a business. Xiaoshuang soaked in the shock and awe. She loved every second of it. She leaned in and gave a smirk that looked like something out of a drama. Sister Luo, this is for you. I hope you and my brother live happily ever after. And I didn't let her finish. I lunged forward and clamped my hand over her mouth. She's just a kid, I said, laughing nervously. She talks a lot of nonsense. But Luo Qingxue was smiling. She reached out and patted Xiaoshuang's head. Thank you, Xiaoshuang. I'll accept this gift. You're welcome at the Luo house anytime. Xiaoshuang pried my hand off her face, her eyes sparkling. Can I eat all the cake and snacks I want? Of course, Luo Qingxue laughed. I have 4 pastry chefs. You can come whenever you like. Zhang Yunjia's face was twisted with rage. He looked at me, his voice trembling with spite. This doesn't count. That gift was from your sister, not you. People in the crowd shook their heads. Was he serious? A grade 4 pill was a priceless treasure. Whether it came from me or my sister, it was all the same. The connection to the Su family was the real gift. I looked at Zhang Yunjia's pathetic, desperate face and sighed. You're right, I said. That was from Xiaoshuang. This is from me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a box. I opened it, and the tear of the sea god appeared. The moment the necklace was exposed, the spiritual energy in the room began to ripple like water. A deep, sapphire blue light spilled out, swirling through the air. Luo Qingxue's breath hitched. I could feel the spiritual energy inside her body beginning to circulate automatically. Her martial soul was resonating with the necklace. The crowd gasped again. This was an attribute resonance. It wasn't just a piece of jewelry. It was a high-level spiritual tool perfectly tuned to her soul. In the corner of the room, someone else was reacting too. Xiaomei. Her soul was the sea god's trident, a water attribute. She could feel her soul jumping for joy, screaming for that necklace. She knew that if she had it, her cultivation would skyrocket. But it wasn't for her. Regret washed over her face like a physical weight. If she hadn't been so cruel, if she hadn't dumped me, that necklace would be hers. She looked like she wanted to cry. An old man in a traditional suit rushed forward from the crowd. He pulled out a magnifying glass, his eyes wide with obsession. Art. This is pure art, he whispered. I have never seen a spiritual tool this perfect. This is at least a high-grade spiritual tool. The room went dead silent again. A high-grade spiritual tool. Its value was easily in the billions. The old man's hands shook as he looked at me, his voice full of awe. The old man used the word at least to describe it. That told me everything I needed to know. This wasn't just some common high-grade spiritual tool. The crowd was completely stunned. They had all heard rumors that my sister and I came from a poor background with no family backing. So, where did I get a high-grade spiritual tool? Honestly, even I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect the tear of the sea god to be this valuable. Nephew, this is far too precious, Luo Long said, finally standing up. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunjia's face turned a sickly shade of gray. His low-grade tool was absolute trash compared to mine. He looked like he wanted to vanish into the floor. Thank you, Luo Qingxue said softly. She took the necklace, her eyes shimmering. Then, she hesitated for a second before looking up at me. Can you put it on for me? The room went quiet. I could see her face turning red, and I could almost hear her heart racing. She was trying to look calm, but she was clearly screaming on the inside. I felt a bit awkward, but I nodded. I'd be happy to. I walked behind her. She lifted her long hair, exposing her pale, delicate neck. As I fastened the clasp, my fingers brushed against her skin. She was as soft as silk. I felt her shiver slightly at my touch. The crowd started cheering and clapping. It felt less like a birthday and more like an engagement ceremony. I saw several women looking at Luo Qingxue with pure envy, especially Xiao Mei. She looked like she was dying of regret. She looked at her new boyfriend, Li Ziang, and then back at me. It was clear she realized she had traded a diamond for a piece of coal. It looks good on you, I said, stepping back. Luo Qingxue was already beautiful, but the sapphire glow of the necklace made her look like a goddess. Luo Long was actually wiping his eyes with his sleeve in the corner. My little Shui has finally found a good man, he sobbed. My mouth twitched. Hey, uncle, it's just a gift. We're just friends. Nobody listened. They just kept clapping. I felt so embarrassed I wanted to dig a hole and hide. I looked at Luo Qingxue, hoping she'd clear the air, but she just stood there blushing. The party continued. Xiao Shuang spent the rest of the night glued to Luo Qingxue's side, calling her Sister Luo, and eating enough snacks to feed a small army. Later, Luo Qingxue pulled me aside. The rookie competition is over, she said. What's your plan now? I'll stay with the hunting squad for a bit, I replied. Hunt some beasts, get stronger, and then take the national exams for the martial arts universities. I figured, she nodded. Which school do you want? I haven't decided yet. I want to go to the Imperial Capital University, she said, looking me in the eye. It's the best in the country. If possible, I want you to come with me. She coughed, looking away. Don't misunderstand. I just want more chances to challenge you. A talent like you is rare. I could tell she was trying to be brave. She took a deep breath, her eyes full of determination. She was clearly planning to work harder so she could eventually stand by my side. After the party, I hopped on my motorcycle with Xiao Shuang on the back to head home. We were cruising down the road when a red sports car suddenly roared up beside us. The window rolled down, revealing a face I knew all too well, Li Ziang. His eyes were full of hatred. Without warning, he jerked his steering wheel, trying to ram us off the road. I reacted instantly, swerving hard to avoid the impact. I slammed on the brakes, my tires screeching as we skidded to a halt. My blood turned cold. What Li Ziang just did wasn't a prank. It was attempted murder. If I had been alone, I might have just been annoyed. But Xiao Shuang was on the back. He had put my sister's life in danger. A dark, heavy killing intent rose in my chest. Li Ziang parked his car and stepped out, a smug grin on his face. Well, look at the big student star. You can even afford a 1,000,000 credit bike now. Xiao Shuang, stay here, I said, getting off the bike. Brother, should we call the police? She asked, her voice trembling. I'll handle it, I said. Calling the police was useless. The Li family had too much influence in Qingyun City. He'd walk free in an hour. I didn't want him arrested. I wanted him gone. Li Ziang saw the look in my eyes, but he didn't look scared. He looked excited. You're angry? Finally. You've always looked down on me, acting like I don't exist. Well, let's settle this today, Lin Yuan. In the next heartbeat, Li Ziang summoned his soul, the Snow Wolf King. The beast let out a bone-chilling howl and lunged straight at me. I didn't move an inch. I just wound up and threw a single punch. A heavy thud echoed through the air. The Snow Wolf King was sent flying back, crashing into the pavement. Something felt off. No wonder he was so confident. He thought this forbidden power made him my equal. Where's your white tiger, Lin Yuan? He laughed, the sound rasping and wet. Bring it out to play. Can you feel it? I'm terrifyingly strong now. I stepped forward and caught his next punch midair with one hand. My expression remained ice cold. You aren't even qualified to make me summon my soul. Terrifyingly strong. Don't make me laugh. Since the grand competition, my cultivation had skyrocketed. I was already at the peak of the second realm, knocking on the door of the third. Li Ziang was barely at the peak of the first. Even if this transformation multiplied his strength tenfold, he was still nothing to me. Li Ziang's face twisted. He tried to pull his fist back, but it was locked in my grip like it was caught in a vice. He roared, pouring every ounce of his beastly strength into his arm, but I didn't budge. I pulled him close. My right hand ignited with white-hot flames. I threw a full-power punch directly into his chest. The sound of ribs snapping was sickeningly clear. His chest collapsed inward, and he was blasted backward, tumbling across the asphalt for several yards. He lay there, coughing up dark, thick blood. I walked toward him, my face a mask of indifference. Seeing me approach, his bravado vanished. His monstrous face crumpled into a look of pure terror. Lin Yuan, I was wrong. He wheezed, blood leaking from his mouth. Please let me go. I'll never bother you again. I swear. Maybe in your next life, I said. You can't kill me, he shrieked. Murder is against the law. I'm not killing a human, I said softly. I'm putting down a beast. I slammed my fist down onto his head. There was a dull crack, and his skull shattered. He died instantly. I let out a quiet breath and pulled out my phone. I dialed a familiar number. Hey, Brother Lin. I just ran into a beast man. A short while later, Lin Jian arrived at the scene. He looked down at Li Xiang's mangled corpse and frowned. Lin Yuan, do you know this guy? His name was Li Xiang. He was from the Zixiao dojo. I explained, shrugging my shoulders. I was driving my sister home when he ambushed us. He tried to kill me. Then he transformed into that thing. I might have gone a little overboard defending myself. Lin Jian nodded slowly, his eyes thoughtful. I see. It looks like someone is conducting Beastman experiments right here in Qingyan City. If he's from Zixiao, that gives us a place to start investigating. Let me know if you need anything else, I said. I took Xiaoshuang and headed home. Once we were safely inside, she couldn't contain her curiosity. Brother, why would Li Xiang turn into a monster like that? Who knows? I replied. I didn't want her worrying about the dark side of this world. The hunting squad will handle the investigation. Don't think about it. I had only one goal now: cultivation. I needed to get stronger. Only absolute power could protect me and Xiaoshuang from the shadows creeping into this city. Xiaoshuang suddenly remembered something and ran to her room. She came back holding a delicate silk box. Here, brother. This is for you. It's a 4th-grade source-building pill. I managed to refine a few extra. I was stunned. I reached out and rubbed her head, smiling. My little sister is really something. A master alchemist already. You bet, she said, beaming with pride. Back in my room, I looked at the pill. Normally, a cultivator needs to be at the 3rd realm just to survive the energy of a 4th-grade pill. But I wasn't normal. I had the Taotai soul. My soul could devour and refine any treasure, no matter the grade. I swallowed the pill. A violent storm of spiritual energy erupted in my stomach, surging through my meridians like a tidal wave. The barrier of the 3rd realm, which usually took months to crack, shattered instantly. Meanwhile, across the city at the Luo estate, Luo Qingxue was also deep in meditation. She wore the Tears of the Sea God necklace I had given her. The gem pulsed with a soft blue light, enveloping her in a sphere of water-like energy. Her cultivation speed had increased tenfold. In her mind's eye, she stood before a vast, endless ocean. A mermaid with a golden tail and divine, shimmering eyes rose from the depths. Destined one. The mermaid spoke, her voice echoing with ancient power. You are worthy to inherit the legacy of the sea god. Luo Qingxue snapped her eyes open, her heart racing. With a thought, a streak of light flew from her body, manifesting into the form of a regal mermaid queen. If any soul expert had been there, they would have screamed in shock. This was an SSS rank soul, the Siren Queen. The necklace wasn't just a piece of jewelry. It was a supreme artifact left behind by an ancient sea god, containing a sealed soul and a hidden legacy. Does Lin Yuan know about this? Luo Qingxue whispered, her hands trembling. The value of this gift was beyond calculation. It was worth more than the entire Luo family fortune combined. I have to tell him. If he wants it back, I have to give it to him. She quickly grabbed her phone to message me. Back at my house, I felt a surge of new power. I hadn't just reached the 3rd realm. I had jumped straight to the middle stage. I felt like I could tear the sky apart. Suddenly, a system prompt chimed in my head. Ding. Host has reached the 3rd realm. 4th soul awakening initiated. A new, terrifying power exploded within my soul space. A massive, black and gold bird appeared, its wingspan so wide it seemed to cover the horizon. Its eyes were sharp enough to pierce the heavens. It was the SSS rank soul, the Kuanping. The Kuanpung represents the absolute limit of speed. So what if it contained an SSS rank Siren Queen soul? I already had 4 of those, and I still had 10 more empty slots waiting to be filled. I quickly typed a reply. Don't bother sending it back. It's yours. Just focus on your cultivation. I only gave it to you because you're always struggling to keep up with me. Don't let me down. Across the city, inside the Luo family estate, Luo Qingxue stared at the screen, her face flushing a deep red. She had secretly vowed to confess her feelings to me once she finally beat me in a fight. Now, she was convinced that by giving her this artifact, I was trying to help her get stronger just so she could catch up and confess. She gripped her phone, her heart racing. She was sure I liked her back. A few quiet days passed. I spent my time at my computer, browsing through information on the Big 5 cultivation universities. My sister, Xiao Shuang, leaned over my shoulder to peek at the screen. Brother, are you picking which school to apply to? She asked. Yeah, I nodded. I'm thinking about the Imperial Capital Academy. It's ranked number 1. If you apply, they'll be fighting each other to sign you up, she said with a grin. I've never been there before. It sounds exciting. We'll see, I replied. The college entrance exams are still a few months away. I heard the exams are brutal, she warned. You have to go out and hunt high-level mutated beasts. Are you ready for that? I just laughed. Do you really think I've been sitting around doing nothing all this time? A few days later, my phone buzzed with a notification from the Raging Bull mercenary group. It was a mission alert. I headed straight to their headquarters and walked into a large meeting hall. About a dozen people were already there. I recognized Lin Jian, Wang Yan, and Olay, but the others were new faces. As soon as I walked in, every eye in the room snapped to me. This is Lin Yuan, Olay announced to the group. The new member I told you about. Wow, he's actually really handsome, one woman teased. Don't worry, little brother, big sister will look after you. I smiled and greeted everyone. They seemed like a good crowd, and they clearly respected my potential despite my age. Olay cleared his throat, getting down to business. He flipped a switch, and a photo of a middle-aged man appeared on a large screen. Our investigation into the Beastmen experiments has led us to the mastermind, the Zhang Group, Olay said. The Zhang Group was one of the biggest corporations in Qingyan City. They were involved in everything, but their main moneymaker was gene serums. Their sales were second only to the military suppliers. The head of the company, Zhang Tian, was a powerful cultivator at the 5th or 6th realm. For years, they've been secretly conducting illegal experiments, turning humans into beast hybrids, Olay explained. Our mission has 2 goals. First, destroy the lab. Second, capture Zhang Tian and his inner circle. We need to eliminate every single uncontrolled beastman on site. I squinted at the screen as a familiar face popped up. It was Zhang Yunjia, the guy with the SS rank Earth Berserker Bear Soul. That's his son, right? I asked. He's an SS rank talent. What happens if we catch him? The Beastmen experiments are a crime against humanity, Olay said firmly. The state won't show mercy just because he has a high-rank soul. We have plenty of SS ranks. A talented kid who commits atrocities isn't worth as much as an A-rank veteran who has bled for this country. I nodded. I like that philosophy. Suddenly, Olay's phone rang. He stepped aside to take the call, and when he came back, his face was dark with anger. Damn it. The Purple Cloud mercenaries hijacked our mission. What? Lin Jian stood up. We did all the legwork. Higher-ups say this mission is too critical to fail. Olay spat. They think the Raging Bull group is too small. They gave the lead to Purple Cloud, and we've been downgraded to support roles. They're just swooping in to steal the credit, a woman named Zhao Kiki shouted, slamming a massive battle axe onto the table. She looked like a delicate nun, but that axe told a different story. Calm down, Kiki, Lin Jian sighed, pushing his glasses up. It's a direct order. We can't defy it. We spent the next hour preparing, though the mood was sour. Being support meant we'd be stuck on the perimeter catching whatever small fry escaped, while Purple Cloud took the glory and the massive payout. We arrived at the industrial zone near the lab. The area had been evacuated and cordoned off. Soon, several large buses pulled up, and 100 mercenaries stepped out, all wearing Purple Cloud insignias. Their leader was unique. He had long purple hair, a flashy purple jacket, purple earrings, and even purple nail polish. I stared at him, wondering how one person could be so obsessed with a single color. That's Chen-Zi, Lin Jian whispered in my ear. He's a sixth realm expert. His soul is a specialized chi type. Word is, he has a thing for pretty young men. I immediately took 3 steps back. I knew I was good looking, and I didn't want any part of whatever he was selling. But I wasn't fast enough. Chen-Zi's eyes locked onto me, and he practically glided over, a predatory smile on his face. I didn't know the Raging Bull group had such a top-tier hottie, Chen-Zi purred, looking me down. Hey, handsome. Why stay with a tiny group like this? Come to Purple Cloud. I'll double your salary. No thanks, I said, keeping my voice flat. I'm happy where I am. Think about it, sweetie, he whispered, leaning closer. If you say yes, I might even make it triple. Chen-Zi curled his fingers, gesturing with a delicate, feminine grace as he looked me up and down. He wasn't even trying to hide his intentions. It was pure, unadulterated lust. Hey, Chen-Zi. Ole stepped forward, his massive spiked mace resting on his shoulder. He let out a cold laugh. First you try to hijack my mission, and now you're trying to poach my people right in front of me? I think you've lived long enough. Chen-Zi just smiled. Suddenly, a pair of magnificent, metallic purple wings erupted from his back. It was his S-rank soul, the purple cloud wings. What? You got a problem with that? Chen-Zi challenged. You want to go? You think I'm scared of you? Ole barked back. The 2 captains stood toe-to-toe, their spiritual pressure clashing so hard the ground beneath us began to shudder. It felt like an earthquake was about to rip the street apart. Captain, stay calm. The mission comes first. Members from both sides rushed in to pull them apart. Don't waste your energy on him. Let's just get this done. Chen-Zi huffed, smoothing out his jacket. Fine. The mission is the priority. Besides, this is a big job. You only brought 20 people from Raging Bull. You couldn't handle this alone. I only stepped in to help Qingyun City avoid a total disaster. He turned away and started barking orders at his squad. Within minutes, the Purple Cloud mercenaries stormed the lab complex. We were left to guard the perimeter, splitting into small teams to cover the surrounding streets. I ended up in a group with Lin Jian and Kiki. When Zhao Kiki realized she was paired with me, her eyes practically turned into hearts. So, Lin Yuan, she started, leaning in close. I heard you have twin SS-rank souls. Is it amazing? Can I see them? Also, I heard your ex-girlfriend dumped you. Do you still miss her? Or do you hate her? Oh, and is it true you're seeing the daughter of the Luo family? I stared at her, completely speechless. How could one person be this obsessed with gossip? Boom. A massive explosion rocked the industrial zone. Flames shot into the sky, followed by a chorus of guttural, bone-chilling roars. A swarm of figures burst out of the lab. They weren't human anymore. They were half man, half beast, their bodies bulging with unstable, violent energy. Attention all units. Ole's voice crackled through our Raging Bull comms. Purple Cloud was ambushed. The lab is destroyed and the test subjects are escaping. Mission change. Eliminate all experimental mutants. Do not let a single one get past you. My heart hammered against my ribs. 7 or 8 mutants were already charging our way. Some had thick scales, others had extra limbs, and one even had massive bull horns growing out of his skull. Their eyes were blood red, filled with nothing but a hunger for slaughter. Finally, some action. Kiki shouted. The gossip girl was gone. In her place was a warrior. She swung her massive battle axe with a wild laugh, cleaving the first mutant clean in half. Violent cow, Lin Jin muttered. He took off his glasses, and his entire aura shifted. The studious vibe vanished, replaced by something cold and lethal. He summoned his wind-type soul, the storm sword. All right, time to get serious. He blurred into motion. His blade was a whirlwind of silver light. In the blink of an eye, the mutant in front of him was sliced into 8 pieces. I winced. You have no right to call her violent, man. You're way worse. A roar erupted to my left. I felt the rush of wind as a mutant lunged. I dived to the side, pulling my spear parts from my back and snapping them together in one fluid motion. I spun and thrust. The tip of my spear, crackling with lightning, punched straight through the creature's heart. Electricity surged through its body, charring its flesh instantly. It fell, smoking, to the pavement. More were coming. The street was starting to crawl with them. Just how many people had them experimented on? Every one of these things used to be a normal person, Lin Jian said, his voice dripping with ice. Kidnapped and turned into these monsters. I looked down at the mutant I had just killed. Right before the light left its eyes, I didn't see rage. I saw relief. My blood began to boil. The Zhang Corporation deserved every bit of hell coming to them. We need to bring them to justice, Lin Jian said. I think a firing squad is more appropriate, I suggested. Kiki grinned, wiping blood off her cheek. I like the way you think, Lin Yuan. The three of us fought like a well-oiled machine. My Thunder King spear was a blur of blue light. With my Tier 3 cultivation, these mutants couldn't last more than 2 moves against me. Lin Jian glanced at me, his eyes wide with surprise. A month ago you were Tier 1. Now you're mid-Tier 3? You're a literal monster, kid. I didn't have time to respond. I swept my spear in a wide arc, the lightning discharge tearing through a mutant that was easily Tier 2 peak. It felt easy. Too easy. At this rate, I could walk through the college entrance exams without breaking a sweat. New intel from the captain. Lin Jian shouted over the noise. Zhang Long, the head of Zhang Corporation, was in the lab. He's escaped and might be hiding among the mutants. Be careful. If you see him, do not engage. Call for backup immediately. Zhang Long, a Tier 6 master. Even Kiki, our strongest, was only high Tier 4. There was a massive gap between us. PSH, Kiki snorted. I guess those purple cloud guys are useless if they let the big fish get away. If we catch him, the Raging Bull group gets all the glory. Don't be stupid, Lin Jian warned. If we see him, we run. I know. I'm not suicidal. As we moved to clear the next wave, the ground beneath us suddenly groaned. Without warning, a jagged stone spike erupted from the asphalt. Lin Jian didn't have time to react. The spike drove straight through his chest. Blood sprayed across the pavement. Lin Jian, Kiki screamed. She smashed the spike with her axe and knelt beside him, her hands glowing with a soft white light. She was trying to knit the wound back together. Oh, a healing technique. A calm, cold voice drifted through the smoke. In that case, I should probably kill you first. A man in a perfectly tailored business suit stepped out from behind a wrecked car. It was Zhang Long. My stomach dropped. We were actually face to face with a Tier 6 killer. Lin Yuan, get out of here. Lin Jian wheezed, struggling to stand as he gripped his storm sword. Kiki stood up too, her axe trembling slightly in her grip. They both knew the score. Turning your back on a Tier 6 master was a death sentence. If we ran, he'd just impale us from behind. They were choosing to stay and die just to give me a few seconds to escape. Nobody is leaving, Zhang Long said with a cruel smirk. He slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth spike. A forest of jagged rocks burst toward us. Kiki didn't hesitate. She swung her axe into the ground, screaming, flash slash. A wave of decay erupted from Kiki's axe, shattering the stone spikes into dust. Suddenly, a blinding white light exploded from her weapon. Zhang Long hissed, shielding his eyes from the glare. Kiki didn't waste a second. She grabbed my shirt and hurled me out of the immediate combat zone with everything she had. Go, she screamed. A light attribute weapon? Zhang Long's voice was calm as the glow faded. Impressive, but it won't save you. He stepped forward and threw a heavy punch. The impact hit Kiki squarely in the chest. I heard the sickening crack of bone as she was sent flying backward. Storm execution, Lin Jian roared, stepping into the gap. He swung his massive sword, unleashing a terrifying vortex of wind and blade energy. Zhang Long didn't even look worried. B-rank weapon, Blackrock shield. He slammed a palm into the pavement. The earth groaned as stones rushed toward him, forming a massive, jagged shield that swallowed the wind gust whole. Now, my turn. Zhang Long sneered from behind the rock. Stone burst. The shield shattered outward, turning into a storm of shrapnel. Each fragment was infused with deadly spiritual energy. Lin Jian managed to deflect a few, but the sheer force sent him tumbling back. The gap between a Tier 4 and a Tier 6 was just too wide. Kiki had already used her healing weapon to patch herself up, and she lunged back into the fray. She swung her axe downward with a desperate cry. Die. Zhang Long laughed. He didn't even move his feet. A massive stone spike erupted from the ground, skewering through the air and slamming into Keek's midsection. She was thrown back again, a bloody hole torn through her abdomen. She collapsed, her life force fading fast. My heart hammered against my ribs. My logic told me to run. If 2 Tier 4 warriors were being slaughtered like cattle, what could a Tier 3 like me do? Even with an SSS rank soul, the power gap was a canyon. Besides, Zhonglong hadn't even summoned his own soul yet. But I couldn't just watch them die. The distress signal was out, and our captain was on the way. I just had to stall. Suddenly, the system prompt flickered in my vision. Option 1, leave. Save yourself. Reward, 10 Tier 3 origin pills. Option 2, attack. Protect your comrades with everything you have. Reward, soul fusion. Soul fusion? My eyes widened. I knew what that was. It was a legendary technique usually reserved for Tier 7 Marquee level masters. It allowed a cultivator to merge with their soul, multiplying their combat power to insane levels. The stronger the soul, the more terrifying the fusion. I didn't hesitate. I chose option 2. Zhonglong walked slowly toward Lin Jian, his hand raised as he conjured a jagged stone spear. Time to die. Lin Jian gave a bitter, bloody smile. He looked at me and wheezed, Don't come back. A crack of thunder drowned out his voice. Thunder King Spear. I lunged forward, my spear whistling through the air. The strike collided with the stone spear, shattering it, and forcing Zhonglong back 2 steps. He looked at me, genuinely shocked. Lin Jian and Kiki stared at me in disbelief. They thought I was an idiot for coming back, but I could see the gratitude in their eyes. In that moment, we weren't just teammates. We were brothers in arms. You really are a fool, Zhonglong laughed. They gave you a chance to run, and you threw it away. I heard you were a dual SSS rank genius who beat my son. Let's see what you've got. As you wish, I muttered. White tiger. The massive tiger materialized, radiating a murderous aura. But I wasn't finished. Thunder Dragon. Blue lightning danced across the sky as a massive, 20-meter dragon coiled behind me. Its roar shook the very foundations of the street. Zhonglong's pupils shrunk to pinpricks. What? This is impossible. A thunder dragon? You're not a dual SSS rank. You have 3? Lin Jian and Kiki were stunned into silence. A triple SSS rank soul? It was unheard of. I didn't give him time to process it. Kill. The tiger and the dragon charged from both sides. Even though I was only Tier 3, the raw power of 2 SSS rank souls was enough to make a Tier 4 tremble. Zhonglong's face twisted. He realized he couldn't hold back anymore. Manifest. Black armored bear, he roared. A stream of light erupted from him, forming a massive bear covered in thick, black iron plates. It was an A-rank soul. Normally, an A-rank wouldn't stand a chance against an SSS rank, but Zhonglong's Tier 6 cultivation acted as a massive force multiplier. The bear was terrifying. Soul rank is just potential, Lin Yuan. Zhonglong shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. Power is about cultivation. You're just a Tier 3 brat. I'm going to enjoy breaking a talent like you. He sent a barrage of earth spikes toward me. I moved, my body blurring with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for my level. Too fast, Zhonglong muttered. Is that a movement technique? He snarled and slammed both palms down. A-rank skill, Earth Forest. The ground for 100 meters in every direction exploded into a maze of jagged stone. There was nowhere to hide. The impact sent me flying, and my dragon and tiger souls were pierced by the rising pillars. See, Zhonglong mocked. Raw power overcomes everything. Die. He launched a final, massive spike. I swung my spear, shattering the tip, but the vibration turned my arms numb. It was time. Soul fusion, I whispered. The white tiger let out a deafening roar and dived into my chest. A surge of murderous energy exploded from my body. A golden king character manifested on my forehead, the mark of the tiger. Soul fusion. Zhonglong gasped, taking a step back. How? You're only Tier 3. Even I haven't mastered that. I felt power coursing through my veins, but it still wasn't enough to kill a Tier 6. I looked up, my eyes glowing with electricity. Thunder Dragon, come. The dragon roared and turned into a bolt of pure lightning, slamming into my back. Merging two SSS rank souls at Tier 3 was something that had never been done in history. I felt like my body was going to tear apart, but the power was intoxicating. Lightning arced across my skin, and the tiger's aura wrapped around me like a cloak of death. I was standing at the center of a storm, ready to rewrite the rules of what a Tier 3 could do. Lightning crackled across my skin. If you looked closely, you could see faint dragon scales flickering beneath the surface of my arms. Merging two SSS rank souls gave me godlike power, but the cost was a nightmare. My body felt like it was being pierced by 1,000 needles with every movement. I knew I couldn't hold this form for long. Zhonglong. I growled, my voice a terrifying mix of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl. Are you ready to die? I vanished. I became a streak of pure electricity, moving faster than the human I could follow. I appeared instantly in front of Zhonglong and thrust my spear forward. Thunder King Spear. Zhonglong panicked, manifesting a thick stone shield. Hanging stone shield. It didn't matter. My spear hit the stone with a deafening explosion, shattering the defense instantly. The impact sent Zhonglong flying backward like a ragdoll. Black armored bear. Kill him. Zhonglong screamed. The massive bear lunged at me, swinging a paw that could crush a car. I didn't dodge. I didn't flinch. I clenched my fist, channeling the white tiger's killing intent and the dragon's lightning. A mere A-rank soul? Get lost. My punch met the bear's claw. A sickening crack echoed through the air, followed by a pathetic wail. The bear's paw shattered, and the beast was sent tumbling back, its eyes filled with pure terror. To that bear, I wasn't a human anymore. I was a monster wearing the power of two ancient gods. Zhonglong's face paled. Damn it! Earth spikes. He slammed his hands into the ground, sending a wave of jagged stone pillars toward me. I moved like lightning, my spear dancing. Each strike turned his spikes into dust. Stone blast, he yelled, commanding the debris to swarm me. The rocks formed a massive sphere, trapping me inside. A second later, bolts of purple lightning erupted from the cracks. The sphere exploded, and I charged through the smoke, completely untouched. Thunder. King. Spear. I poured every drop of my spiritual energy into the alloy spear. The metal began to glow red-hot, vibrating so violently it felt like it might melt. I thrust. The lightning transformed into a massive, snarling dragon that tore through Zhonglong's final defenses. The hit was direct. I heard his chest cave in. He flew through 3 concrete walls before collapsing into a pile of rubble, coughing up thick globs of blood. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki watched from the sidelines, completely stunned. A Tier 3 warrior was systematically dismantling a Tier 6 expert. It shouldn't have been possible. They looked like they thought they were dreaming. In the ruins, Zhonglong reached into his pocket with a trembling hand. He pulled out a vial of glowing green liquid and downed it. A manic, twisted grin spread across his face. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. His veins began to bulge and turn black. His body distorted, muscles swelling until he was a bloated, grotesque giant. 2 jagged horns sprouted from his forehead. He had taken a mutated beast potion. Su Qiu, you're a monster for mastering soul fusion at Tier 3. He roared, his face a mess of throbbing veins. But now, I'm the bigger monster. I wiped blood from my lip and gripped my spear. I'll admit, you definitely look the part. I prepared to force a triple fusion with my Kunping soul, even if it killed me. But suddenly, a wave of agony washed over me. Cold sweat poured down my face. The backlash of the fusion had arrived. My muscles locked up. I couldn't move. Zhonglong laughed, his voice booming. Did you think you could handle 2 SSS souls at your level? You're paralyzed, aren't you? I forced a smirk despite the pain. Why don't you come over here and find out? I reached into my storage space and pulled out a high-grade healing potion I'd received as a reward earlier. I downed it instantly. The cooling sensation began to knit my torn muscles back together, easing the pressure just enough. A healing potion won't save you. Zhonglong lunged. I tightened my grip on the spear, ready to break my limits and fuse the 3rd soul. If this was my ceiling, I was going to smash through it. Just as I was about to make my final gamble, a whistling sound tore through the sky. A massive shadow plummeted from above. A giant spiked mace slammed into Zhang Long's head, burying him into the dirt. The ground buckled. Standing over him was Olay, the captain of the Iron Bull Corps. "What do you think you're doing to my cute little recruits, you bastard?" Olay grinned, his foot planted firmly on Zhang Long's neck. Zhang Long roared, his mutated strength surging. "Get off me!" His power was hovering near Tier 7 now, but Olay's grin only grew wider and more terrifying. "Stay down." Olay swung his mace again, a strike so heavy it sounded like a mountain falling. I heard Zhang Long's bones turn to powder. The man who had just been a terrifying monster was now a broken mess in a crater. He couldn't believe it. Even with the potion, he was nothing compared to a real captain. Zhang Long tried one last desperate move, sending earth spikes toward the captain. Olay shattered them with a casual swing. Behind the captain, a phantom of a massive green bull appeared. Its hooves stomped down on Zhang Long, followed by thick green vines that erupted from the earth, binding the traitor's limbs tight. Seeing the captain had things under control, the tension finally left my body. The soul fusion deactivated, and the world went black. I collapsed. "Hey, Suchio, don't you dare die on me." I heard Olay shout as he rushed over, pouring a potion down my throat. Nearby, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki groaned. "Captain, what about us?" "You two are fine," Olay barked. "Once we get back, I'm doubling your training." Lin Jian rolled his eyes and slumped back. "Just let me die? Death is better than your training. If you're going to die, you'll do it during my drills," Olay laughed. A group from the Purple Cloud Corps arrived shortly after, led by their captain, Chunzi. He looked at the captured Zhang Long and frowned. "You caught him already?" "Huh, sorry," Olay said, looking down at my unconscious body. "My boy did most of the work. This achievement belongs to the Iron Bull Corps." I saw Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki lying nearby, looking battered. Chunzi, the captain of the Purple Cloud Corps, frowned as he looked them over. He couldn't believe they had actually managed to hold off a monster like Zhang Long. "You don't believe it?" Olay snorted, crossing his arms. "I guess it's just your luck that my team was here. Your Purple Cloud team really messed up this time, letting things get this loud. You should start thinking about how you're going to explain this disaster to the mayor." Chunzi's face turned sour. He looked like he wanted to spit. He cursed under his breath, complaining about how no one expected Zhang Long to be so insane. The man had rigged his entire experimental base with explosives, blowing the whole place to Kingdom Come just to create a distraction for his escape. Chunzi stared at the restrained Zhang Long, his teeth grinding together. He asked Olay if he could punch the guy a few times just to vent his frustration. "No way," Olay said, shutting him down immediately. "I already beat him within an inch of his life. If you take a turn, he'll actually die." Chunzi left, cursing and fuming. The mission continued with the rest of the Purple Cloud and Iron Bull members hunting down the remaining mutants, while the injured were rushed back to the Iron Bull base. I woke up in the medical room. Everything smelled like disinfectant. I looked down and realized I was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. A girl with glasses and white socks was standing over me, her hands glowing with a soft green light as she pressed them against my chest. This was old Zhao, the team's healer. "As long as they aren't dead, I can bring them back," she said calmly. Her voice was steady, but then she paused. She looked at Olay, her hand trembling slightly. "Captain, I detected something unusual. This kid has the fluctuations of 4 different souls inside him." Olay froze. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki, who were in the neighboring beds, looked like they'd seen a ghost. They already thought 3 SSS rank souls were impossible, but 4? It was unheard of. I turned on the TV in the room to catch the news. The reporters were talking about the raid. The Zhang Group's secret lab had been dismantled, and Zhang Long was in custody. However, his son, Zhang Yunjia, had escaped. He was a genius with an SS rank soul, and now there was a $100 million bounty on his head. Zhang Long used himself as bait so his son could run, Lin Jian explained. I frowned. A guy like Zhang Yunjia, with that much talent and a heart full of hate, was dangerous. He'd probably join some dark cult or criminal organization. I knew he'd come looking for revenge eventually. I needed to get stronger. The soul fusion was powerful, but it drained me too much. I needed to be able to handle a 7th rank fighter without collapsing. Suddenly, the door burst open. "Brother!" Xiaoshuang charged in and tackled me, squeezing the air out of my lungs. I winced, feeling my bandages tighten. "Let go. You're going to kill me," I wheezed, tapping her on the head. I survived a fight with a 6th-rank powerhouse just to be strangled by my own sister? That would be a pathetic way to go. She pulled back, grinning when she saw I was okay. She told me she had come with the big sister boss. "Who?" I asked, confused. "The captain." Xiaoshuang laughed. Ole walked in just then, a smirk on his face. "I don't mind the nickname," he said, "as long as you're ready for training." Ole explained that he'd brought Xiaoshuang here on his own initiative because he knew she'd be worried sitting at home by herself. I thanked him, feeling a weight lift off my chest. He didn't stay long. He told the 3 of us to get well fast, because in 3 days, we were starting his special training. As he walked out, he had a smirk on his face that sent a chill down my spine. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki both shuddered. Zhao Kiki looked at the woman in glasses standing next to Olay, Sister Zhao, and pleaded with her. She claimed her injuries were so bad, she'd need at least 2 weeks to recover. Lin Jian jumped in too, asking if they could stay in the hospital just a little longer. Sister Zhao just smiled. It wasn't a comforting smile. She told them they had 2 days. In 2 days, she guaranteed they'd be bursting with energy and ready for training. I realized then that Sister Zhao was definitely on the captain's side. Xiaoshuang was watching all this with wide, curious eyes. She asked the big sister boss what this special training was and if she could join. She wanted to get stronger too. Lin Jian immediately tried to stop her, telling her she'd regret it, but it was too late. Ole laughed and ruffled her hair. He invited her to join the Raging Bull squad right then and there. Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up and she was thrilled. Ole then asked what her martial soul was. She hesitated because telling people your soul was a peerless empress sounded crazy. Ole saw her hesitation and narrowed his eyes. He realized both siblings were full of secrets, but he didn't push. He told her it was fine if she didn't want to say. She was part of the squad now, and she was officially invited to the training. Thanks to Sister Zhao's treatment, everyone recovered at lightning speed. I learned her full name was Zhao Xiaoyan. She was the vice captain and the chief physician of the Raging Bull squad. Her soul was an S-rank plant type called the Flower of Life. She wasn't much of a fighter, but her healing was top tier. As long as you were still breathing, she could pull you back from death's door. Talents like her were rare, even in the whole country. I looked at her and wondered if any of my remaining 6 souls would be a healing type. That would be incredibly useful. Just as I was relaxing, Ole told me I needed to meet someone before the training started. I asked who it was, and my heart skipped a beat when he answered, the mayor of Qingyan City. I was nervous as we headed to the government building. Ole patted my shoulder and told me to relax. He said I was the hero of the raid on the lab. If I hadn't held back Zhang Long, they might not have caught him. The mayor wanted to commend me personally. We took the elevator to the top floor. When the doors to the meeting room opened, I saw about a dozen people in various uniforms, all wearing medals. Among them was Chunzi, the leader of the Purple Cloud Squad. These were the leaders of all 20 hunting squads in the city, the peak of our military power. Every eye in the room turned toward me. I could hear them whispering. They were curious about the legendary kid with dual SSS rank souls. Some seemed skeptical that a 3rd-rank fighter like me could actually hold off someone as strong as Zhang Long. They tried to grill Ole for details, but he just stayed tight-lipped. Ole led me to an older man in a traditional suit. This was the mayor. I kept my cool and nodded respectfully. He told me I had a bright future and announced he was awarding me a Medal of Honor and placing me on the glory list. The glory list was a big deal. Only people who made massive contributions to the city got on it. Even among the squad leaders, only a few had made the cut. Being on that list meant I'd have a massive advantage in the martial arts college entrance exams. I gave a standard speech about how it was everyone's responsibility to protect the city. Then Ole leaned in and mentioned that being on the list came with a $10 million bonus. My attitude changed instantly. I told the mayor I'd be honored to accept the medal and promised to work even harder for the city. 10 million was 10 million. I wasn't about to turn that down. The mayor laughed and pinned the golden medal to my chest. He told me the future belonged to the youth and reminded me that with great power comes great responsibility. I felt like Spider-Man for a second. Once the ceremony was over, Ole dragged me toward the exit. I tried to ask about the money, and he told me it would be wired to my account. I shouted my account number over my shoulder as he pulled me away, leaving the other squad leaders shaking their heads at our lack of manners. Ole drove us out to the outskirts of the city. I asked him who was watching our district while we were training, and he told me the rest of the squad and some other groups had it covered. We eventually pulled up to a dark, creepy forest. I could hear ghostly wails echoing through the trees. It felt cold and eerie, but I noticed the spiritual energy here was several times stronger than in the city. Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, and Xiao Shuang were already waiting at the entrance. As soon as I got out of the car, Xiao Shuang ran up to me, looking at me with pure admiration. She asked if it was true that I'd made it onto the glory list. I was surprised she knew already. She told me the news had just broken online, and the whole city was talking about it. Su Xiaoshuang held up her phone, her eyes wide with excitement. I leaned over to take a look, and my jaw nearly hit the floor. I couldn't believe it. I was already on the Qingyun Glory list, and I hadn't even finished high school yet. This was an official government release, so there was no way it was a mistake. The notice explained that I'd been awarded this honor because of my performance during the human-beast experiment base incident and my status as a dual SSS rank soul wielder. The internet was already losing its mind over it. People were predicting that if I didn't die young, I'd become a great Xia emperor within 10 years. Currently, there were only 3 emperors in the entire country. Everyone was saying I was destined to be the 4th. While the city buzzed with the news, Luo Qingxue was deep underground in the Luo family training room. She was sparring with Luo Long, the head of the family. Not many people knew that Luo Long was a 7th-rank marquis-level powerhouse. With a mentor like that, and the help of the sea god's tears, Qingxue's progress was explosive. She had just broken through to the 3rd rank. After an hour of intense fighting, they stopped to rest. Luo Long looked at his daughter with immense pride. He told her that her progress was beyond his wildest imagination. He predicted she would surpass him within 3 years. The Luo family was strong, but they still lagged behind the top-tier families who had multiple marquis or king-level experts. He believed Qingxue was the key to closing that gap and standing alongside the 3 emperors as a great Xia empress. Qingxue nodded, her eyes determined. She wanted to lead her family to the top, but she also had a personal goal. She wanted to catch up to me, defeat me, and then marry me. Just as she was lost in thought, the butler walked in and told her to check the glory list. When she saw my name and my dual SSS rank status, she gasped. She read the details of how I had intercepted and severely injured a 6th-rank martial artist like Zhang Long. The sheer gap in our strength silenced her for a moment. Her father, Luo Long, watched her closely, worried the news might crush her spirit. Instead, she just smiled. She told him I was exactly the kind of man she expected me to be. She stood up, her fighting spirit burning hotter than ever, and insisted on continuing the training. She refused to fall behind while I was moving so far ahead. Meanwhile, in a dark, narrow alleyway, a figure was screaming in rage. It was Zhang Yunjie. He stared at my photo on his phone with pure, unadulterated hatred. His eyes glowed with a faint red light, like a beast driven mad by a grudge. Once a high-flying SS-rank talent, he was now a wanted criminal living like a sewer rat. He blamed me for everything. In his mind, it wasn't his family's fault for conducting horrific experiments. It was my fault for stopping them. He hated that his father was captured because of me. He hated that I had dual SSS rank souls while he was stuck hiding in the shadows. The unfairness of it all made him want to tear me apart. A man in a white lab coat stepped out from the shadows behind him. It was Dr. Wang, the lead scientist from the experiment base. Zhang Yunjie was shocked he'd escaped. Dr. Wang smiled and asked if he wanted revenge against the high-ranking officials of Qingyun City. Zhang Yunjie growled that he wanted me dead more than anything. Dr. Wang then invited him to join them, the Skyscraper sect. It was one of the most notorious and dangerous cults in Great Xia. Zhang Yunjie realized then that Dr. Wang had been working for the cult all along. Back at the forest, Ole led me and Xiao Shuang into the trees. Lin Jian looked around nervously and suggested we try to run away. But Ole's voice echoed through the woods before he could even move. He warned us that no cars passed through here, and if he caught us trying to escape, we'd get a taste of his heavy staff. We swallowed hard and started walking. We hadn't gone far when the ground began to rustle. Suddenly, thick vines shot out from the underbrush, wrapping around Lin Jian and hoisting him into the air. He panicked, pulling out his great storm sword to hack himself free. But more vines kept coming, slithering toward us like a nest of snakes. I realized immediately what they were: green demon vines. They were first-rank plant-type beasts that lived as parasites on larger trees. I warned the others not to let the vines wrap around them because they were strong enough to bend steel. I shouted for anyone with a fire attribute to step up. One of the squad members stepped forward and unleashed a barrage of fireballs using a B-rank technique called Fire Cloud Palm. The flames forced the vines to retreat, allowing us to push deeper. Next, we encountered massive, colorful flowers. Before I could even warn them about man-eating pitcher plants, Lin Jian let out a muffled cry. Half of his body was already stuffed inside a giant flower's maw. Zhao Kiki rushed over and managed to pull him out just as the surrounding flowers woke up, their petal-covered mouths snapping at us. We fought our way through a gauntlet of nightmare flora. We saw everything I'd ever read about in textbooks: green demon vines, man-eating plants, trapgrass, evil mother peonies, and seven-leaf swordgrass. By the time we cleared the area, everyone was exhausted and on edge. Every small flower or blade of grass felt like a hidden killer. The squad members were terrified, wondering how the captain could live in a place like this. They figured he must have to fight his way home every single day. I looked around at the thick, shimmering atmosphere and realized the truth. I told the group that this wasn't just a forest, it was a high-density spiritual energy zone. My squad mates were finally starting to realize just how much of a genius I was. Every time we encountered a beast they didn't recognize, I had the answer. I explained that we were in a spiritual energy zone. It was exactly what it sounded like, a place where spiritual energy gathered in high concentrations. That energy acted like a fertilizer, causing the local flora to mutate into the aggressive monsters we were fighting. The others nodded, looking enlightened. They admitted they'd heard the term in school, but had long since forgotten the details. I just gave them a look. That was what happened when you didn't study. We pushed deeper into the forest. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet began to shudder. A massive tree literally ripped itself out of the earth and stood up. A face made of twisted bark and deep grooves stared at us from the trunk. It swung a thick, heavy branch like a club. I felt my stomach drop. It was a war treant, a fourth-rank plant-type beast. I couldn't believe the captain had set us up against something this dangerous on day one. He was trying to kill us. The treant lunged. We scrambled to dodge its massive limbs. Lin Jian shouted and charged forward, swinging his storm sword with everything he had. The blade struck the wood, but instead of a satisfying slice, it made a loud metallic clang. The creature's body was as hard as iron. One of the squad members stepped up and unleashed his Fire Cloud Palm. A massive fireball slammed into the treant's chest. Fire should have been its weakness, but the flames just dissipated, barely singeing a few leaves. The creature was too strong for basic elemental counters to work. The treant swung a branch in a wide arc. The fire user couldn't move in time. The impact sent him flying through the air, and I heard the sickening crack of breaking bones. The rest of the squad froze in shock. I didn't have time to be scared. I gripped my alloy spear and charged. I channeled my energy into a King of Thunder spear strike. My weapon was A rank and my mastery was at the perfection level. The power I unleashed was easily equivalent to a fourth-rank attack. The spear struck home. A massive explosion of lightning and force tore a hole straight through the treant's trunk. The giant let out a low, groaning wail and collapsed into the dirt. My teammates cheered, shouting my name. But the celebration didn't last. The forest floor began to vibrate again. One by one, more trees started standing up. 7 or 8 war treants surrounded us. One of them was significantly larger and more imposing than the rest, a fourth-rank high-grade beast. The squad members gulped. They started yelling for the captain to save them, realizing why everyone feared his training sessions. This wasn't training, it was a survival struggle. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. One mistake here meant death. Lin Jian gripped his storm sword, its blade glowing with light. He told me to coordinate with him and charge the biggest treant. I moved to intercept the others, my spear flashing with lightning as I unleashed the full power of the King of Thunder Spear. Zhao Kiki wasn't backing down either. She swung her massive axe, burying it into a Trent's side and pinning it to the ground. She stood on the wreckage and started taunting the others, asking them if they were ashamed to be outdone by a newcomer like me. That lit a fire under the veterans. They didn't want to be the ones dragging the team down. They roared and threw themselves into the fight, unleashing fireballs and blade strikes with renewed desperation. While we were fighting for our lives, Captain Olay was sitting comfortably at a villa deep in the forest. He was sipping from a bottle of liquor while Zhao Xiaoying sat beside him, calmly reading a book. She asked if he was worried about the number of treants he'd set on us. He just grinned, saying he had full confidence in her ability to fix them up if things went south. By the time evening rolled around, we were a mess. We limped toward the villa, leaning on each other for support. I was exhausted, bruised, and covered in sap and dirt. We had barely made it out alive. Ole walked out to meet us, checking his watch. He told us it took 4 hours to reach the villa and called us the weakest group he'd ever trained. We all wanted to punch him, but we were too tired to lift our arms. Lin Jian begged for Zhao Xiaoying to heal us. Ole just pointed toward a nearby lake. We stumbled over and saw Zhao Xiaoying standing perfectly still on the surface of the water. It wasn't a special weapon. It was pure, masterful control over her spiritual energy. She smiled at us. A white light erupted from her body, and a magnificent lotus flower bloomed beneath her feet. It was her S-rank soul, the flower of life. She cast a blessing, and the life energy poured into the lake, turning the water into a shimmering, vibrant pool. She told us the entire lake was now a healing potion and instructed us to jump in. I was stunned. Turning a whole lake into medicine was an incredible feat. If she sold this stuff, she'd be the richest person in the world. Lin Jian noticed my expression and shook his head. He explained that the effect only lasted as long as her soul was active. Once she withdrew the flower of life, it would just be ordinary water again. I didn't care about the logistics. I just wanted the pain to stop. I dove into the water, feeling the life energy immediately begin to knit my wounds back together. The healing effect would vanish the moment it left the flower of life. I finally understood how it worked. Still, this didn't make Zhao Xiaoying any less terrifying. The others didn't waste any time. They dove straight into the lake, eager to heal their broken bodies. But the relief didn't last long. Something was terribly wrong. The water looked perfectly normal, but it was bone-chillingly cold. The moment it touched my skin, it felt like my blood was turning to ice. "What kind of water is this?" someone screamed. The freezing torment was too much to handle. People immediately scrambled to climb back onto the shore. Ole walked over, a brutal smirk on his face. He kicked everyone right back into the freezing water, one by one. He told us to stay inside. He explained that a rare cold crystal was breeding at the bottom of the lake. It tempered the body, and it was good for us. But it was too cold. We felt like we were going to freeze to death. Ole just laughed. He told us that old Zhao's flower of life was watching over us, so we wouldn't die. Then he pulled out his massive spiked club and stood by the water's edge. He warned us that if we didn't want to freeze, we could come up and let him smash us to death instead. Nobody argued after that. Freezing was miserable, but at least we were alive. Going up to fight Olay was out of the question. None of us had the guts for that. We stayed in the icy lake, shivering violently. If it weren't for Zhao Xiaoying's healing energy keeping us stable, half of the group would have fainted from the sheer shock of the cold. I floated in the water, focusing entirely on the freezing energy seeping into my skin. Normally, pure cold like this would destroy a human body. But this energy was different. It was laced with a potent life force. The cold tore my muscles apart. Then, the life energy immediately stitched them back together. It was a brutal, endless cycle. Destroy, repair, destroy, repair. With every single loop, I could feel my physical strength skyrocketing. I looked toward the shore. Ole was standing there, casually resting his heavy spiked club on his shoulder. A sudden, wild urge flared up in my chest. I wanted to fight him. I wanted to know exactly how strong our captain really was. He was a man who dared to beat up the Marquis of Zixiao. Even the captains of the other 20 hunting groups feared and resented him. That kind of reputation could only be built on absolute, overwhelming power. As if sensing my burning ambition, a familiar prompt flashed in my mind. The system was back. It told me that as a martial artist, I possessed the heart to challenge the strong. Facing Olay, who was vastly superior to me, I had two choices. Option 1 was to stay put in the icy lake and focus on my cultivation. The reward was a doubled physical fitness. Option 2 was to draw my blade against the stronger, face the captain without fear, and challenge him. The reward for that was a tenfold increase in physical fitness. I didn't even hesitate. I chose the second option. I slowly waded through the freezing water and walked toward the shore. My sudden movement drew everyone's attention. They stared at me, completely dumbfounded. They asked me what I was doing. Someone yelled that I had serious balls for wanting to practice with the captain. Others started cheering, telling me to beat him up and overthrow his tyranny. Some were genuinely shocked, while others just wanted to watch the chaos unfold. Ole noticed me approaching. He saw the fierce, unyielding fighting spirit blazing in my eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then his lips curled into a wide, savage grin. He asked if I really wanted to throw hands with him. At that exact moment, an unprecedented pressure slammed into me. It felt like being a helpless little lamb locked in the gaze of a starving tiger. The sheer terror almost made me jump back into the lake. I actually took a step backward, my heart pounding against my ribs. But I forced myself to stop. I gnashed my teeth, took several aggressive steps forward, and leaped onto the dry shore. I gripped my weapon tightly and asked the captain to guide me. Ole's face lit up with excitement. He called me a brave kid. In a literal blur, his figure vanished and reappeared right in front of me. His spiked club came crashing down with terrifying velocity. It was so fast I barely registered the movement. Instinct took over, and I thrust my alloy spear upward to block the strike. The heavy club collided with my weapon. The impact was deafening. My alloy spear bent instantly under the absurd weight, and the sheer force of the blow blasted me backward. My boots plowed through the dirt for dozens of meters before I finally managed to stabilize my footing. He was too fast. He was too strong. My spear was vibrating violently, sending a numbing shockwave through my hands. I had the Kunping martial soul inside me. My speed was supposed to be unmatched among anyone in my realm. Yet, I had barely managed to react to his opening move. His strength was absolutely monstrous. Ole hoisted the spiked club back onto his shoulder and smiled. He told me that blocking that strike meant I was already tougher than half the guys in the Blazing Bull group. He began walking toward me with slow, deliberate steps. But in my eyes, he didn't look human anymore. He looked like a colossal war beast cloaked in a pitch-black, suffocating aura, stepping straight out of a bloody battlefield. It was horrific, shocking, and utterly terrifying. A massive wave of pressure crashed over my mind, threatening to drown my consciousness. I felt like a fragile wooden boat tossed around in a violent storm, waiting to be smashed into pieces. This wasn't just a simple pressure of spiritual energy. It was something entirely different. It was a direct, psychological assault on my very will to fight. I swallowed hard, trying to clear the dryness in my throat. I was certain that a normal third-stage martial artist would have collapsed instantly. Even a fourth or fifth-stage warrior wouldn't be able to stand straight in front of him, let alone muster the courage to strike back. Out on the lake, Zhao Xiaoying watched the confrontation. A flicker of surprise crossed her calm features. She remarked that she hadn't expected me to actually ignite Olay's true fighting intent. Back on the shore, my sister, Su Xiaoshuang, turned to Qiong Xiaomdi with a curious expression. She asked what fighting intent meant, and if it was really that powerful. Qiong Xiaomdi replied seriously, explaining that fighting intent wasn't just a metaphor. It was a tangible, manifested power that could directly crush an opponent's mental willpower. She said that if a warrior honed it to a high enough level, it could even distort reality itself. This kind of power could only be forged in the fires of countless bloody battlefields, and the chances of developing it were abysmally low. Those who did master it were 1 in a million combat geniuses, born for battle and destined to die for battle. Fighting was an instinct carved into their very bones. She noted that Olay was exactly that type of warrior. His martial soul talent might not be the absolute best, but his combat talent and unyielding were far more precious than any rare soul. Su Xiaoshuang listened to the explanation, thoroughly amazed. It was the very first time she had ever heard Xiong Xiaondi praise someone so highly. She called Olay a true big boss, but then she asked if she should be worried about her brother. Xiong Xiaondi told her there was no need to worry. She knew the captain wouldn't actually hurt me, and she believed I wouldn't go down easily. Still, Xiong Xiaondi secretly felt a bit speechless inside. One of us was a mere third-stage martial artist, while the other was a seventh-stage powerhouse who had fully mastered fighting intent. She honestly didn't know where Su Xiaoshuang got such blind confidence. Back at the battlefield, I felt the boiling, suffocating fighting intent radiating from Olay. I let out a fierce growl, refusing to let the pressure break me. I chose to strike first. My spear transformed into a blinding streak of lightning, thrusting straight toward his chest. Olay's eyes widened with genuine astonishment. Facing his oppressive fighting intent, most people would be paralyzed by fear. Yet, I not only stood my ground, but I also had the sheer audacity to attack first. He realized that I, too, possessed a combat instinct carved into my very bones, and that perhaps I could master fighting intent in the future just like him. The realization made Olay even more ecstatic. He looked at me as if he had found a kindred spirit. He swung his spiked club, aiming directly for the tip of my oncoming spear. A massive explosion echoed through the area, and the collision sent me skidding backward once again. But Olay didn't give me a chance to breathe. He pressed forward, his spiked club blurring as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. I refused to back down. I swung my spear like a raging dragon, executing the Thunder King spear technique to its absolute limit. Spear and club clashed repeatedly in midair, sending showers of bright sparks flying into the sky. As the duel raged on, Olay noticed something incredible. My strength and speed were actively growing with every single passing second. My rate of adaptation was frustratingly fast, and the discovery left him completely shocked. He wondered if I had been hiding my true capabilities this entire time. He roared with laughter, his voice booming across the shore. He shouted that I just kept bringing him more and more surprises, and that recruiting me into the Blazing Bull group was truly the single wisest decision he had ever made. He laughed wildly, ramping up his own power to match my rising strength. He called out to me, demanding that I stop holding back. He wanted to see me combine my martial souls. Hearing his challenge, a low rumble vibrated in my throat. I unleashed my energy and called upon the White Tiger. Thunder Dragon. I let out a sharp cry. In an instant, the White Tiger and the Thunder Dragon spirits manifested together. They roared in the air before diving into my body, merging with my soul. With Zhao Xiaoyan nearby, I wasn't afraid of the physical strain of a soul fusion. I knew she could bring me back from the brink if things went south. Power flooded my veins. I felt unstoppable. I looked at Olay and grinned. In this state, I could easily crush a rank 6 martial artist. Careful now, Captain, I warned. Olay didn't flinch. He rested his spiked club on his shoulder, looking completely unfazed. Kid, I'm worried 2 souls won't be enough to keep me interested. Soul fusion was a high-level technique usually reserved for rank 7 marquee-level powerhouses. Olay could do it too, but he didn't think I was worth that much effort yet. He was a rank 7, after all. If he had to use his ultimate move against a student, he'd never live it down. As the White Tiger and Thunder Dragon fused within me, my body changed. A faint king character appeared on my forehead, and arcs of blue electricity danced across my skin, crackling with raw energy. I moved. I became a bolt of lightning, vanishing from my spot and reappearing right in front of Olay. I thrust my spear forward with the force of a mountain. It was a strike meant to end the fight. Olay didn't dodge. He reached out with his bare hand and grabbed the spearhead. The electric current sizzled, charring his palm, but he didn't let go. He just smirked at me. Too slow, he said. Before I could react, his club swung in a massive arc. It felt like being hit by a speeding train. The impact sent me flying backward, crashing through the forest and snapping massive trees like toothpicks. Plant-type monsters nearby tried to swarm me, but the lightning radiating from my body tore them to shreds instantly. I pushed myself up, coughing. Captain, you're trying to kill me. I think you broke my ribs. Do you expect your enemies to show mercy on the battlefield? Ole shouted back. His fighting spirit flared. He crouched slightly and then launched himself like a cannonball. My pupils dilated. I barely had time to raise my spear. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal hitting metal rang out in rapid succession. Ole was too fast. His heavy club was a blur of shadows, raining down a relentless barrage. Too slow. Is this all an SSS rank fusion can do? Give me more, Suchio. Make this fun. Down by the lake, the other recruits watched the carnage, paralyzed with fear. This wasn't a training session, it was a demolition. They whispered among themselves, wondering if the captain had finally lost his mind and if I'd actually survived the day. Inside the storm, I was feeling the pressure. Ole was a monster. He was only using his A-rank, Heavenly Fawn Club soul. He hadn't even touched his second A-rank soul, the Azure Ox Demon. I realized then that his strength didn't just come from his souls. It was his combat instinct, his technique, and his sheer will. He was flawless. You want speed? I growled, gritting my teeth. Fine. Let's go. A dark gold light erupted from my body, piercing the sky. My third SSS rank soul, the Kuan Peng, emerged. As it merged with me, massive dark gold wings erupted from my back. My speed tripled instantly. I became a whirlwind of spear thrusts, raining down strikes like a storm. Ole laughed, his club dancing to match my pace. The shockwaves from our clash leveled the forest. Even a rank 4 war treant that got too close was vaporized in seconds. If we were in the city, we would have leveled entire blocks by now. The battle raged on until my vision finally went black. Even with 3 SSS rank souls fused, I was eventually beaten into unconsciousness. Ole carried my limp body back and tossed me into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyun immediately activated her Flower of Life ability to heal me. She looked at my battered body and frowned. Captain, you went too far. He has 5 or 6 broken bones. If I wasn't here, he'd be bedridden for a month. Ole didn't answer. He stood by the water, his body trembling slightly. Zhao Xiaoyun noticed the look in his eyes. It was the gaze of a predator that hadn't finished its kill. She realized he was still lost in the bloodlust of the fight. She slapped him hard on the back of the head. He's just a student. Get a grip. Ole blinked, slowly coming back to his senses. He looked at his shaking hands. Zhao, you don't understand. While I was fighting him, I almost lost control. I wanted to actually kill him. He looked at me, his eyes burning with a strange fever. His power, his speed, his reactions, they were evolving every second we fought. It was exhilarating. Mark my words, Zhao. In 3 years, no, maybe less, this kid will stand at the very peak of the world. Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. If you know he's that important, try not to kill him before he gets there. He's like me. Ole grinned, clenching his fist. He was born for the fight. I'll be waiting for the day he reaches the top. Then, we can truly settle this. I woke up much later, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. My body felt surprisingly fine, thanks to Zhao Xiaoyun's healing. I thought back to the fight. I had used 3 SSS rank souls. For 3 minutes, I felt like I could take on anyone. And yet, I hadn't even forced Ole to use his second soul. The gap was still massive. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked off its hinges. Ole stomped in, as loud as ever. Suchio, how long are you going to sleep? Get up. Training starts now. I looked at the shattered door and sighed. Captain, you must spend a fortune on home repairs. No house can survive you for long. Ole didn't even give me time to put on my shoes. He grabbed my arm and dragged me toward the training grounds. My body still felt a bit heavy, but the SSS rank souls were already humming under my skin. I looked at his broad back and realized something. He wasn't just a captain. He was a wall I had to climb. We reached the center of the field, and he turned around with a predatory grin. The real training was about to begin. I took a deep breath, readying myself for the struggle ahead. I knew that to become the strongest, I had to embrace the hunger. My journey had only just started.